transmigrating into the role of Voldemort's half-sibling in a pseudo-sense. Possessing a similar orphanage, identical black hair and eyes, the ability to converse in Parseltongue, and even wielding a wand made from phoenix feathers. Moreover, she bears the name Jerry Riddle. Chapter 1. The Dark Lord's Astonishment. Upon your transmigration, discovering that you resemble Voldemort, the noseless version, to an uncanny degree, can comprehend the language of snakes, and reside in an orphanage, one cannot help but deem this establishment rather unfortunate. In the summer of 1991, London, at the orphanage, room 404. Let us impart a slight, Dark Lord's astonishment to Albus Dumbledore. A smirk graced her lips, an amalgamation of cool disdain, mockery, and nonchalance, reminiscent of Tom in his heyday. Today, if I do not frighten him to the extent that he chokes on a lemon snowball, I shall not bear the surname Tebow. The corridor of an orphanage was permeated by the scent of boiled cabbage, an aroma that had remained unchanged for years, stable and utterly despairing. She would have sat upon a bed as hard as slate, while rain pattered against the window, casting a bleak gray light within the room. Her long black hair framed her face, accentuating her small visage, which appeared almost lifelessly pale. A snake, entirely black, coiled around her neck, its head lazily resting on her collarbone, flicking its tongue. Hiss! Xiwo, someone is approaching. The serpent hissed. That is the guest we await, Davarish. Xiwo replied in a hoarse voice, having just choked on a sip of cold water, adjusting her posture to ensure she exuded the air of a villain plotting world annihilation. Hood. Come in, Xiwo said coldly, without turning, her gaze fixed on the lifeless street outside, as though it concealed her potato empire. The door creaked open, revealing a tall, elderly gentleman clad in a purple-red velvet suit, his beard long enough to serve as a scarf. He appeared utterly incongruous in the dreary room, akin to a flamingo lost among a pile of coal. Greetings, Xiwo. Dumbledore's voice was gentle, yet his sharp gaze, magnified by his half-moon spectacles, scrutinized the room. Xiwo slowly turned her head. In that fleeting moment, Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly, and a hand gripping his hat tightened unconsciously. The resemblance was striking, overwhelmingly so. Identical black hair and eyes, the same pallid slenderness, and a snake draped around her neck. Wait, around her neck? Were it not for the discrepancy in gender, Dumbledore might have suspected that Voldemort had consumed a youth serum and returned to level up anew. Who are you? Xiwo did not rise, but instead elevated her chin slightly, her gaze imbued with an unsettling scrutiny that she had practiced before the mirror for a fortnight, akin to the Dark Lord's stare. Are you a doctor? Or one of those who intends to confine me to that place? I'm a headmaster, Xiwo, the headmaster of a school of magic. Dumbledore quickly regained his composure, yet he did not sit down as he typically would. Rather, he appeared somewhat restrained. Headmaster. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Xiwo's lips as her fingers gently caressed the black snake about her neck, which obligingly opened its mouth towards Dumbledore. Hiss. Dumbledore's gaze fell upon the serpent, his expression growing increasingly complex. Magic? Is that what you refer to? I am aware that I am unlike other children. Xiwo lowered her voice, rising to her feet, and even rose onto her toes to enhance her aura of intimidation. Despite her modest height of merely 145 centimeters, I can animate objects, accomplishing tasks in this room without the use of my hands. Suddenly, the wardrobe door burst open with a loud bang, revealing not neatly arranged garments, but rather an array of papers covered in strange symbols, which were, in fact, excerpts from the periodic table and dialectical materialism, yet under the dim light appeared as dark magical incantations. Dumbledore examined the papers, his brow furrowing slightly. Hogwarts teaches the use of magic, but it also instructs on control. The atmosphere had escalated to this point, and Dumbledore's expression resembled that of someone who had just tasted a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean flavored like earwax. I am darkness. I am vengeance. I am Xiwo, a diminutive architect of atmosphere. Let us impart a touch of Gotham's astonishment to Dumbledore. The Batman? No, rather a large dog. Batman. The air within the room had solidified, the oppressive atmosphere of Dark Lord III becoming palpable. Dumbledore had even discreetly reached for the wand nestled in his pocket, bracing himself for the potentially terrifying pronouncement that the young girl before him might utter, such as, "I shall conquer death." Xiwo gazed at the taut visage of the elder, contemplating. The moment has arrived. With a sudden leap backward, she moved with the agility of a nimble black monkey, her feet landing precisely on the bed's unforgiving floorboards, even though they were covered with a thin mattress. She swiftly seized the drab, thin bedsheet, not wrapping it around herself for warmth like an ordinary child would, but instead grasping the corners with both hands, raising it high so that it billowed behind her like a resounding cloak. The innocuous black snake belonging to Davarishi was flung into a dizzying spin, reluctantly coiling at her feet as a decorative accessory. Xiwo lowered her head, resting her chin on her collarbone. Her once clear, youthful voice was unnaturally deepened by several octaves, emitting a hoarse growl as if she had swallowed a handful of coal. I am darkness. I am vengeance. Dumbledore's hand hovered in midair, trembling slightly. The vigilance that had once radiated from his sharp blue eyes was swiftly supplanted by a bewilderment known as who am I and where am I? Xiwo abruptly lifted her head, raising her left fist toward the heavens, pretending it was a grappling gun. Her gaze resolute as if the rain-soaked streets outside were not London, but Gotham's city of sin. I am Batman. Silence reigned, a silence as profound as death. Only the relentless patter of rain outside persisted. Dumbledore blinked, then blinked again. Having lived for over a century, he had witnessed the rise of the Dark Lord, observed Grindelwald's ambitions, and even seen Hagrid name a three-headed dog Fluffy, yet he had never encountered such a scene. Man. Dumbledore ventured tentatively, his tone laced with confusion over Muggle modern culture. Is this some kind of transformation of a special magical creature? Or perhaps a nickname you have given yourself? Xiwo maintained her pose, only slightly glancing to the side, presumably to ensure the bedsheet hadn't fallen. She then swiftly abandoned her stance, plopping onto the bed and clutching the crumpled sheet to her chest, the aura of the Gotham vigilante vanishing in an instant, replaced by a sense of resigned enlightenment. No, sir. This is a form of spiritual solace, Xiwo explained in an exceedingly mature tone, casually retrieving the dazed snake back to her neck. It signifies that in this indifferent world, there are still those willing to uphold justice in the darkness, even if they lack superpowers, possessing only the power of wealth. Dumbledore's expression visibly relaxed. The eerily familiar sensation that had unsettled him dissipated, replaced by a tolerance toward a child with an overly vivid imagination and a touch of eccentricity. An intriguing form of spiritual solace. Dumbledore even managed a faint smile, albeit somewhat stiff. While Hogwarts does not teach how to become Batman, we do offer a course in Transmigration. However, I believe we should first discuss your admission, Miss Tebo. He waved his wand, and the wardrobe that had been incessantly opening and closing fell into a sudden silence, to which Xiwo let out a disappointed exclamation. I am Albus Dumbledore, he proclaimed, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I wish to invite you to a place where your talents can truly flourish, and not merely in the imitation of a bat. Chapter 2. The Snake's Grudge. Riddle imitates a shell. The Snake's Vendetta. First, feigning poverty, then resorting to intimidation. This is what is known as an asymmetric deterrent strategy. Dumbledore produced a thick parchment envelope from within his robes, adorned with the familiar shield emblem that Xiwo recognized. Damn, shouldn't it be an owl? I wanted to perform that owl court scene where you're sentenced to death. Unlike an ordinary child, Xiwo did not joyfully reach for it. She remained seated on the bed, her slender legs swinging, her gaze briefly landing on the letter before quickly averting, as if it were a scalding hot potato. Sounds good. Sir. Xiwo sighed, fiddling with the dowari pendant around her neck as if it were a walnut. But I have no money. She lifted her head and spoke with an unsettling calmness that tugged at one's heartstrings. The orphanage glares at me even for an extra slice of bread at breakfast. If I must pay tuition and purchase those peculiar robes and wands, I fear I cannot afford it. She paused, brandishing the black snake in her hand, which obligingly flicked its tongue, appearing rather bewildered. Does your school accept collateral? This snake is quite clever, though it doesn't eat dead mice. It can help catch, or perhaps I could get a job. Although Mrs. Cole says I'm the seed of the devil, no one dares employ me. Dumbledore's expression softened. They had finally entered a realm he was familiar with. Hogwarts always had a fund for impoverished students, as Tom had once benefited from. Hogwarts has a special fund, Xiwo. Dumbledore gently stated. You may receive this grant to purchase your books and robes. In that instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Xiwo's previously pitiful expression seemed to vanish as if erased by some unseen force. She straightened abruptly, her gaze transforming into a cold, malevolent glare. The oppressive aura of the Dark Lord re-emerging. She narrowed her eyes, fixing her stare upon Dumbledore with a chilling smile that sent shivers down one's spine. But I do not require charity. Her voice became soft yet dangerously serpentine, a hiss escaping as if through clenched teeth. I can procure money myself. I have my ways. Whatever I desire will inevitably belong to me. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet by several degrees. Dumbledore observed her, the mirth in his blue eyes freezing in an instant. The tone, the demeanor, the audacious declaration of possession echoed that of Tom Riddle himself, sitting opposite him, boasting of the harmonica and silver thimble he had pilfered from other children. The old man's hand twitched slightly, seemingly verifying the location of his wand. Yet, in the next moment, Xiwo snapped her fingers, the sharp sound shattering the silence. Just kidding. Xiwo reverted to her carefree, whimsical demeanor, even winking at Dumbledore. That was a line I overheard in the cinema next door. How did I perform? That villain said something like that before the protagonist knocked him out of the park. I thought it was quite cool. Dumbledore felt the need for a cup of tea sweetened with double honey, or perhaps a bottle of fire whiskey. Was this child truly traumatized? Or was she simply a bit eccentric? Do not casually mimic such lines, Xiwo, Dumbledore finally sighed, his tone turning serious. In the magical world, words hold power. Moreover, theft is an unacceptable act, regardless of the justification. Can we delve into this moral relativism? Xiwo tilted her head, her expression one of innocent philosophical inquiry as she gazed at Dumbledore. You say theft is forbidden? Let us hypothesize a scenario. If someone's wealth is derived from the exploitation of others, or if that item merely gathers dust in their possession, and I, a person in dire need of resources to alter my fate, perhaps even save the world, seize it, allowing it to realize its greater value. Can that truly be called theft? This would be a rational redistribution of resources, a Robin Hood act, or, she paused, her eyes glimmering with cunning rationale. The inevitability of history. Dumbledore's eyebrows nearly reached his hairline. He looked at this 11-year-old girl, whose discourse brimmed with class struggle and utilitarianism, and felt more exasperated than if he were facing 10 Death Eaters. Tom had merely enjoyed collecting trophies. This child had elevated the discourse to a theoretical plane. I'm afraid, Xiwo, that Hogwarts does not endorse such radical redistribution theories, Dumbledore replied tersely. Another's belongings are precisely that, another's. That is the bottom line. Very well, very well. You are the headmaster, so your word is law. Xiwo shrugged, her expression one of playful exasperation at the old-fashioned stubbornness of the adults. Her dismissive attitude prompting another sigh from Dumbledore. The elderly man rose, his purple velvet suit standing out starkly against the drab surroundings. In that case, I believe we can proceed to purchase your items. Diagon Alley is. Wait. Xiwo abruptly interrupted Dumbledore, standing up yet taking a step back, the unsettling aura of solitude enveloping her once more. In that moment, her expression mirrored that of a boy standing in the same room 50 years prior. I am not accustomed to company, she said coldly, her gaze fixed ahead without a trace of emotion. Tell me the directions. I will go alone. I am quite familiar with London. The filthy alleys, those forsaken places, I know them well. I shall not get lost. Dumbledore regarded her, his eyes deepening with complexity. 50 years ago. Tom had said the same. Was history repeating itself, or was this merely a cruel jest of fate? No. This was just Xiwo's riddle imitation. Diagon Alley is not among those forsaken places, Dumbledore finally murmured, a hint of sorrow lacing his tone. Yet I respect your independence, Xiwo. He placed a heavy pouch of coins, the grant, and a letter detailing the route upon the scarred table. The Leaky Cauldron, Charing Cross Road. The proprietor's name is Tom. I believe you will find that name quite familiar. Dumbledore cast her a meaningful glance before turning towards the door. See you at the start of term, Miss Tebber. I hope that at Hogwarts, you may discover a better way to coexist than in solitude. As the door gently closed, the gloom on Xiwo's face instantly transformed into a broad grin. Yay, freedom to roam. She seized the pouch, weighing it in her hand. Don't worry. Let us go by the most expensive cauldron. And while we're at it, let us see if there are any linen badges for sale. Chapter 3, The Fallen Dark Lord. Money and Freedom. Fallen Dark Lord, I'll give you 50 galleons. In return, I shall appoint you as the captain of the Death Eater squad. Wait, someone is actually offering money. A Auror was on their way, jesting. There are countless ways to wealth. Shamelessness is the first. As long as the sign is appealing, galleons will flow. Let me see which gullible fool, no, which discerning investor will take the bait. A whimsical test of wizard humor or intelligence. Charing Cross Road bustled with activity, muggles hurriedly passing by the seemingly grimy Leaky Cauldron, entirely oblivious to its presence. But today, the situation was somewhat different. On the steps that appeared to have not been cleaned in centuries sat a little girl with black hair and eyes. A black snake coiled around her neck. And before her lay a battered bowl of unknown origins, beside it a sign scribbled in chalk on a discarded box, in dire straits. The Dark Lord V offers me 50 galleons. In the future, I shall appoint you as the captain of the Death Eaters. With the added bonus of a single verbal invocation of Avada Kedavra, Xiwo sat cross-legged, idly tapping a small twig against the edge of his bowl, humming an unknown tune. This is the theory of wealth divided in twain. If you lack money, resort to deception, and if that fails, resort to theft. The expressions of the passing wizards were nothing short of spectacular. An elderly witch adorned with a green top hat squinted at the sign for a moment, releasing a gasp of terror that nearly crushed the toad in her grip. Two men, seemingly officials from the Ministry of Magic, hurried past, muttering under their breath, "Children of Muggle descent are increasingly mad. Goodness, is that the Dark Mark? Or simply an empty-headed fool? Step right up and take a look." Xiwo exclaimed, rejuvenated upon noticing a pause in foot traffic. He pointed to his deceptively charming visage, gesturing to his aura, his gaze, and then to his snake. "Do I not resemble him? I ask you, do I not? A veritable investment opportunity, presently priced at merely 50 galleons, with a staggering return rate of 20,000%. Slytherin, attempting to display ferocity, merely yawned in response. At that moment, a small boy with platinum hair, pale complexion, and an air of arrogance sauntered over, accompanied by two burly individuals who appeared to be bodyguards. Draco Malfoy halted in his tracks. He scrutinized the sign, then glanced at Xiwo, his face manifesting that signature blend of disdain and curiosity. "Is this the wretched place you wish me to visit?" Draco queried, turning to his father Lucius, who was engrossed in conversation with another prominent figure and paid him no mind. The young master then redirected his attention back to Xiwo, nostrils flaring. "So, you aspire to be the Dark Lord? Do you even know who he is, daring to scrawl such nonsense here?" "Of course, the one without a nose," Xiwo replied nonchalantly, nudging his bowl forward. "What say you, my lord? Your remarkable stature suggests you may want to purchase a title? The one without a nose is certainly not as accommodating as I. Here, with mere coin, you may select any position you desire." Draco's gray eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had been struck dumb. You dare to speak of the Dark Lord in such a manner. I shall inform my father." "Does your father possess 50 galleons?" Xiwo inquired earnestly. Draco's face flushed with rage. He fished 2 silver sickles from his pocket and flung them into Xiwo's bowl with a resounding clink. "Take this and buy yourself some sense, fool." Draco scoffed, lifting his chin as he strode away, exclaiming, "Goodness, such a person is bound for Hogwarts." Xiwo picked up the 2 sickles, dusting off the grime, grinning like a fox that had pilfered a hen. "Thank you, young master. I shall reserve the captaincy for you. Number 002. She called after Draco's retreating figure, then turned to Slytherin. "See, this is the foolish offspring of a capitalist. Though his tongue may be sharp, he pays with remarkable ease. Brother, how is it that we meet again? Frugality is the foremost productivity. Sell a crutch, or, as it is colloquially termed, the grand swindle." Xiwo swaggered into Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, a large bag of second-hand books procured from a thrift shop in tow. Madame Malkin was cheerfully measuring a boy standing on a stool. What a coincidence! That boy, with his strikingly light golden hair, was none other than Draco Malfoy, who was languidly lifting his arms. Upon catching sight of Xiwo in the mirror, his expression instantly morphed into one of incredulity. "Not you again." Draco nearly leapt from the stool, recognizing the Dark Lord's beggar at the door. "Shoo, keep it low-key," Xiwo retorted, tossing the bag of worn books onto the floor with a dull thud, then casually rummaging through a pile of old robes. "This is my practical social experience, my lord. You wouldn't understand. A true leader must immerse themselves among the people, experiencing their hardships." She pulled out a somewhat faded black robe and held it up to herself. The cuffs are a tad worn, but this is what we call a battle-damaged version. It bears more intimidation." Draco looked at her disdainfully. "You intend to purchase second-hand garments? My father says only the Weasley family would wear such things." "Your father speaks the truth, yet he has not concluded his thoughts," Xiwo countered, turning to Draco with a sage expression. "Wearing new clothes is for the gaze of others. Donning old garments is to accrue merit for oneself. Consider this robe. Its previous owner may have been a great wizard, imbued with residual magical wisdom. I am merely honoring the legacy of my ancestors." Draco was momentarily taken aback, evidently unaccustomed to such bizarre reasoning. Lowering her voice conspiratorially, Xiwo leaned in closer. "The money saved could be utilized for what? Investment, of course. For instance, to fund promising villains. I mean entrepreneurial teams." "I suspect your mind is not quite right," Draco scoffed, though his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Xiwo's battle-damaged robe, as if pondering the existence of this so-called magical wisdom. At that moment, Madame Malkin completed her measurements. Draco hopped off the stool, adjusting his collar in an attempt to regain composure. "Humph, I am destined for Slytherin," he declared, raising his chin arrogantly. "We are all Slytherin. If peculiar individuals like you can gain admission to Hogwarts, you had best pray not to be sorted into Slytherin. Otherwise what?" Xiwo laughed, cradling the old robe in her arms. "You shall lend me your hair gel? Frankly, I believe your hairstyle exudes that air of I aspire to be a villain, but am too wealthy to be anything but a spoiled brat." Draco was nearly rendered speechless with rage. "You wait," he shouted. "Do not let me catch you at school. All right then, number 002, do take care." Xiwo waved enthusiastically. "And remind that hulking bodyguard not to glare at me. It's rather intimidating." Devaris opposed this proposal. A faithless man is easily subjected to the physical wrath of his rightful partner. "I swear, I merely glanced at that snowy owl, truly just a glance." As Xiwo approached the window of the Elop's Owl Emporium, her attention was immediately captured by a spirited snowy owl. The bird's piercing gaze and glossy feathers suggested it was perfectly suited for delivering messages. "Wow, Devaris, look at that one," Xiwo began, her tone reflecting the excitement of a devoted caretaker. Before her sentence could conclude, she felt a tightening around her neck. The black snake, previously drowsing, suddenly constricted like a noose that had just received a jolt of electricity. Xiwo's half-finished remark was choked back, replaced by a series of urgent coughs. "You desire that furry creature?" Devaris leaned closer, the snake's tongue brushing against Xiwo's earlobe with a chilling caress, its voice laced with menacing sibilance. "Am I not enough for you? What can that furry thing do for you? Will it bite for you? Will it intimidate that pale-haired boy? That is a golden retriever." "Not," Xiwo attempted to argue, grasping the snake's body in a futile attempt to loosen its grip, her face flushed. "Loosen up. Let me breathe. You are my one and only, the sole Devaris." "Humph." The black snake snorted softly, its grip relaxing slightly but still firmly ensnaring her. Its head rose defiantly, issuing a warning hiss toward the terrified owls in the window display. The owls within the shop erupted into chaos, flapping their wings and scattering feathers everywhere, while the shopkeeper brandished a feather duster, shouting in distress. "Very well, I shall not purchase it. Absolutely not." Severus raised his hands in surrender, panting heavily as he attempted to placate the irritable queen. "You are the best, truly. You are the king among snakes, while those owls are mere birds." Satisfied, Devaris rearranged herself and audaciously rested her head atop Severus's. He felt as though he was cosplaying as Chilo, rubbing the circle of red marks around his neck. Severus let out a resigned sigh. It seemed that in this lifetime, he would never experience the comfort of a warm embrace akin to Hedwig's. All he possessed was a sinister, black-hearted belt, always poised to strangle its master, though at least it was made of genuine snake skin. Chapter 4. To be honest, I am equally astonished. Who can discern between Tom and me now, much like the distinction between a tomato and a cherry tomato? Perhaps I should change my name to Jerry Riddle. And now, with matching faces, snakes, orphanages, and even wands. If Voldemort were to discover that a Jerry was wielding his configuration, he would surely attempt to possess me. Goodness, Mr. Ollivander's eyes widened more than those of a newly born house elf. The nameless Mr. Ollivander murmured, "Truthfully, I merely wanted to take it out for a test. Who would have thought it would truly work?" Just moments ago, Severus had nearly tested every wand in the shop. The stacks of slender paper boxes had piled up to the ceiling like a precarious tower. Some wands emitted foul odors upon being grasped, others transformed into salted fish. And one even attempted to poke Devaris in the eye. A discerning customer, indeed, Ollivander muttered to himself, but I always managed to find that one. He ascended a ladder and retrieved a box that had gathered a thick layer of dust from the highest shelf. "Try this one," he whispered. "You would, Phoenix Feather? 13.5 inches. It has been here for quite some time, so long that I thought it would never find a master." As Severus extended his hand, his fingertips brushed against the pale, bone-like wand, and a surge of warmth coursed through his body. Boom. Without the need for any incantation, the wand's tip erupted in a shower of red and gold sparks, swirling and twisting in the air, ultimately forming the faint outline of a skull before transforming into a harmless firework. Devaris let out an excited hiss, as though this wand were a long-lost relative. Ollivander gasped, stepping back 2 paces and knocking over a stack of boxes. He stared at Severus, his voice trembling. "I believe I don't particularly need to find this wand." His gaze darted between Severus's face, strikingly similar to Tom's, and the wand, as if witnessing some terrifying cycle of fate. "Another has chosen the one who left scars upon this world." Ollivander's voice barely rose above a whisper. "So, does that mean I share a couple's wand with that esteemed individual?" "Ah, no, perhaps a brother's wand." Severus broke the heavy atmosphere with a grin. "Just like a tomato and a cherry tomato? Or Tom and Jerry?" With an elegant flourish, he tucked the wand into his belt and winked at the still-dazed Ollivander. Fear not, old sir. Though our gear may be the same, the players differ. Severus patted his chest. I intend to be Jerry's, you know. The little mouse that keeps Tom on his toes. I find this name particularly auspicious. Ollivander, evidently unfamiliar with Tom and Jerry, nodded with difficulty. We shall watch with great anticipation, Miss Tebo. After all, that individual has accomplished great deeds. Rest assured, Severus paid the galleons and turned to push open the shop door. The sunset casting a warm glow upon her, elongating her shadow. The grand endeavors I am poised to undertake will undoubtedly eclipse his. 8. Encouragement to study. This snake is utterly useless, truly. Davarish has been coerced into learning a foreign language for a month. Why should you not apply your diligence to study instead of burdening me? How is it that this snake persists in humming internationale as I want to eat mice? No. Davarish, emotions. What I desire is that resolute determination to shatter the old world. Severus brandished the wand, hissing emphatically, not to beg for scraps, but to celebrate the Soviet. Davarish, in distress, buried its head beneath the corpse of a dead mouse on the plate. It was merely a snake. Why must it endure such cross-species cultural imposition? Upon hearing that melody, it felt an urge to regurgitate its tongue. On the eve of their departure from Diagon Alley, Severus embarked on a significant endeavor. She exchanged the remaining galleons after purchasing second-hand books and robes, even including a portion of her still-warm scholarship, all for pounds at Gringotts. The goblins regarded her as though she were a mad woman, watching her trade gleaming galleons for worthless muggle paper. Severus stuffed the thick stack of money into an envelope, omitting her name, merely drawing a red 5-pointed star upon it before sending it to Mrs. Cole at the Weasley orphanage. Use this to provide the children with extra meals. She instructed as she inserted the envelope into the beak of Tom the Owl at the bar, telling the elderly woman, if I ever find water in my milk again, I shall return to convert the orphanage into a public restroom. Having completed all this, Severus patted her now empty pockets, feeling as if the red scarf around her neck had brightened. 9. King's Cross Station. This marked the meeting of Tebo and Potter, as well as the encounter between Tom, Jerry, and the Savior. Severus pushed a cart laden with second-hand goods, while Davarish coiled around her neck as a makeshift scarf, thus evading the non-existent pet ticket. Pet shipping is exorbitantly expensive, after all. Between platforms 9 and 10, that famous brick wall stood resilient as ever. Just as Severus prepared to dash forward, she spotted a cluster of red-haired individuals. The Weasley family was bustling about, and among them was a bewildered dark-haired boy, Harry Potter. Pushing a cart, Severus did not allow the story to unfold in the original manner, where Harry would ask Molly Weasley for guidance. Instead, she directly approached the cart, deliberately pausing beside Harry as she turned her head, flashing a radiant smile reminiscent of Voldemort. Hey, comrade, she pointed at the wall. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Close your eyes, envision the new world you wish to build, and then charge through. It's as simple as shattering the barriers of capitalism. Harry froze. What did you say? Lacking cultural awareness, Severus shook her head in disappointment, realizing that the Savior's consciousness still required considerable elevation. Without waiting for Harry to comprehend, she adjusted the angle of her cart and shouted at the wall, Yura. Then, cart and all, she charged forward. There was no sensation of hitting a wall, only a refreshing coolness. In the blink of an eye, a deep crimson train, steaming red, appeared before her. This red. Severus lovingly caressed the train's exterior. I am quite satisfied. At last, the school's aesthetic has aligned. 10. Hello, I am Jerry Riddle. I find your scar quite familiar. This opening line bore a striking resemblance to Voldemort's attempts at recognition. The Weasley orphanage is indeed a fertile ground for talent. Born in Xiwo, officially named Jerry Riddle, but colloquially known as Severus Tebo, right? Potter. Just as Harry managed to shove his heavy trunk beneath the seat, the compartment door swung open with a loud clatter. The peculiar girl who had shouted Yura and charged in from the platform entered. Severus unceremoniously tossed her battered trunk onto the rack, producing a concerning sound of cracking, referring to the trunk, and then plopped down opposite Harry. Her dark eyes fixated on him, as if observing a rare magical creature. Hello, I am Jerry Riddle. Severus extended a hand, her tone formal, as though engaging in a summit between heads of state. Harry, somewhat bewildered, shook her hand and said, hello, I'm Harry Potter. I know, she replied, releasing his hand and leaning forward, her gaze firmly fixed on the renowned scar upon Harry's forehead, known to every wizard in Britain. But I am not interested in your fame. I am intrigued by this. She pointed an accusatory finger at the lightning-shaped scar. It feels rather familiar. Harry instinctively recoiled, covering his forehead. Familiar? Indeed, she replied, revealing a smile that held a significant meaning, reminiscent of young Voldemort. This expression could induce cardiac arrest in those in the know. You see, Doesn't it resemble a fissure? Or perhaps an unfinished symbol? It signifies that you, too, are a person of stories, comrade. We, who emerge from the Muggle world, must bear some scars to possess gravitas. Harry was momentarily taken aback, then felt an odd resonance. Were you from an orphanage? He asked softly. Wool's Orphanage, the future Hogwarts branch in London, she stated unabashedly. It is a veritable breeding ground for talent. The last wizard who emerged from there nearly ruled the world, albeit as a cautionary tale. Before Harry could fully process this astonishing revelation, the compartment doors swung open once more. A freckled boy with red hair peered in. Is anyone in here? Everywhere else is full. Come in, red-haired comrade, she urged, patting the seat beside her. We are currently engaged in a seminar on anti-oppression and tragic backstories. You are welcome to join. Ron Weasley entered, looking bewildered at the two odd characters, and cautiously took a seat. I'm Ron Weasley. Xiwo Tebo, codenamed Jerry. She gestured toward herself, then indicated Harry. And this is Harry Potter. Ron's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth forming an O. Really? You have that? He pointed at Harry's forehead, with a resigned sigh. Harry pushed aside his fringe, revealing the scar. That's so cool, Ron exclaimed. Shallow, Xiwo shook her head, pulling a dry, hard black bread, a specialty of the orphanage, from her pocket and taking a hearty bite. This is not merely a scar, it is a mark of class. A badge of struggle. From now on, this shall be the totem of our trio. Ron glanced at the black bread in Xiwo's hand, then at his own squashed corned beef sandwich, suddenly feeling that his lunch was not as dismal as he had thought. Would you like something else? Ron kindly offered. I have a corned beef sandwich. No, thank you. Xiwo swallowed her mouthful of rock-hard bread, her gaze resolute. Only those who have experienced hunger can truly appreciate the value of food. This is a form of cultivation. In truth, it was because the two of them could not afford the snacks on the train. Just then, a ruckus erupted in the aisle as the witch pushing the snack trolley approached. Dear, would you like to buy something from the cart? Harry waved his hand grandly, purchasing a plethora of mouth-watering snacks. Ron's eyes widened, and his corned beef sandwich suddenly appeared rather pitiful. Care for some, Jerry? Harry generously offered a pumpkin pasty to Xiwo, also extending an invitation to Ron. I can't finish all this. Ron immediately cheered and lunged toward the pile of snacks. However, Xiwo recoiled as if faced with a ticking time bomb, leaning back in her seat, her dark eyes flashing with a near-tragic resolve. Take it away. Quickly, remove it. Xiwo adamantly refused, then bit into her piece of rock-like black bread, producing a crunch that could make one's teeth ache. The sugary artillery of capitalism cannot corrode me. I, Xiwo Tebo, am principled. She chewed laboriously. The bread was indeed hard, making her teeth protest. This is a reminder of suffering. Do you understand? Xiwo mumbled, struggling to articulate. To bolster her point, she took a sip of cool water. Only by maintaining this austere lifestyle can one remain ever vigilant. This black bread is not merely sustenance. It is a calcium supplement for the spirit. Suddenly, a loud, somewhat excessive growl from her stomach echoed through the compartment, interrupting her grandiloquent speech. Ron, mid-bite of his licorice wand, froze, and Harry, peeling a chocolate frog, paused as well. They both stared at Xiwo's abdomen. The air fell silent for 30 seconds. That was Davarisi calling, Xiwo stated, unflinching, pointing to the snake around her neck. It's hungry. That's what it sounds like when it's hungry, truly. Davarisi rolled its eyes, burying its head deeper into its coils. Ahem. Xiwo nonchalantly lifted her unfinished black bread, holding it aloft like a sacred flame. This is the clarion of revolution. It is the body protesting the hunger of the old world. But that is of little consequence. She extended a finger, gently yet firmly pushing back the pasty Harry had offered. Thank you for your kindness, Comrade Potter. But the sugary artillery of capitalism cannot corrode me, she asserted with conviction, though her gaze lingered on the pasty for a moment. I shall only consume my black bread. This is to constantly remind myself that the road ahead is long and arduous. With that, she bit into the brick-like black bread with a crunch that made Ron wince in sympathy. You have impressive teeth, Ron remarked sincerely. It's called honing, Xiwo mumbled, struggling to swallow. By the way, I haven't finished my introduction. You might find my name a bit peculiar. She sipped her self-provided cool water to regain her composure. My given name is Jerry Riddle. Don't ask who Riddle is. That is a matter of the past. As for my nickname, I am called Xiwo Tebo. She pointed to herself, then to Harry. You see, we are quite fated. You are Potter, and I am Tebo. When read backwards, they even sound somewhat alike. What does this signify? It signifies that we are destined to strive together in the same trench. Harry was taken aback by this logic. Can that even work? Of course. Xiwo clapped Harry on the shoulder, her hand dusted with pumpkin pasty crumbs. From now on, we shall be the Tebo Potter duo. I shall be the brain, you the muscle. And Ron the mascot. Ron, his mouth stuffed with Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, protested incoherently. Hey, Why am I the mascot? At that moment, the rat in Ron's pocket suddenly trembled violently, burying its head deeper into its paws, as if it had just heard a surname that would haunt its nightmares. Look, even your rat is trembling in anticipation of our friendship. Cyver pointed at Scabbers with a grin. It's an excited tremor. Chapter 5. The Little Dark Lord's Shock. Do you know how to use a spell to turn a toad into a grenade? Vision Liberation. Nonsense Flow Incantation. It was yet another of Ron's favorite Tom impersonations. Using his wand to bring a touch of the Little Dark Lord's shock to the carriage. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville inquired, having lost one. A girl with thick brown hair stood at the door. Though her tone was inquisitive, it sounded more like a command. Her gaze swiftly scanned the table littered with snack wrappers, finally landing on Ron, who was brandishing his wand. Oh, are you casting a spell? Let us witness this. She directly sat down, arms crossed, adopting an exam-invigilator's demeanor. Ron's face turned crimson as he stammered through a couplet about turning a mouse yellow. Unsurprisingly, Scabbers only nestled deeper into slumber. What spell is that? The girl unceremoniously remarked that, regardless of the circumstances, it seemed rather unimpressive. I have attempted a few simple spells at home. Simple spells? A languid and indifferent voice interrupted her rapid-fire comments. Xiwo leisurely swallowed the last morsel of black bread, brushing off the crumbs from her hands. She did not gaze at the girl but instead drew forth a wand of pale hue, as stark as bone, twirling it deftly between her fingers. There are no simple spells in this world, only inept wizards. She slowly lifted her eyelids, and the condescending, lofty gaze characteristic of Tom Riddle settled upon the girl. You are of Muggle heritage, are you not? Xiwo inquired softly, her tone imbued with an oddly certain confidence. I am Hermione Granger. The girl paused for a moment, then straightened her posture. Hush. Xiwo raised a finger to her lips, interrupting her. Then, she turned to Harry. Harry's glasses were coated with dust from his sprint on the platform and smudged with fingerprints from the pie he had just eaten, rendering them quite dirty. Watch closely. Comrade Potter. Xiwo lifted her wand, her movements elegant as if conducting a symphony. She did not utter the standard incantation. Instead, she lightly tapped Harry's nose, her expression suddenly becoming focused and sharp. Vision liberated. She pronounced this self-composed line in a deep, hoarse voice, as though casting some dreadful dark magic. A flash of silver light flickered. Harry felt a sudden brightness before his eyes. In that instant, his well-worn round glasses appeared as if they had been remade. The lenses transformed into a crystal-clear state, and the tape-repaired crack miraculously vanished. Wow! Harry exclaimed as he removed his glasses in astonishment. A thorough cleaning, coupled with a touch of restoration. Xiwo nonchalantly withdrew her wand, leaning back against her chair in a manner reminiscent of Tom's posture in the Slytherin common room. Power lies in control, Miss Granger, not in rote learning. Hermione stared wide-eyed at Harry's newly pristine glasses, then glanced at Xiwo's seemingly perilous wand. You studied ahead? Hermione's voice carried a hint of admiration, though still laced with a competitive edge. After all, this was a second-year spell. Talent. Xiwo pointed to her own head, revealing a knowing smile. Some individuals are simply born for magic. Some are destined to accomplish great things. Little Ronnie, you possess a rebellious spirit. How can a scholar's work be termed as ghostwriting? Review, that is what it is called. Outside, the fields had transformed into a purple wasteland, and the sky had darkened. As Hermione prepared to leave the compartment to change into her robes, Xiwo suddenly called out to her. Miss Granger, wait a moment. Xiwo maintained her languid posture of authority, her wand delicately spinning between her fingers. I have discerned that you hold yourself to high standards. I greatly admire this pursuit of excellence. Hermione halted, a hint of bashfulness at being recognized gracing her face. Well, I have memorized all the textbooks. Excellent. Xiwo snapped her fingers, and thus, to ensure your talents are not buried beneath the mundane tasks of everyday life, I have decided to grant you a special privilege. From now on, the assignments for my charms and transfiguration classes will be entrusted to you for review. She specifically used the term review rather than ghostwriting. This is for our mutual advancement. Xiwo proclaimed earnestly. I explore truths through practice, while you consolidate knowledge through theory. We complement each other. This is what we call resource optimization. What do you think? Hermione opened her mouth, seemingly intent on countering what sounded like an excuse for having someone else do her homework. But gazing into Xiwo's trusting eyes and recalling that exquisite silent spell, she inexplicably nodded. All right, but I won't let you plagiarize. I will only help you point out mistakes. That is sufficient. Xiwo nodded with satisfaction, watching Hermione depart. Once the door closed, Xiwo turned her attention to Ron, who was blankly munching on a licorice wand. Little Ronnie. Xiwo suddenly adopted a serious tone, using a nickname while casually grabbing a handful of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from Harry's snack stash and placing them in Ron's hand. What did you call me? Ron nearly choked. Little Ronnie. This is my exclusive term of endearment for good friends. Xiwo leaned in slightly, her dark eyes glimmering with sincerity, or was it deception? Granger may be clever, but she is far too dogmatic. Only you, I have discerned, possess a rebellious spirit. Ron looked taken aback. Really? But my brothers are all more accomplished than I. That is an outdated evaluative system. Xiwo interjected decisively with a wave of her hand. Titles such as prefect or student council president are mere hollow accolades. Look at you, daring to use a transformation spell to turn a rat into a work of art. Unafraid to bring a rodent that has lived for over a decade to school. That is courage. That is breaking the mold. She patted Ron's shoulder earnestly, saying, I have high hopes for you, Comrade Ron. Henceforth, at Hogwarts, we shall be best mates. If ever there is something you cannot handle, just let me know. Jerry Riddle is here to address all grievances. Ron felt a warmth in his eyes, touched. Throughout his life, he had always lived in the shadows of his brothers. And never had anyone affirmed his unique value, even if it was due to a rodent that had lived too long. Thank you, Jerry, Ron stammered, tightly clutching the box of every flavor beans. I also think that rad is indeed a bit odd. That is the spirit. Xiwo beamed with a teachable smile. Maintain a spirit of skepticism. Now, hurry and change your clothes. I've heard that we must take a boat to the school. I hope that giant doesn't tea-capsize it. Chapter 6. Severus, Voldemort is proud of you. Who has seen Neville's toad? That was a rather loud individual. Let my voice echo across the Black Lake. On the platform, the biting wind swirled as the first-year students huddled around Hagrid's enormous lantern, shivering uncontrollably. Just as everyone was scrambling to board the small boats, the round-faced boy, Neville Longbottom, was sobbing, calling out, Trevor, who has seen Trevor, my toad? His voice was drowned out by the clamor of the crowd and Hagrid's booming voice, rendering him all the more helpless. Xiwo was just about to step into a small boat when she heard his cries and let out a resigned sigh. She withdrew her foot, turned around, and surveyed the chaotic throng. Really, there is no sense of order whatsoever. She extracted her wand and pressed it against her throat. Davari seemed to sense something and eagerly poked his head out. Xiwo cleared her throat, her gaze sharpening instantly. Voice amplified. This declaration lacked the gentleness typical of a public announcement. Instead, it bore a formidable resonance, almost as if it could penetrate eardrums, accompanied by a slight echo that instantly overshadowed Hagrid's shouts and the sounds of the wind. Silence. The entire platform fell abruptly quiet. Even the owls ceased their hooting. All eyes turned in terror toward the black-haired girl standing atop a crate. Excellent. Xiwo nodded with satisfaction, her wand still against her throat, her voice resonating over the surface of the Black Lake, akin to a pronouncement of judgment. Now, there is a comrade named Neville who has lost his toad. The toad's name is Trevor. Her gaze swept across each frightened little face. Who has seen it? Silence lingered for 3 seconds. Suddenly, from a nearby boat came a faint voice. Here, it's by my feet. Bring it here, Xiwo commanded. The new student, visibly frightened, hurriedly presented the toad to Neville, as if offering a tribute. Neville, profoundly touched, embraced Trevor in a state of bewilderment and murmured, Thank you. Please, do not cry. Seamus released the spell, leaped down from the crate, and gently patted Neville on the shoulder, albeit on tiptoe. His tone unexpectedly softened, though still somewhat eerie. Tears will not resolve the issue, Longbottom. Next time you lose something, shout for help. Or perhaps stew your overly adventurous frog. Neville shivered and clutched Trevor tighter. All right, let's board the ship. Seamus waved his hand, as if he were the commander here. Form groups of 4, and do it quickly. Anyone who dares to fall into the lake to feed the squid, I will not be responsible for rescuing you. Astonishingly, the previously chaotic newcomers promptly organized themselves, each one climbing onto the boat as obediently as quails. Harry and Ron gaped at the scene. Mate, Ron gulped, I think she's more authoritative than a prefect, or perhaps, like a prison warden. Indeed, Harry nodded in agreement, but it seems quite effective, does it not? To be honest, little Ron's suggestion is not bad. Perhaps she should become a warden at Azkaban, mused Dumbledore, fidgeting restlessly. Being a warden is a fine profession, with food and lodging provided. Not to mention having Dementors as subordinates. Hooray, Gryffindor has a Dark Lord now. Professor McGonagall held the parchment with a grave expression. As she pronounced the name, her voice seemed to falter. Slytherin. Seamus strode forward, and the slightly oversized robe she had procured from a second-hand shop swayed with her movements, exuding an aura akin to a Dementor surveying its domain. She approached the 3-legged stool and turned to face the entire school. From the staff table, Dumbledore's glasses reflected the light, while Professor Snape's face was as dark as a storm cloud, and Professor Quirrell trembled. Seamus donned a standard Voldemort-esque fake smile before plopping down onto the stool and placing the filthy pointed hat atop her head. Darkness descended. A faint voice whispered in her ear, Interesting. Very interesting. Your mental block is commendable, albeit riddled with flaws. Yet, it is quite imaginative. Enough chit-chat, hat. Seamus coolly retorted in her mind, adopting a tone of superiority. Get on with it. Huh. The Sorting Hat cackled. What do I see in your mind? Ambition, tremendous ambition. Do you wish to change the world? Establish a new order? And you aspire to be a warden at Azkaban. How audacious. Is that such a bad career choice? It's a legitimate civil service position. That suggestion came from that red-haired little Ron. I find it quite splendid. Dementors are obedient and require no salary. What an ideal labor force. The Sorting Hat fell silent for a couple of seconds. Throughout its existence, it had encountered those who aspired to be ministers, aurors, and even dark lords, but had never met anyone wishing to become a jailer. This is very Slytherin-like. The Hat hesitated. You possess the potential to pursue your goals by any means necessary. In Slytherin, you would thrive. No, Seamus interrupted decisively. I shall not go to Slytherin. I intend to engage in open strategies within Gryffindor. I want the Red House. That is the color of revolution. However, no buts. Seamus began to threaten in her mind. Sort me into Gryffindor, or else I shall dismantle you. Coincidentally, my serpent is in need of a lair. I find your fabric quite warm, and I could even knit a scarf. The basilisk stirred slightly at her collar, emitting a cold, approving hiss. The Sorting Hat, thoroughly unwilling to continue conversing with this madwoman, sensed that if it did not call out soon, it would indeed be reduced to a ball of yarn. Since you were so insistent, the Sorting Hat cleared its throat and, summoning all its strength, proclaimed loudly, Gryffindor. Seamus swiftly removed the hat and tossed it back onto the stool. The Gryffindor table erupted in enthusiastic applause, though everyone was somewhat bewildered by how this child, who had just exuded the aura of a dark wizard, ended up here. Sporting a visage strikingly reminiscent of a youthful Voldemort, and wearing an expression that suggested she intended to take over the house. Seamus strode confidently towards the Gryffindor table and plopped down beside Ron. Well done, Jerry. Ron cheered, clapping excitedly, albeit still a bit fearful. You actually made it. Of course. Seamus adjusted her collar. Step 1 in warden training. Engaging with the populace. Utterly absurd, and filled with provocation. Snape appeared to envision the Dark Lord raising a goblet in a toast to his health. Come on, old Gatsby smile, let's go. Well done, Severus. The golden plates were piled high with boiled potatoes, and as Seamus stuffed her mouth with the delicious tubers, having been famished throughout the summer, she keenly sensed a piercing gaze fixated upon her. The gaze was frigid and scrutinizing. Following her instincts, she lifted her head. At the staff table, the black-robed, hook-nosed Professor Severus Snape was staring at her from across half the hall with his hollow black eyes. Beside him, Professor Quirrell, wrapped in a purple turban, resembled a startled rabbit. As Snape's gaze swept across her face, his brow furrowed more tightly, and his mouth twitched slightly. Seamus elegantly swallowed her boiled potato, wiping her mouth delicately with a napkin. Professor, she silently mused, since you seem so engrossed, allow me to indulge you. She slowly raised her golden goblet, filled with amber pumpkin juice. Under Snape's watchful gaze, Seamus subtly tilted her body, adjusting to a perfect angle. The background noise seemed to transform into jazz, and the surrounding clamor faded into a mere backdrop. Holding the goblet aloft, she did not drink directly, but gently extended it in Snape's direction. Her expression instantly morphed into one of deep emotion and focus, her brow slightly arched, creating pronounced lines of determination, and her lips curled into a captivating smile that conveyed, I see through all your secrets, yet I forgive you, reminiscent of the legendary Gatsby toast, coupled with her resemblance to a youthful Voldemort. The tableau was nothing short of the Dark Lord raising a goblet, affectionately addressing his double agent. Well done, Severus. Snape, even from such a distance. Seamus could discern Snape's grip on his fork tightening, his knuckles whitening. His complexion shifted from pale to a deep shade of gray, then to an indescribable hue reminiscent of liver. Professor Quirrell, who had just turned to witness this scene, was so startled that he fumbled and spilled wine on his own scarf. What are you doing? Ron mumbled with a mouthful of chicken leg. Who have you set your sights on? I am conducting diplomatic outreach, Seamus replied calmly, retracting the goblet and taking a sip of pumpkin juice. That professor in black. He appears quite lonely. I just offered him a bit of warmth from our organization with my gaze. That is Professor Snape. Percy interjected, panic-stricken. He is the head of Slytherin. You had better not provoke him. He despises Gryffindor. Despises? Seamus waved her finger dismissively. You simply do not understand. Hatred endures longer than love, my friend. Do you not see the intensity in his gaze? It is profoundly memorable. Chapter 7, Love Thyself. Ron remarked that this school was just like home. Could you possibly read some serious books? Jerry Riddle decided to conclude this splendid day in an exceedingly ominous manner. The tune evokes thoughts of drafting a will. The new arrival, Peeves, is quite intriguing, while Percy Weasley, the current freshman, proves to be rather challenging to manage. The feast ultimately concluded with the resounding chorus of Dumbledore's impressive school song. The Weasley twins sang to the tune of the funeral march, which greatly inspired Xiwo. One could say it was an artistic style tailor-made for her. Keep up. Follow me, first-year students. Percy Weasley strutted ahead, puffing out his chest like a proud rooster. The procession wound through the cacophonous crowd, ascending the marble staircase leading to the tower. Xiwo walked behind Harry and Ron, her hands clasped behind her back. Stepping with a calmness akin to that of a leader on an inspection, she continued to hum the melody from earlier, persistently extending the twin style into something even more melancholic and eerie. Hogwarts, 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 she hummed in a low voice, each note drifting like a specter from a graveyard, imbued with tremors and an uncanny echo. Impart your wisdom to us, whether we be balding elders or children with scraped knees. Coupled with the dimly lit corridors, the whispering portraits adorning the walls, and the occasional ghost gliding by. Her song was utterly captivating. The once exuberant first years, chattering excitedly about the feast, gradually hushed, their faces paling as they instinctively tightened their robes. Xiwo. Ron couldn't help but turn around, feeling the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Could you perhaps change the tune? It sounds like we're heading to the gallows rather than the dormitory. That is called the tension of art, little Ronnie. Xiwo continued to hum impassively, dragging out the word death with a long, quavering note. Do you not think it perfectly embodies the essence of Hogwarts? Ancient, mysterious, fraught with danger, and laden with homework. I believe you're trying to send everyone away, Harry muttered, though he himself found the tune inexplicably compelling. Just then, this funeral procession encountered Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist, who was poised to drop a basket of waste paper onto the heads of the freshmen. Upon hearing the eerie melody, he paused mid-action, hanging upside down from a chandelier, scrutinizing Xiwo for a moment. Hey there, little ghost. That has quite the tune. Peeves grinned mischievously, even beginning to clap along to Xiwo's rhythm. Let us have another round. Another round. Not a chance. I'm busy heading to bed. Xiwo shot him a cold glance, her wand peeking from her sleeve. But I can offer you a suggestion. That Blood Baron fellow seems to enjoy this song quite a bit. Perhaps you could sing it to him. At the mere mention of the Blood Baron, Peeves deflated like a punctured balloon, zipping away in a flash. Percy finally brought the group to a halt before a magnificent oil painting at the end of the corridor. This is the fat lady. Percy cleared his throat. Attempting to dispel the earlier ominous atmosphere, to enter the common room, one must provide the password. This week's password is Dragon Dung. The portrait swung open like a door. What an aesthetic. Xiwo shook her head in dismay as she followed the throng through the circular entrance. Dragon Dung? Why not Dragon Bones or Dragon Soul? It lacks any grandeur. Next time, I shall suggest it be changed to For the Greater Good. Hermione, rolling her eyes behind her, remarked, That's Grindelwald's slogan. Could you possibly read something of substance? 17. I slay in my dreams. I am the king of scrolls. I must prepare in advance. Hermione, you truly are a good person. The dormitory finally fell silent, save for the howling wind outside the tower. The other girls had already donned their pajamas, whispering goodnights to one another. Xiwo, however, did not hasten into her bed. She stood before her cot, as if performing some sacred ritual. She opened her battered leather trunk, meticulously extracting second-hand textbooks, arranging them on her bedside table in order of potential physical harm, from greatest to least. The copy of History of Magic, missing its back cover, was placed atop the stack, resembling a brick. Orderliness is the guarantee of efficiency, she murmured to herself, neatly hanging her battle-worn robe, smoothing out every crease as though it were a general's regalia. Once this was accomplished, she climbed into bed. Hermione, illuminated by the faint candlelight, was reading, catching a glimpse of Xiwo withdrawing her wand, as pale as bone, from her waist. Why are you still holding your wand if you're going to sleep? Lavender Brown couldn't help but ask, her voice trembling slightly. Professor McGonagall said we shouldn't use magic in the dormitory. For self-defense, Xiwo replied coolly, her gaze unsettlingly calm. I slay in my dreams. What if I am conquering the world in my sleep? I cannot be without a weapon at hand. Lavender. Xiwo carefully tucked her wand beneath her pillow, ensuring it was within easy reach. Then, she let her dwarish snake coil around the bedpost. It's cold. Serpentine eyes fixed on the door, serving as the most diligent sentinel. Good night, everyone. Xiwo drew the deep crimson curtains, just as everyone sighed in relief. Thinking this peculiar individual was finally going to sleep, a low, oppressive laughter emanated from within the drapes. Ha ha ha. It was not the kind of laughter that conveyed joy, but rather a cold chuckle that seemed to emerge from the depths of her throat, laced with a sinister breath. The laughter then morphed, becoming sharp, frenzied, tinged with a disquieting delight. Ha ha ha. What is she doing? Parvati grasped Hermione's arm in terror. Shoo. Hermione closed her book, her complexion slightly pale. I think she is practicing vocal exercises. Perhaps some peculiar, stress relief technique? Within the curtains, Xiwo was adjusting her expression before a small mirror. No, that last one was too much like a hag. Clearly dissatisfied with her previous performance, she sought to embody a sense of cold detachment, with a hint of neurosis. Akin to Voldemort's resurgence. Let us try that again. Thus, on the first night of Hogwarts, the Gryffindor first years spent an unforgettable evening accompanied by the intermittent, villainous laughter echoing from the adjoining bed. 18. Love thyself. The pinnacle of performance art. This level of narcissism, from a certain perspective, is also a form of charm. The volume of the howler was truly striking, akin to an air raid siren. The great hall was abuzz with chatter, as hundreds of owls poured in like a gray blizzard through the high windows, dropping letters and parcels. Xiwo was elegantly spreading jam on her toast, her movements precise as if concocting a potion. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar barn owl doved down, dropping a bright red envelope into her bowl of porridge. Oh dear. Xiwo raised an eyebrow, using her spoon to fish out the envelope, shaking off the milk. That's a howler. Neville exclaimed in terror from across the table, as if it were some kind of explosive device. Run. If you don't open it immediately, it will explode. Surrounding young witches and wizards clapped their hands over their ears, while Ron, frightened, dropped his sausage. Xiwo, however, remained unfazed. She leisurely wiped her hands and even adjusted her tie, as if it were a long-awaited love letter rather than a howling missive. Do not panic, comrades. Xiwo smiled slightly, her grin appearing particularly eerie in the morning light. This is merely a necessary ritual to kickstart a vibrant day. She extended 2 fingers, grasping the corner of the envelope and gently tearing it. Boom. The envelope instantaneously transformed into a colossal, roaring mouth, not crafted from mere paper, but composed of vibrant red magic. It hovered above the Gryffindor long table, directed at Siwert and the entire great hall, emitting a thunderous roar. The voice was neither aged nor wrathful. It bore an uncanny resemblance to Siwert's own voice, amplified approximately 100-fold and imbued with a resonant echo effect. Good morning. Xiwo Tebo. The hall fell into a profound silence. Even Dumbledore's spoon stilled in midair. Remember to eat on time. Consume more meat. Refrain from that rock-like black bread. You are in your growth phase. The future awaits your conquest, or rather, your endeavor to construct a splendid magical realm. The booming voice of the letter was infused with fervent emotion, akin to a rallying cry before battle. And, do not forget this week's objectives. Do not blow up the school. Do not reduce Professor Snape to tears. Unite with your classmates. Strive to be an individual of refined taste. Siwert sat there, reveling in the moment, even closing his eyes and tapping his fingers as if the deafening roar was Beethoven's symphony. Lastly, always remember, you are the best. You resemble that someone. Love you dearly. The roaring letter emitted a final resounding kiss sound before combusting in a plume of red smoke, reducing itself to a pile of ashes that landed perfectly in Siwert's empty plate. At that moment, the entire great hall was silent enough to hear a pin drop. Even the Slytherin side ceased their taunts. Siwert opened his eyes, met with hundreds of incredulous gazes, and calmly applauded. That was splendid, he genuinely exclaimed. Turning to the petrified Ron beside him, you see, this is what self-management looks like. Listening to it every morning refreshes the mind and wards off despair. Ron mouth agape finally managed to utter, did you send that yourself? Of course, Siwert shrugged. Who else would love me this much? Moreover, that envelope was quite costly. 2 sickles, to be precise. Chapter 8. Respecting Teachers and the Way. Professor, if I cast the levitation charm on the soles of my shoes, could I achieve anti-gravity flight? Would this contravene Newton's first law? Doesn't the ministry overlook such transportation violations? Fly, Professor Flitwick. This is for the greater pedagogical vision. The charm's classroom was located on the 4th floor. Professor Flitwick stood behind a towering pile of thick magic tomes. All right, class, settle down, he announced, retrieving the attendance roll, thus commencing the roll call. Upon reaching Harry Potter's name, he predictably squealed with excitement, subsequently slipping from the stack of books and disappearing behind the podium, eliciting laughter from the entire class. As he clumsily climbed back up, adjusting his robes and preparing to announce the next name, Xiwo Tebo. Present, responded Siwert languidly from the back row by the window. Unlike other first years, she did not sit upright. Instead, she tilted her head, her yuan tapping lightly on the desk. Observing the diminutive professor precariously balanced atop a wobbling stack of books, Siwert was struck by a certain unstable aesthetic. Professor, she suddenly spoke, her voice soft yet clearly resonating throughout the classroom. I believe your podium lacks sufficient height. It does not correspond with the vastness of your knowledge. Professor Flitwick paused, peering at her through his glasses with a puzzled expression. Thank you for your concern, Miss Tebo, But Siwart's lips curled into her signature mischievous smile. Without raising her voice to cast the spell, she deftly flicked her wrist, her wand pointing at the stack of books beneath Professor Flitwick's feet. Silently, she recited in her mind, Wingardium Leviosa. The next moment, the precarious stack of books levitated steadily. Whoa! Exclaimed Professor Flitwick, grasping the edge of the podium. The pile of books gently lifted him into the air, resembling a magical flying carpet, gracefully swirling above the classroom before finally hovering 2 meters above the podium, offering an excellent vantage point, even allowing him to discern Ron in the back row secretly indulging in Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Wow! The entire class gasped in amazement. Miss Tebo, Professor Flitwick exclaimed excitedly, for this splendid demonstration, Gryffindor earns points. Siwart elegantly tucked her wand back into her waist, humbly concealing her prowess. How did you do that? Hermione whispered. The book says silent spells are taught in the 6th year. Feel it with your heart. Granger, Siwart gestured to her own heart. When you genuinely desire to elevate your teacher, or rather, assist your teacher, magic will respond. Come, Davarish, repeat after me. Wingardium Leviosa. Davarish, hiss, hiss, hiss roll. Academic excellence versus Dark Lord, pseudo, teaching reptiles. Why must I compete with a snake? I have full confidence in Davarish. As long as I subtly assist it with wandless magic, who will notice? Just as Professor Flitwick announced group practice, Hermione eagerly grasped a feather, ready to showcase the textbook method of spellcasting to Siwart. Wait, Granger, Siwart pressed down on Hermione's hand, a knowing smile gracing her lips. For us, levitating the feather is far too unchallenging. That is child's play. What do you want to do? Lift the ceiling. No, let's engage in a more challenging competition. A great teacher produces excellent students. Siwart pointed to Ron, then to the drowsy black snake coiled around her neck. Let us compete in teaching ability. You instruct Ron, and I shall teach Davarish. Let us see whose student can levitate the feather first. Ron nearly dropped his wand. Wait, why is my opponent a snake? This is humiliating. Do not underestimate yourself, little Ronnie. Siwart patted his shoulder. Davarish is the unofficial mascot of Slytherin House. Quite intelligent. If you defeat it, you effectively conquer all of Slytherin. Hermione's competitive spirit ignited instantly. She glanced at Ron, determination blazing in her eyes. All right, let the competition begin. Ron, sit up straight. Show your Gryffindor spirit. Thus, an exceedingly bizarre scene unfolded in the corner of the Charms classroom. Left side of the competition, Hermione, resembling a stern headmistress, glared at Ron. No, your wrist is too stiff. It's a flick, then a swish. Remember, flick, then swish. Flick, swish. Ron, sweating profusely, waved his wand as if swatting at mosquitoes. Wingardium Leviosa. Stop, stop. Hermione groaned, clutching her forehead in despair. You said it wrong. It's Wingardium, Levi, O-S-A. The D needs to be elongated, not cup. And it S Levi, O-S-A, not Levi, O-S-A. You'll make Newton rise from the dead. Right side of the competition. Siwart placed the feather on the desk, tucking her wand into Davarish's tail. Hissus, she whispered, a tone only a snake could comprehend, her expression serious as if imparting a nuclear secret. Do you see that white thing? That is a furry mouse. No. A feather. Davarish flicked its tongue, looking perplexed. Hiss? Can I eat it? Not to eat. Make it fly. Siwart grasped Davarish's tail, guiding it through the motions. Come. Follow my lead. A twist, a flick. No, don't wrap around my hand. Let go. The Davarish clearly exhibited no interest in brandishing the wooden stick. Rather, it yearned to traverse along the wand and take a bite of that feather. If you allow it to float, I shall reward you with 2 plump mice tonight. Xiwo increased the stakes. At that moment, Ron, on the left, finally reached his limit. If you're so capable, why don't you give it a try? Ron exclaimed angrily to Hermione. Hermione huffed, rolled up her sleeves, and elegantly waved her wand. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather instantly lifted off the table, soaring to a height of 4 feet above their heads. Oh, splendidly done. Professor Flitwick shouted from the side. Everyone look. Miss Granger has succeeded. Upon seeing the turn of events, Xiwo realized the situation was not in his favor. Hermione had taken matters into her own hands. He quickly signaled to the Davarish. It seemed he had to resort to his ultimate technique. Xiwo discreetly moved his fingers beneath the table, casting a silent, wandless spell, while vociferously bellowing. Davarish. Huzzah! The wand, coiled by the Davarish's tail, trembled violently. In the next instant, the feather before Xiwo shot upwards like it was equipped with a rocket booster, zipping skyward with such velocity that it created a sonic boom, embedding itself directly into the ceiling, swaying slightly thereafter. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Look! Xiwo triumphantly pointed at the ceiling. My student may have been a tad brutish, but her explosive power is astonishing. This is the call of the wild. Ron gaped in astonishment at the serpent, still struggling to rid itself of the wand. By Merlin's beard, I am even less than a snake. Hermione narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Xiwo's left hand hidden beneath the table. You cheated, didn't you? How could I? Xiwo feigned innocence. This is merely the Davarish's innate talent. Though it lacks hands, it possesses a heart that yearns to soar. Chapter 9. One must forge oneself strong. A true leader merely needs to wield their voice and browse. Comrade Neville, the organization has come to test you. Professor Sprout had just announced the commencement of repotting the white fresh, and everyone was busy donning gloves and gathering spades. Xiwo stood still, hands clasped behind her back, her oversized second-hand robe fluttering gently in the breeze. She did not reach for the muddy tools. Instead, she lifted her chin slightly, surveying the cluster of plants before her with an air of cold indifference and haughty superiority, reminiscent of Tom Riddle inspecting his Death Eater recruits. Miss Teb? Neville, now drenched in sweat after successfully repotting one, noticed Xiwo still hadn't moved and kindly inquired, do you need assistance? The spade is over there. Longbottom. Xiwo softly uttered his name, her voice low and resonant, imbued with a hint of chilling authority. Do you truly believe that someone destined for greatness like myself should squander time grappling with mud? Neville was momentarily taken aback, nearly dropping the spade in his hand. But this is an assignment. This is not merely an assignment. It is a division of labor. Xiwo approached Neville, looking down upon him. Even though she was not much taller, let it be reiterated, 145 centimeters, I discern your remarkable talent in herbology. Your treatment of these plants is akin to nurturing one's own children. Such a gift ought not to be squandered. She extended a pale hand, gesturing towards the empty pot before her. And I excel in orchestrating the overall vision and unearthing talent. Therefore, to avoid wasting your potential, and to elevate the caliber of our group project, Xiwo revealed a beguiling smile. I permit you to complete this task on my behalf. It is your honor, Comrade Longbottom. Neville was enraptured by her rhetoric, feeling as though he had suddenly been bestowed with a sacred mission rather than merely assisting his desk partner with menial labor. Really? Neville inquired, astonished. You think I have talent? Undoubtedly. Xiwo affirmed confidently. Now get to work. I shall guide you mentally. Thus, Neville, as if invigorated, began diligently assisting Xiwo with the repotting. Xiwo stood by, occasionally offering Riddle-esque critiques. Be gentle, that's a root, not a troll's nostril hair. Add more soil, splendid. Maintain that reverence. Perfect. You see, as long as one finds the right position, everyone can shine. On the other side, Hermione could no longer bear it. She forcefully plunged her spade into the soil. You are merely being lazy, Hermione pointedly remarked. You simply don't want to dirty your hands. Professor Sprout will find out. Shoo. Xiwo placed a finger to her lips, her gaze sharpening instantly. Miss Granger, some truths are better left unsaid, and besides, she elegantly showcased her immaculate hands. This is the art of ruling. Those who cannot lead a team shall toil unto death. Love yourself, learn some unique magic. One must forge oneself strong. Even imitation must possess core technology. In the realm of martial prowess, speed reigned supreme. The library during lunch was unusually desolate, with only the occasional rustle of pages turning. Xiwo evaded Madame Pants, stealthily slipping into the depths of the bookshelf. The railing of the restricted section lay ahead, exuding a cold aura that warned trespassers of dire consequences. TSK, one guards against the honorable, not the treacherous, Xiwo scoffed, though she was eager to explore. It was broad daylight, and she had not yet mastered the invisibility charm. Thus, she settled for a frenzied sweep through the ancient spells section. Soon, a veritable mountain of tomes accumulated on the table before her. Curses and counter-curses, a guide to medieval combat magic. And what to do if your opponent lacks a nose. The importance of facial features in duels. The last title was wholly fabricated. Xiwo opened an ancient, crumbling tome, adorned with grotesque illustrations of vile curses. This is too slow and cumbersome, she lamented while rapidly flipping through the pages. Incantations take 3 seconds, and gestures require circles. If I were to encounter Tom, I would have perished 8 times over. Suddenly, her gaze lingered on an unassuming annotation. Ancient wizards did not rely on wands. True power stems from the direct projection of will. The so-called spells merely serve to guide those of weak resolve. Xiwo's eyes sparkled. Direct projection of will. This is precisely what I seek. She traced her finger over the words. If I could convert my will into physical damage, would it not surpass even Avada Kedavra? Imagine, while Voldemort elegantly brandishes his wand to cast spells, I could simply manipulate a brick with my mind and smash it into his face at thrice the speed of sound. This is what it means to master martial prowess. Speed is invincible. Davarish, Xiwo poked the black serpent gnawing on the book's spine. Do you think we could develop a spell to crush the bourgeoisie? Specifically targeting those pure-blooded elitists. Hiss, I want to eat meat. The Davarish offered a rather constructive suggestion. Very well, we shall call it the physical exorcism spell. Xiwo immediately procured parchment and a quill, beginning to scribble. She combined several seemingly formidable runes with physical formulas, such as F-Ma, attempting to create a novel, scientific, and socially conscious form of dark magic. Just as she became engrossed in her inventive process, a stern voice rang out behind her. Pets are not allowed here. Faced with Madame Pance's fierce glare and her flailing feather duster, Xiwo did not retreat an inch. Conversely, she even took a step forward, cradling the tome guide to medieval combat and sorcery in her hands, her gaze sincere as if confronting her own godmother. Madame Pance, Hiver's voice softened and brimmed with reverence. I implore you to temper your anger. I confess, I am risking a breach of rules by perusing this book, not in pursuit of perilous dark magic. Madame Pance's feather duster paused mid-air, her eyes narrowing in skepticism. Then for what purpose? Are you intending to color in the skull depicted upon it? No, Madame, Hiver replied, standing tall with righteous conviction. I am endeavoring to compose a paper entitled On the Advancements and Defensive Mechanisms of the Hogwarts Library Management System. I wish to explore how you adeptly discern and regulate such hazardous tomes within this vast repository of knowledge. It is a magnificent art of management. She gestured towards the book in her grasp. This tome serves as a counterexample. I require it to illuminate the arduousness and significance of your work. I even intend to dedicate my paper with the inscription, To the Guardian of Knowledge, Madame Pance. This cascade of flattery seemed to fracture the stern facade of Madame Pance, who paused for several seconds, seemingly attempting to digest the notion of a first-year student discussing management systems and guardianship. A first-year writing a paper? On library management? Madame Pance's tone softened slightly, though skepticism still lingered. Your approach is rather unique, Miss Tibor. However, suddenly, she snatched the book from Hiver's hands and, with a decisive clap, closed it. Rules are rules. Students below third year are prohibited from borrowing this, regardless of your intentions to compose an ode. Unless you possess a professor's signature, you shall not carry this book beyond this threshold. Furthermore, she pointed her feather duster at Hiver's bulging collar, where a Dobby-like creature was nestled. Should I see you bringing that elongated creature in here again, I shall transform it into a bookmark. Understood. I shall take my leave. Hiver conceded, recognizing this as the best outcome, having avoided demerits and detention. She performed a somewhat awkward yet earnest gentleman's bow to Madame Pance before swiftly gliding out of the library like a gust of wind. Chapter 10. Is Professor McGonagall the savior? A truly Hollywood-style rescue. On the flat lawn outside the castle, Hiver stood beside a broomstick that appeared slightly less worn than the others. She glanced at Malfoy across the way, who bore an expression of disdain as he regarded the broom on the ground, evidently believing such public facilities were beneath his noble status. The air was filled with the youthful cries of her peers. Up. Humph. Even brooms deserve dignity, Hiver muttered softly. Unlike her classmates, who shouted mechanically. She crouched beside the battered old shooting star, her posture reminiscent of a wartime leader rallying comrades rather than a participant in a physical education class. Malfoy scoffed. Look. Jerry is bowing to the broom. Hiver did not lift her gaze, her palm gently resting on the broom's rough handle, her voice resonant and compelling. Old friend, I know you are weary. How many years have you lain here? How many clumsy first years have trampled upon you? How many spoiled brats like Malfoy have looked down upon you? The broom seemed to quiver slightly. But do you resign to this fate? Hiver's eyes ignited with fervor. You are a flying broom. Your destiny lies in the azure skies, with the wind of freedom, not rotting in this mire. Will you remain a mere piece of lumber for eternity, or shall you soar to witness a new world? With a sudden flourish, she sprang to her feet, extending her right hand, palm facing down, and issued a resounding cry. Rise. Break the chains. A miracle transpired. The once dormant broom appeared to be infused with a vibrant spirit, springing forth from the grass with a fierce resolve, slamming into Hiver's palm with such force that it left her hand tingling. Well done. Hiver grasped the broom tightly, a radiant smile illuminating her face. What spirit? However, not all fared as well. Neville soared skyward with a whoosh, his face pale with terror as he clutched the broomstick with white-knuckled intensity, utterly losing control. Come back, child, Madame Hooch shouted, but Neville was oblivious to her call. The broom, like a startled stallion, bolted into the sky, flipping him sideways. With a scream, Neville plummeted from the broom, his body hurtling downward like a sack from 20 feet above. Time seemed to stretch. His terrified shriek sliced through the air, his round face contorted with fear as he descended rapidly under the force of gravity. There was no other option. Hiver gripped the still trembling old shooting star and mounted it. Comrades, charge with me. In that moment, no standard flying posture was required, nor any complex commands. The broom, recently infused with revolutionary spirit, seemed to respond to its master's will, emitting a roar akin to an engine as it surged upward. Whoosh! The wind sliced across Hiver's face like a blade, her hair whipping wildly behind her. She fixated on the falling figure, her mind unnaturally calm. Closer, just a bit closer. At 5 feet from the ground, Hiver piloted the broom like a cannonball, hurtling toward Neville. Grab me, Longbottom. As Neville flailed his arms, he brushed against Hiver's robe. With a sharp tug, she seized the back of Neville's collar. The tremendous inertia nearly tore Hiver from her broom. The broom shuddered violently, emitting a distressing creak. Steady, old friend. Don't fail me now. Hiver gritted her teeth, her legs clamped tightly to the broom, the yuan digging painfully into her waist. At that moment, the broom displayed astonishing resilience, halting its descent and carrying the two of them teetering just 2 feet above the ground for a brief moment. Thud! Both tumbled onto the grass. Though slightly disheveled, Neville merely landed on his backside. A profound silence enveloped the scene. That was incredible, Ron shouted. Hiver rose from the ground, brushing off the dirt, her body protesting against the impact. She pulled a dazed Neville to his feet. Are you all right, Comrade Longbottom? Perhaps consider shedding a few pounds. You are rather heavy. Before Neville could respond, Tibor, Professor McGonagall appeared at the castle entrance, her voice quivering with urgency. Do you realize what you just did? You could have broken your neck. Not only your own, but Mr. Longbottom's as well. The corridor fell silent, save for the whispers of portraits in the distance. Unlike the typical first year, Hiver did not tremble. Standing there, her hands at her sides, she raised her chin slightly, her dark eyes locking onto Professor McGonagall's. A slow smile crept across her face, revealing that unsettling grin she had practiced countless times in front of the mirror, reminiscent of Tom Riddle's disquieting smile. I know, Professor. The voice of Xiwo was soft yet resolute, as if proclaiming a profound truth, that height indeed bore peril. Yet, I could perceive the fear in Comrade Longbottom's eyes. In that fleeting moment, calculating risks was the act of a coward. She took a small step forward, her yuan gently swaying at her waist. Are you concerned about the rules, Professor? Xiwo retorted, her tone imbued with an unsettling maturity beyond her years, mostly a touch of youthful defiance. Rules exist to protect the vulnerable, but sometimes, breaking them is necessary to save lives. Professor McGonagall parted her lips, seemingly inclined to speak, but was interrupted by Xiwo. Taking a deep breath, Xiwo's gaze became profound and fervent, as if she were not in the corridor of a primary school, but addressing a congregation atop the towers of Nurmengard. After all, Professor, she lowered her voice, each word striking McGonagall's heart. It is all for a greater good. The air suddenly thickened with tension. Professor McGonagall froze in place. She was, of course, familiar with this phrase. It was Gellert Grindelwald's motto. To hear it uttered from the lips of a first-year student bearing a striking resemblance to Voldemort was almost too much for her to bear. Her heart skipped a beat, and the visage of an aged Dumbledore flashed through her mind. Where did you hear that? McGonagall's voice was dry. In a book, Xiwo replied innocently, resuming her normal expression. I thought it was quite cool. It implies that for the collective good, such as not losing a fellow student from Gryffindor, individual risks are worthwhile. Did I misunderstand? Professor McGonagall scrutinized her for a full 10 seconds, attempting to decipher even a hint of malice from that youthful face. Yet, all she observed was a disconcerting candor. Ultimately, McGonagall sighed, feeling as though she had aged a decade in that minute. Miss Tebo, her tone was fraught with complexity. You ought to read fewer of those books. While your thoughts are quite perilous, your flying talent is undeniably impressive. She pushed open the door to a classroom where lessons were in progress. Professor Chilo, may I have a moment? Could we speak privately? Professor McGonagall herself was a kind of savior. Otherwise, why would she always seem to have a headache in my presence? Love from Jerry. Wood regarded Xiwo with the awestruck gaze reserved for rare treasures. Looking for a seeker? He circled Xiwo twice, as if inspecting a new broom. She just made a dive from 20 feet up. Wood, McGonagall interjected tersely. That old shooting star in her hands was like a living being. Wood's eyes lit up instantly, akin to a searchlight. Really? That's fantastic. We will surely win the Quidditch Cup this year. He excitedly extended his large hand, eager to grasp Xiwo's. Tipo, welcome to the Gryffindor team. If you're willing, we can commence special training tonight. Wait, Xiwo stepped back, evading Wood's eager, calloused hand. Her expression was cold and aloof, as if he were offering not an invitation, but an expired flyer. I apologize, Captain Wood, but I believe you have misunderstood. Xiwo leisurely adjusted her cuff. I have no interest in such activities of chasing balls while riding brooms. Wood's smile froze on his face. Not interested? That's Quidditch, the greatest sport in the wizarding world. That is mental opium, Xiwo interrupted mercilessly, her tone laced with critique. Have you considered this? Dozens of people encircle a few balls, thousands cheer, and even brawl over them. How much time and energy could have been devoted to building the magical world and researching the truths of magic? She sighed, gazing at Wood with an air of worldly wisdom. Such a highly competitive and entertainment-driven pursuit is but a means for capitalism to corrode the wizarding spirit. I, Jerry Riddle, am determined to dismantle the old order and establish a new world. My time is far too precious to waste chasing that winged golden walnut. Wood's jaw dropped, feeling as though his worldview had been shattered. He had heard individuals express a fear of heights or a lack of time, but never had he encountered someone declaring Quidditch to be mental opium. Professor McGonagall felt her headache intensify. Moreover, Xiwo added, revealing a genuine reason. That training schedule is utterly inhumane. 5 o'clock in the morning? That is the time for slumber. Only exploiters would force others to rise at such an hour. But, Wood stammered, attempting to recover, it's for honor. Gryffindor's honor. Honor lies in knowledge, in strength, in thought. Xiwo pointed to her head, not in that silver cup. Farewell, Captain Wood. Enjoy your game. With that, she nodded at Professor McGonagall and gracefully turned to leave, presenting Wood with a resolute silhouette. Professor Wood turned to McGonagall. Is she serious? I'm afraid so. Wood, McGonagall sighed. It appears we need to seek other talents. Perhaps Mr. Potter? Chapter 11 Harry, you are truly easily tempted. 7. Exclusive strategic simulation training for pureblood elites. The Hogwarts chess room was about to open, suppressing the rabble. As Xiwo descended the marble staircase, Draco Malfoy, flanked by his 2 hulking bodyguards, Crabbe and Goyle, swaggered into her path. Well, if it isn't the flying Jerry, Malfoy drawled. I hear you turned down Wood? What's the matter? Afraid your family can't afford a broom and would be embarrassed? Crabbe and Goyle offered a synchronized, dull chuckle. Xiwo halted, unperturbed. With a gaze akin to one observing an oblivious child, she sighed gently. Draco, oh Draco, Xiwo shook her head, her tone rich with regret. Your vision is still too narrow. Quidditch? That is merely a pastime for those with excess energy. Individuals born at the pinnacle of the pyramid should engage in pursuits of greater depth. Malfoy's smile faltered momentarily, clearly taken by the term pinnacle of the pyramid. Greater depth? He queried skeptically. Like what? Gobstones. That is child's play, Xiwo scoffed. From her robe pocket, she produced a deck of playing cards, deftly shuffling them, the crisp sound resonating. This is called strategic gaming, a requisite course for ancient Eastern families. Xiwo spoke with earnest fervor. In our circles, it bears a resounding name. Suppressing the rabble, which is, in fact, similar to do de jeu. Malfoy's ears perked up. Suppressing the rabble? Indeed, Xiwo drew out a joker, displaying it to Malfoy. This card represents the Lord, akin to elites like yourself. The other 2, she gestured at Crabbe and Goyle, represent the commoners attempting to rebel against order. The rules are simple. The Lord must single-handedly utilize their resources, the cards, to quell the combined uprising of 2 commoners. What is this test? It tests one's ability to see the bigger picture, the courage to fight alone, the utmost control over resources. Xiwo's voice brimmed with persuasion. If you win, you become the supreme ruler, proving that elites will always triumph over the rabble. If you lose, it merely indicates your governing skills require enhancement. She casually fanned the cards, presenting them to Malfoy. So what do you say, young master? Dare to take up the challenge? Is it that you dare only to chase a ball upon a broomstick, yet shrink from a battle of wits? Malfoy's gaze fixated on the deck of cards, the spark in his eyes intensifying. The premise of this game resonated deeply within him. A haughty lord pitted against a foolish commoner? Was this not a reflection of Draco Malfoy himself? Humph. This seems rather intriguing. Malfoy lifted his chin, striving to maintain his proud demeanor, yet his hand reached for the cards. Since you so earnestly recommend it, I shall reluctantly give it a try. However, should it prove unentertaining, I shall inform my father. Rest assured, you will come to adore it, said Xiwo, revealing a merchant's grin. Come, let us find an empty classroom. I shall teach you the rules. Crabbe, Goyle, you 2 are fortunate. Today, you shall play the part of the rabble. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged glances. Though they did not fully comprehend, they sensed an opportunity for amusement and nodded eagerly. 28. The pig slaughtering scheme. Record of gambling addiction. Deceived and crippled. A classic lesson in futility. Royal flush. For 2s. Your turn. Draco Malfoy suddenly slammed the last few cards onto the desk with a flourish, the motion as graceful as casting an Avada Kedavra. A flush of exhilaration colored his pale cheeks, his gray eyes sparkling with brilliance. I have won. Ha! Malfoy laughed heartily, even somewhat unrestrainedly banging on the table. Did you see that? This is what dominance looks like. You 2 imbeciles could not possibly thwart me. Crabbe and Goyle sat across from him, gazing blankly at their worthless cards, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Xiwo, seated nearby and responsible for dealing and commentary, clapped enthusiastically like a devoted jester. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. Xiwo exclaimed sincerely, performance at its peak. Young master, your play was as fluid as a gentle stream. Especially that last sequence. Such decisiveness, such clarity. You possess the style reminiscent of the Dark Lord in his prime. This is true talent. Malfoy proudly lifted his chin and adjusted his collar. That is only natural. Such intellectual games are but trifles for me. Let us have another round. This time, I shall raise the stakes. Of course, of course. Xiwo chuckled inwardly while shuffling the cards. Hooked. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the classroom. Harry and Ron, laden with a pile of books, were meandering aimlessly. Upon hearing the familiar laughter from within, Harry halted. Is that Malfoy's voice? Ron furrowed his brow. Who is he bullying now? They cautiously peered inside, and both were rendered speechless. Rather than witnessing Malfoy tormenting anyone, they beheld a chillingly harmonious scene. The very Jerry Riddle, who had proclaimed his revolutionary fervor aboard the train, was now seated at a table with his arch-nemesis Malfoy. Malfoy was laughing heartily, while Xiwo gazed at him with an expression of endearment, though it was more akin to that of a wolf eyeing a plump sheep, holding a deck of cards. This hand is mine, young master, Xiwo said gently. The blunder was due to Crabbe's incompetence in not executing the strategy properly. Your tactics were impeccable. Of course. Malfoy beamed with pride. Jerry, though you are a half-blood, a misconception of Malfoy's, your judgment is commendable. Stick with me, and I guarantee you will face no trouble in Slytherin. That would indeed be an honor, Xiwo replied with a beaming smile. At the doorway, Ron gasped, his copy of 8,000 magical herbs and fungi slipping from his grasp. Traitor, Ron exclaimed in a hushed tone. She has defected. Playing with Malfoy, what is that? Muggle cards? Harry's expression was equally complex. He rubbed the scar on his forehead, feeling a pang of betrayal. Perhaps Harry was trying to rationalize. Or perhaps she was acting as an undercover agent. Like a spy? At that moment, Xiwo had already caught sight of the two stupefied figures in the doorway, and the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. Ah, we have guests, Xiwo declared loudly, turning towards the entrance. Comrades Potter, Comrade Weasley, since you are here, would you care to join us in a game? It appears young Master Malfoy is in need of worthy opponents. Hearing this, Malfoy turned his head, and his smile instantly morphed into a sneer. Oh, Scarhead. What? Do you wish to witness a game of high intelligence? Alas, such games require a brain. I fear you may not keep up. Do not speak so, Malfoy. Xiwo rose, gesturing warmly like a casino dealer. Though Comrade Potter may seem, well, rather unassuming on the surface, who can truly predict the outcome of a game of chance? She turned towards the two vigilant figures at the door. Come, come. Do not stand there foolishly. For participants are perfect, let us change the rules. No more do de jeu, we shall play double do. This is a game that emphasizes teamwork and high-level strategy. Xiwo pointed to the seating arrangement, Malfoy and Potter as one team, while I partner with Ron. What say you? Do you dare? Upon hearing he would have to team with Malfoy, Harry's face turned pale. Who would want to partner with him? I certainly do not wish to partner with this scarhead, Malfoy retorted disdainfully, brushing off his robes. He will lower my chances of victory. This is the challenge. Xiwo encouraged. A true champion can win even with a novice at their side. Malfoy, are you afraid you cannot carry the savior? Harry, are you afraid of being outdone by Malfoy? This provocation proved effective on these two adolescent boys. Am I afraid of him? They shouted in unison, then angrily pulled out chairs, maintaining a meter of distance between them as if it were the Maginot Line. Crabbe and Goyle were ruthlessly relegated to a corner to serve as spectators. Xiwo swiftly shuffled the cards. The rules are simple. Teammates cooperate, and the first team to deplete their cards wins, while the losing team. Xiwo's eyes glimmered. Each must wager 1 galleon. Dare you? Ron gasped. 1 galleon? I only have sickles. No matter, Comrade Ron. I shall cover for you, Xiwo generously offered, patting her chest. If we win, we shall split the winnings. The game commenced, and the scene quickly descended into chaos. Potter, why did you play that? Did you not see I had a pair? Fool. Malfoy glared at Harry's cards, nearly throwing down the kings in frustration. You should have played earlier. Why didn't you use that 3 with a 1? Harry shot back defiantly. That was to save for a bomb. Do you not understand strategy? But I only have 1 card left. You should have protected me. Meanwhile, Xiwo and Ron were working in perfect harmony, largely thanks to Xiwo's guidance. Ron, play that 1. Xiwo signaled. Oh, right, the ace. Ron excitedly tossed down 2 cards. You see, this is what we call unity, Xiwo remarked while collecting the cards, mocking the still quarreling duo. Though one is a savior and the other a noble heir, at the card table, without unity, you are simply 2 lambs awaiting slaughter. This time, Malfoy and Harry surprisingly refrained from retorting, instead exchanging glances, their anger seemingly redirected towards their opponents. Shut it, Jerry, Malfoy gritted his teeth. In the next round, I absolutely will not lose to you. Nor will I. Harry adjusted his glasses, surprisingly aligning with Malfoy for the first time. Malfoy, do you still have any bombs? Use them against her. Of course I do. Watch me. 29. Feasibility report on utilizing game theory to alleviate class conflicts between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Following Jerry leads to either meat or potatoes. Xiwo sat between Ron and Harry, her plate overflowing with roasted potatoes. The recent card game felt nothing short of a dream. Malfoy was infuriated by his losses, and Harry was equally caught up in the thrill by the time the final tally was announced. The pile of gleaming gold coins nearly blinded Ron. Ahem. Sybil cleared her throat softly and set down her pumpkin juice. She glanced around to ensure that neither professors nor prefects were observing them, then reached into her pocket and produced a substantial handful of gold coins, which she grandly deposited onto the table in front of Ron. Clink. The crisp sound of coins clattering drew the attention of several nearby classmates. Here you go, little Ron, Sybil said calmly, as if handing over merely a handful of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. This is our spoils for today. Per our prior agreement, this is your share. Ron's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the pile of coins, his hands trembling. So much? But I hardly did anything. This is the power of teamwork. Sybil interjected, slicing potatoes as she began her persuasive rhetoric. While the strategy was predominantly mine, we wouldn't have triumphed without your enthusiastic support by my side. Moreover, this victory was seized from Malfoy, making it all the more significant. Thank you, Jerry. Ron gingerly stowed the coins away, feeling for the first time that he, too, was somewhat affluent. From now on, whether it's playing cards or engaging in a brawl, I'm sticking with you. Fred and George leaned in with curiosity. What is this? Fred inquired, eyeing the coins. Has our little brother struck gold? I heard you were playing games with Malfoy this afternoon. George raised an eyebrow. This is called economic strategy, older brother, Sybil corrected, tossing a sickle to each twin as a consultancy fee. If you come across any intriguing products in the future, like those biscuits that can turn someone into a canary, do remember to save some for me. The twins exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with delight. You're in the know. Henceforth, you shall be our VIP client. Jerry, Harry whispered, will we play again tomorrow? Sybil wiped her mouth. Harry, please don't become too engrossed. Chapter 12. Quantitative change leading to qualitative change. 30. Incoherent idealistic magical theories. This is unscientific. This is not magic. What nonsense is this child teaching? Is this truly effective? Each student was presented with an ordinary matchstick, tasked with transforming it into a needle. This was indeed a delicate endeavor. Stop, 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 Granger. Sybil languidly reclined over her desk, idly toying with her matchstick, without even reaching for her wand. If you continue practicing like this, that matchstick may just ignite from your incessant mutterings. Hermione shot her a glare. What insightful advice do you have? Your matchstick hasn't budged. That's because I haven't begun to guide it yet. Sybil straightened, adopting a serious demeanor as she began her whimsical discourse. Transfiguration is not merely the alteration of physical form. It involves psychological suggestion. Observe this matchstick. It is composed of wood, while a needle is metallic, cold, and sharp. Leaning closer to Hermione, she lowered her voice conspiratorially. You need not coerce it to change. What you must do is tell it a story. Inform it that the outside world is perilous, and that in order to survive, it must constrict itself, harden, and transform into metal. This is known as thought guidance, or the anxiety transference method. Hermione's jaw dropped, her astute mind seemingly short-circuiting. Huh? Tell a matchstick a story? Survival anxiety? Precisely, Sybil nodded earnestly, observing. She gently tapped her wand against the matchstick, uttering no incantation, but rather fixing her gaze upon it with an intensity that sent chills down one's spine. In truth, she employed a silent spell. In the next instant, the pitiful matchstick instantaneously contracted and elongated, manifesting into a delicate, sharp silver needle adorned with intricate patterns upon the table. Behold, Sybil spread her hands. It has attained enlightenment. Hermione stared, awestruck, at the silver needle, then glanced at Sybil, ultimately beginning to murmur to her own matchstick. Listen, the outside world is fraught with danger. You must become more resilient. After several minutes, Hermione exclaimed in delight. It changed. It transformed. Though it had merely become a stick resembling a needle. This was a monumental advancement. This is genuinely effective. Hermione's worldview was shaken. This is genuinely effective. This was Sybil's voice. Professor McGonagall happened to be patrolling by, an intriguing method, Miss Tebo, and the outcome is commendable. Gryffindor earns 5 points. 31. What a delightful aroma. Professor, do you utilize this scent to repel vampires? Quirrell, Professor, if I encounter the Dark Lord, should I simply lie down and pretend to be dead? Wouldn't my survival rate be higher than employing a disarming spell? Quirrell, the Dark Lord is not a black bear. Cross-dimensional strategic thinking, plants versus zombies. The defense against the dark arts classroom was suffused with an oppressive garlic odor. Professor Quirrell was stammering through a tale about how to frighten, or be frightened by. A red cap. Sybil, seated in the front row, endured the stench assaulting her senses. Finally, after Professor Quirrell mispronounced vampire for the third time, she could no longer contain herself and raised her hand. Professor? Quirrell glanced nervously at the student who bore a striking resemblance to someone familiar, Miss Tebo. Do you have a question? Sybil stood, her expression exceptionally grave, as if engaging in a military strategic consultation. Professor, I have some inquiries regarding your defensive theories. Sybil cleared her throat. You have consistently discussed how to defend using spells. However, in real combat, facing an adversary of that caliber, such as the one whose name cannot be mentioned, though she was thinking, that noseless old zombie, is there not a more tangible method? Quirrell was taken aback. Tangible? Indeed. Sybil retrieved a book titled Medieval Combat Guide, the cover of which she had altered to read plant defense studies. For instance, if the Dark Lord were to attack, I would plant a row of garlic, much like the scarf you are wearing. Then, I would set up a pitfall trap behind it. She grew increasingly animated, even mimicking the actions. Then I would plant several pea shooters capable of firing magical projectiles. I mean, some transformed variant of a biting cabbage. Do you think the Dark Lord would, like a zombie, ignore these physical assaults and charge straight to devour my brain? The classroom fell into a profound silence. Ron gaped, seemingly pondering what spell could possibly conjure a pea shooter. Professor Quirrell's face twitched violently, unsure whether it was due to the zombie metaphor or the notion of brain consumption. Quirrell stammered, attempting to refute her. Yet the figure at the back of his head was evidently incensed, causing his head to jerk abruptly. The Dark Lord possesses formidable magic. Ordinary plants cannot. What if I gave him an RPG? Sybil suddenly interrupted, her gaze sharp. I mean, some exceedingly powerful explosive spell. Or perhaps a bottle of hair growth tonic. I've heard he is bald. No, noseless. Perhaps he is also hairless? Quirrell emitted a scream that was a mixture of terror and fury, clutching his headscarf. Enough. Enough. Miss Tebo, do not discuss such absurd tactics in class. Sit down. Sybil shrugged, resuming her seat, and couldn't resist whispering to Harry beside her. See. I told you his defensive theories were inadequate. He doesn't even comprehend the nut wall tactic. How can he defend against the Dark Lord? Harry, clutching his throbbing scar, looked at Sybil. Do you really think that pea shooter could defend against him? As long as you plan enough. Seaworth resolutely proclaimed, quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Chapter 13, Bricks and Truth. 32. Establishing the JLA, Jerry Little Army. This sounds even more radical than the DA, exuding an essence of bricks and truth. The JLA must not only master the art of disarming, but also learn to remove one's incisors, in a physical sense. Our motto is, truth lies only within the cannon's reach. No, the range of spells. In the Gryffindor common room after dinner, a crisp tapping sound resonated. Seaworth stood atop an armchair before the fireplace, to appear taller, wielding her yew wand, gently tapping an unfamiliar copper basin she had procured from who knows where. Ahem. Attention. Everyone. First-year comrades, look this way. Her voice was not loud, but possessed a unique penetrating quality and leadership charisma, primarily utilizing the silencing charm to amplify her voice, instantly captivating the attention of all present. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and even Seamus, who had been preoccupied with a game of exploding snap, ceased their activities. Comrades. Seaworth surveyed the room, her countenance, reminiscent of Voldemort, etched with seriousness and his sense of mission. After 2 days of observation, I have identified a grave issue. She paused, pointing her wand at Hermione, who was diligently writing an essay. We rely too heavily on our wands. Without this stick, what are we? We are like lambs awaiting slaughter. Moving targets in the eyes of dark wizards. Consider the garlic stench in our defense against the dark arts class. Reflect on those dogmatic practitioners who can only recite spells. The fervor in Seaworth's words intensified as she gesticulated passionately. What if we encounter a dark wizard who plays by his own rules? What if he disarms you? Will you simply await your demise? Silence enveloped the room. Neville recoiled, evidently envisioning that grim scenario. No, Seaworth shouted. We cannot sit idly by. Therefore, I have decided to officially establish the JLA, Jerry Little Army. She turned and inscribed 3 enormous letters on the blackboard behind her, conjured through Transmigration JLA. Full name, Jerry Little Army. Our studies will encompass not just spells, but a revolutionary, hybrid defense technique that merges physical prowess with magic. Our principle is, whatever can be resolved with a brick, we shall not squander magical energy. Our objective is to ensure that every member of the JLA possesses the capability to combat effectively, even in the absence of their wants. Ron gaped. Combat. Indeed. Seaworth pulled a book from her robe. It was the Medieval Combat Guide, demonstrating techniques such as how to use the levitation spell to control bricks for ranged attacks, how to utilize transfiguration to tie an enemy's shoelaces together, and how to employ psychological tactics, like garlic, before a duel to unnerve the opponent. Join us, comrades. Seaworth extended her arms, as if embracing the future. There's no membership fee, merely a heart brave enough to defy convention, for a greater survival rate. Hermione furrowed her brow, seemingly engaged in an intense internal struggle. Seamus was the first to raise his hand. Can we learn how to blow things up? Of course. Seaworth pointed at him. You shall be our demolition expert. I want to join too. Neville mustered his courage. I want to learn how not to be bullied. Welcome, Comrade Neville. You shall be our steadfast shield. As more first years raised their hands, the inaugural cohort of the JLA was thus formed before the Gryffindor fireplace. While it appeared more akin to a raucous gang, this torrent of enthusiasm was destined to impart a unique vibrancy to Hogwarts. 33. Each member touched the trophy for special contributions, a practical exercise in discipline, stealth, and courage. Together we shall bear arms, leap through windows, and now, together, breach the rules. With socks worn over their shoes, the midnight bell had just tolled 12. The fat lady's portrait slid open silently. Everyone, watch your step, Seaworth whispered. Her voice low yet commanding. Maintain formation. Neville, avoid stepping on Harry's heels. Seamus, extinguish your lumos. We are here to sneak about, not to host a concert. A peculiar procession emerged. Each member had donned thick woolen socks over their shoes, a tactical noise-canceling measure mandated by Seaworth, allowing them to tread soundlessly upon the stone floor. Hermione brought up the rear, her expression one of reluctance, yet her wand was firmly gripped, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. This is against the rules, she muttered. If we're caught, Gryffindor will lose all its points. Silence, Lieutenant Granger, Seaworth commanded without glancing back, if you wish for us not to be penalized. Assume the role of our rear scout. The group traversed the pitch-black corridors, moonlight streaming through the high windows, casting elongated shadows upon the ground. Suddenly, Seaworth raised her fist, signaling for a halt. Just around the corner, two glowing yellow eyes, like light bulbs, emerged at ground level. It was Mrs. Norris. Oh no, Ron gasped. Stay calm. Seaworth replied calmly, retrieving a small item from her pocket, a modified, red light-emitting laser pointer. With a flick of her wrist, a red dot shot towards the wall at the opposite end of the corridor, darting about rapidly. Instantly, Mrs. Norris's attention was ensnared by the dot. As a cat, even a magical one, she could not resist the allure of the laser pointer. With a meow, she lunged toward the dot, entirely oblivious to the group of breath-holding young wizards. Go. Seaworth waved her hand, and the JLA swiftly navigated through the perilous zone. At last, they arrived at the trophy display room on the 3rd floor. Target confirmed. Seaworth strode toward a display case nestled in the corner. Inside lay a gleaming gold medal, inscribed with a name, Tom Marvolo Riddle, for special contributions to the school. Come, comrades, Seaworth beckoned, pointing at the trophy. This is our spiritual totem. Everyone, come and touch it. It symbolizes that regardless of humble beginnings, like an orphanage, or being misunderstood, as long as you possess strength, the school will honor you, no matter the means employed. Harry leaned closer, examining the name. Riddle? Who is that? A rather ambitious upperclassman, Seaworth replied nonchalantly. It is said he captured monsters for the school, a hero, though the truth was quite the opposite. Harry reached out to feel the cold metallic surface. Following him was Ron, then Neville, as the members of the JLA formed a queue, completing a somewhat ironic pilgrimage before the trophy of the future Dark Lord. Excellent. Seaworth was the last to place her hand upon the trophy. Mission accomplished. Everyone retreat. Chapter 14. The Art of Explosive Rock. 34. What is this army confronting us? A mere three-headed dog? Finally, we meet the beast. Davari, come forth and behold the divine. Is this also defense against the dark arts? The sounds of Philip's footsteps and Mrs. Norris's meows grew ever closer, like a death knell. This way. Seaworth pointed to a closed wooden door at the end of the corridor. It's locked. Ron despaired, tugging at the handle. Step aside. Hermione pushed Ron aside, raising her wand toward the lock, her tone hurried yet precise. Alohomora. With a click, the lock sprang open. Brilliant. Granger's strategic achievement was monumental. With a swift kick, Xiwo flung the door open, leading a throng of individuals who crammed inside like sardines in a tin, before hastily shutting the door behind them and pressing an ear against the door panel. P.S. outside, Xiwo whispered, believing the door to be locked. He has departed. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group, as Neville collapsed onto the floor, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. We are safe, Harry gasped. I wouldn't say that, a trembling voice from the back of the crowd interjected. It was Simo, tugging at Xiwo's robe. Commander, look behind you. Xiwo turned around. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the high windows, they discerned the nature of their intrusion. This was no ordinary empty classroom. Within this room lay an absurdly enormous dog, boasting 3 colossal heads, its 6 eyes drowsily fixated on the unexpected visitors. Clearly just awakened, all 3 noses twitched, drawn by the tantalizing aroma of a late-night feast emanating from the young wizards. Neville's mouth fell open, ready to scream. "Shut it." Xiwo swiftly covered Neville's mouth. "Do you wish to attract Filch or invite it to dinner?" The 3-headed beast emitted a low growl that reverberated through the room like thunder, its foul saliva dripping from the 3 gaping maws, pooling into a viscous puddle on the floor. "It is alive," Ron blanched. "Of course it is alive," Xiwo replied, exhibiting no fear, her eyes glinting with excitement. She released Neville, even taking a step forward. What a magnificent creature, a symbol of power. If one could overlook the puddle of drool. The head in the middle suddenly lunged forward. "Don't move," Xiwo commanded in a hushed tone, not drawing her wand, but retrieving a wooden whistle from her pocket. Originally intended for training the dwarves before the school year, the book mentioned that music can soothe the souls of beasts, even those with 3 heads. She placed the whistle to her lips, inhaled deeply, and then beep. A sharp, discordant, entirely off-key note filled the room. This was hardly music. It was an auditory assault. Yet, a miracle occurred. The 3-headed dog, poised to pounce, suddenly appeared entranced by the sound, its 6 eyes growing hazy. Its 3 heads began to sway as if inebriated. The massive body teetered, emitting muffled whimpers, before it flopped onto the ground, eyelids drooping. "What?" Hermione gasped. "Is this part of defense against the dark arts?" "No," Xiwo continued to blow the dissonant tune, even adding some vocal embellishments, mumbling, "This is a sonic weapon. It seems its taste is as unique as mine. I can hardly breathe. Simo, throw in some explosive rock." Hogwarts inaugural Hellhound Rock Festival, lead vocalist, Simo Finnegan. Explosions can also carry rhythm. Bang thump, pop, explosion. Bang bang pop. Siwo's face flushed as the sound from the wooden whistle dwindled. One of the eyelids of the enormous dog began to twitch restlessly, while the middle head emitted a disgruntled growl, seemingly complaining about the interruption of its lullaby. "I can't take it anymore. I'm suffocating." Xiwo gasped, abruptly glancing at the crowd. Demolition team leader. "Simo, step forward." Simo Finnegan, bewildered, was pushed to the forefront, tightly gripping his half-charred wand. "Commander?" Simo trembled as he queried. "Relay." Xiwo pointed at the massive dog head. "This beast enjoys music with a strong flavor. Don't you love blowing things up? Give me a rhythmic segment." "Here," Hermione whispered in terror, "you'll collapse the castle. Control the yield, strategist." Xiwo commanded, "Simo, strike the floor with your wand, incorporating small-scale blasting spells, like playing the drums." Quickly, the dog's eyes had now opened a crack, releasing a dangerous low growl from its throat. Simo swallowed hard, gazing at the gaping maw, inspiration striking him. He raised his wand and struck the floor with force, simultaneously chanting, "Bang." A small spark erupted at the tip of his wand, producing a sharp, explosive sound. The dog jolted in surprise, its eyes snapping shut once more. "Yes, that's the rhythm." Xiwo snapped her fingers, without sound. "Continue. Move to the beat. Move to the beat." Simo appeared to be possessed by some strange spirit. He began to rhythmically wave his wand, each motion accompanied by a precise, small explosion. Bang thump, pop, explosion. Bang bang pop. The floor trembled under the onslaught, sparks flying like a miniature fireworks display. This was no mere rock. This was a death metal explosion. Astonishingly, the dog seemed to revel in the power of the rhythm. Its 3 heads no longer swayed aimlessly but moved in sync with the explosive sounds, its growls transforming into a metallic resonance, as if providing a bass accompaniment for Simo. Neville stood by, dumbfounded, unable to resist tapping his leg to the rhythm. "Genius," Ron muttered. "This feels like a concert from hell." Xiwo seized the opportunity to sidle up to the trapdoor, inspecting it closely. The enormous paw of the dog had shifted slightly, yet still pressed against one corner of the door. "Don't stop the music," Xiwo shouted amid the explosions. "Simo, give me a crescendo. I want a soul-shattering solo." At this moment, Simo was entirely absorbed in his world. His hair, perpetually singed, stood on end, his face smeared with soot, his eyes alight with fervor. "Here it comes." Simo bellowed, his wand tracing a complex symbol in the air, thunderous explosion in miniature. Boom. A series of firecracker-like detonations erupted near the dog's ears. The 3-headed beast emitted a contented sigh, collapsing onto the ground, tongue lolling, fully immersed in profound slumber. Chapter 15. Sophistry. This is sophistry. Comrades. This is the gateway to truth. JLA was here. Comrade dog, hold on, it will soon be over. Please be a civilized traveler. Simo's explosive rock finally ceased, leaving only the thunderous snores of the dog and the faint scent of charred air. "Well done, demolition team." Xiwo patted Simo's soot-covered shoulder. "Now, we shall leave an indelible mark in history." She approached the enormous, furry head of the dog. Xiwo drew her wand, gathering her still awkward transformation skills. Observe, comrades. Xiwo whispered, imbued with a sense of ritual. This is our testament to conquering fear. She waved her wand, the tip spewing forth a vivid, fluorescent red paint. Swish, swish, swish. She inscribed 3 monumental letters on the dog's broad forehead in an extremely wild, tension-filled script. JLA. Then, beneath it, she added a line of smaller text. Jerry Riddle's army was here. Listen to the wind. Listen to the dog bark. She even drew a simplistic smiley face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Voldemort's forced grin. Perfect. Xiwo stepped back, admiring her masterpiece. How striking the red appeared against the black fur of the dog. How revolutionary. Hermione gazed at the 3-headed dog, now transformed into a makeshift billboard. Her expression oscillating between sheer madness and an unexpected coolness. Are we really not going to be expelled? Neville questioned, his voice trembling as he stared at the ominous words. As long as no one sees us do it, Seamus replied, concealing his wand and revealing a sly grin. And even if we are discovered, it would only prove our capability to subdue this beast. That's a point in our favor, you see. Just then, urgent footsteps and Filch's furious curses echoed from outside. Over there. I smell gunpowder. Those little brats. Retreat. Seamus' face paled as he swiftly commanded, everyone, execute Plan B. Simon, leave a smoke bomb at the door. Harry, lead the way. With a soft bang, a thick cloud of black smoke erupted at the entrance. The members of JLA surged forth like a well-trained, albeit slightly chaotic, Special Forces unit, vanishing into the labyrinthine corridors, leaving behind the still sleeping 3-headed dog, adorned with a vibrant splash of graffiti, awaiting Filch's arrival. 37. Sophistry. This is sophistry. Potter. Snape suddenly turned his gaze upon Harry. If I were to add daffodil root powder to wormwood infusion, what would result? Harry froze, bewildered, glancing at Ron, who appeared equally perplexed. I don't know, sir, he murmured. Snape curled his lips into a contemptuous smirk. Ah, it seems that fame does not equate to knowledge. He persisted. Potter, if I were to ask you to procure a piece of Dunkstone, where would you go to find it? I don't know, sir. Harry's face flushed crimson. What is the distinction between aconite and wolfsbane? Just as Harry was about to answer with another uncertain, I don't know, a languorous voice shattered the silence. Professor, this question exceeds the syllabus. The entire class gasped. Seamus remained seated, even without rising, casually toying with a porcupine quill, his demeanor tranquil. Comrade Potter grew up in the Muggle world, enduring oppression and disdain, Seamus stated leisurely, his tone imbued with an unsettling pity. He only discovered he was a wizard last week. Do you expect him to self-learn 1,000 magical herbs and fungi in an environment where he could barely get enough to eat? Tepid, Snape's voice was dangerously low. That's unfair, Professor, Seamus interrupted, his tone slightly elevated. You are leveraging the educational advantages of a magical upbringing to bully a newcomer to the magical world. This is a clear instance of class discrimination, a manifestation of the inequitable distribution of educational resources. He pointed at Harry. Poor little Harry does not realize that this is not his fault, but rather society's debt to the marginalized. Shouldn't you, as a teacher, guide him patiently rather than mock him? The classroom was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Harry looked at Seamus with gratitude, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Snape's gaze remained fixed on Seamus, his chest heaving as if he might throw Seamus into the cauldron to stew at any moment. Insulting a teacher, Potter, Snape said softly, a chilling undertone lacing his voice. Gryffindor loses 5 points. As for you, Potter, Snape turned, daffodil root powder and wormwood infusion can be concocted into a potent sleeping draught, akin to a dose of the elixir of life. Dunkstone is a stone extracted from a goat's stomach, possessing formidable detoxifying properties. As for aconite, they are of the same plant, collectively known as wolfsbane. Do you understand? Understood, Harry quickly replied. Then why not jot all this down? The entire class immediately retrieved quills and parchment. Seamus did the same, but instead of notes, he scribbled a treatise on how to apply class struggle theory in practical situations. 38. Professor, this is my conception of the scabious potion, a paste infused with postmodernist flair. Snape glided silently through the classroom, like a vulture waiting for its prey to reveal a flaw. Chop the snake fangs and add 4 portions, Seamus murmured, deftly maneuvering a silver knife. Be careful. Not to chop, but to slice thinly for even heating. As she worked, she cast a sidelong glance at Neville, who was sweating profusely, clutching a handful of porcupine quills, poised to toss them into the cauldron. Stop. Seamus suddenly extended a slimy, mucus-covered hand, accurately grasping Neville's wrist. Longbottom, do you wish to send us all to the hospital wing? The porcupine quills must be added after removing the heat. Add them now, and your cauldron will explode faster than Simon's hair. Startled, Neville's grip faltered, causing the quills to tumble onto the table. I'm sorry, I forgot. Don't panic. Seamus directed, pointing his chin at Neville's cauldron. First, lower the flame. Yes, just like that. Take a deep breath. This is merely soup, not defusing a bomb. Meanwhile, Simon was fretting over his own cauldron, from which smoke was beginning to emanate a burnt aroma. Explosive team leader. Seamus tossed a dried nettle over her shoulder. Add it in. Your potion is too low on liquid. It's about to dry out. Do you intend to blow up the basement? A shadow loomed over Seamus's table. Professor Snape stood behind her. Tepid, Snape intoned coldly, "What are you doing?" "Brewing potions, Professor," Seamus replied, setting down her stirring rod, while also instructing my comrades. "You know, teamwork is the key to success." Humph, Snape finally emitted a derisive snort, turning abruptly. "If I catch you commanding others with such zeal in class again, I will make you drink this potion." Chapter 16, Darkness Beneath the Light. 39. I wish to learn Fiendfire. I wish to learn Avada. This is far more useful than a brick. Fire coverage is essential. The room of requirement, a veritable arsenal of the Dark Lord. Physical attacks are merely a means. Dark magic is the true faith. What is this? A traverser's golden finger. Stupid Banaba is attempting to teach a troll ballet amidst a tapestry, only to be knocked unconscious by the troll's club. Seamus inhaled deeply, beginning to pace back and forth. I need a force that grants me absolute power in this perilous world. A smooth door appeared seamlessly on the wall. Seamus pushed the door open. Before her lay a space as vast as a great hall, filled with items hidden away by Hogwarts students over the centuries. "Wow," Seamus exclaimed. "This is truly a haven for scavengers." Drawing on her memories from the original text, she made her way directly to a cabinet on the right, where a rusty, faded diadem was haphazardly placed. Ravenclaw's diadem, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. As Seamus's fingers brushed against the cold metallic surface of the diadem, she felt a malicious whisper invade her mind. "Do you seek wisdom?" "No, I seek firepower," Seamus coldly replied, unceremoniously removing the diadem and wrapping it in some tattered cloth. "Behave, Tom. Keep your voice down at this late hour. I am your elder." With the Horcrux matter resolved, Seamus turned her attention to the adjacent mountain of dust-covered books. These tomes were dark magical texts smuggled in by previous students, too fearful to take them back out. Xiwo was sifting through the tomes as if she were panning for gold. The secrets of advanced dark magic was far too elementary. The most evil spells held some intrigue, yet it lacked the necessary potency. At last, beneath a pile of old newspapers, she unearthed a journal bound in what appeared to be human skin. Upon opening the first page, she found a meticulous analysis of incantations related to Fiendfire, along with annotations on its control. Fiendfire was not merely fire. It was the embodiment of rage. Unless one possessed the unyielding will to consume all, they should not aspire to master it. As she turned the pages further, on a piece of parchment nearly soaked in ink, she encountered the incantation that struck terror into the hearts of countless wizards, Avada Kedavra. There were no ornate illustrations, only a stark line detailing the flow of magical energy and the consolidation of lethal intent. This was not merely a spell, it was the ultimate negation of life. One must truly desire that outcome, not merely to inflict harm, but to achieve a complete and irreversible end. There could be no hesitation, no compassion, only pure murderous intent. The margins of the notes bore the scrawled thoughts of its former owner. "It is the weak who speak of good and evil, the strong merely wield power." "This is the true art," Xiwo murmured, dismissing notions of disarming weapons or petrifying foes as mere child's play. This was the truth that could resolve all disputes. Davrish leaned out from her collar, hissing at the black journal. "What is that? Are you consuming humans?" "That is the taste of power, Davrish." Xiwo caressed the journal with reverence before carefully stowing it in her pocket. "From this day forth, this shall be our new covenant." She surveyed the treasure-laden chamber, noting the vanishing cabinet that could be used for smuggling takeout. This was indeed the secret base of the JLA. Xiwo nodded with satisfaction. Even if Hogwarts were to be breached one day, they could endure here until the end of time, or utilize these artifacts to send the invaders to meet Merlin. In the dim light, she stood before the colossal stone beast with a dripping maw. "Honeydukes," she casually uttered, naming one of Dumbledore's favorite confections. The stone creature leapt aside, revealing a spiral staircase behind it. Moments later, Xiwo found herself in a circular office buzzing with the sounds of silverware. Dumbledore sat behind the desk, holding what appeared to be a mound of cockroaches. Upon seeing Xiwo enter, a glint of surprise flickered in his cerulean eyes. "Miss Teppo? If I am not mistaken, it is not yet dinner time, nor is it for discussing matters concerning Batman?" "No, Headmaster." Xiwo approached the desk, her expression unusually grave, even tinged with confusion. "I have encountered a small predicament." She withdrew the Ravenclaw diadem, wrapped in tattered cloth, and tossed it onto Dumbledore's desk with a clatter. Dumbledore stared at the diadem, his previously relaxed demeanor abruptly stiffening. This is his voice became hoarse, the Ravenclaw diadem. Where did you find it? In the room of requirement. Amidst a mountain of rubbish, Xiwo shrugged. I thought it quite beautiful, initially intending to use it as a nest for my serpent, but she frowned, her expression revealing her annoyance. It has been incessantly speaking to me, Headmaster. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened instantly. What did it say, Xiwo? Did it compel you to do anything? Nothing malevolent, just somewhat cringeworthy, she sighed, beginning her performance. At first, it tried to tempt me, claiming it could grant me wisdom. I told it I lacked wisdom, but desired gold, and then it changed its tune. Xiwo mimicked the diadem's eerie tone, adding her interpretation. It claimed to sense the potential deep within my soul, asserting that I possessed greater talent than its last wielder, and then it began to ramble. She leaned forward, her hands planted on the desk. A peculiar smile reminiscent of a youthful Voldemort gracing her face. It expressed a desire to follow me, even wishing to address me as Lord. The portrait of an old headmaster on the wall sputtered tea from its mouth. Dumbledore's hand trembled, nearly dropping his wand. He looked from Xiwo to the diadem, feeling as though his mind was faltering. While I too consider myself quite charismatic, Xiwo continued disdainfully. I have no interest in this antiquated hat that merely flatters. Besides, it is far too noisy and disrupts my vocabulary practice. So I thought it best to bring it to you. She nudged the diadem toward Dumbledore. You handle it. If it could be melted down for some galleons to bolster Gryffindor's provisions, that would be splendid. Dumbledore inhaled deeply, lightly tapping the diadem with the tip of his wand. It emitted a shrill scream, seemingly protesting Xiwo's betrayal. You have done exceedingly well, Xiwo, Dumbledore remarked, raising his head. This is indeed an exceedingly dangerous dark artifact. Your ability to resist its allure and even subdue it demonstrates an extraordinary willpower. But this also implies that I am destined to be a leader? Xiwo interjected, grinning like a fox that had pilfered a chicken. Fear not, Headmaster. I have no interest in world domination. That would be far too exhausting. I merely wish to study diligently and improve daily. As evening descended, a chill swept through the courtyard. Xiwo, accompanied by her loyal guardians Neville, who was responsible for presence, albeit trembling, and Seamus, who handled explosive demonstrations, intercepted Fred and George, who were on their way to the kitchen. Hey, look who it is. Fred halted, concealing the map behind him. Our little heiress, Jerry, and her entourage, George added with a grin. Would you like to purchase some canary creams, or perhaps the kind of candy that causes nosebleeds? No, upperclassmen. Xiwo shook her head, her eyes gleaming with an adolescent fervor. I am here to discuss an acquisition. An acquisition? The twins exchanged glances, intrigued. What are you looking to acquire? Our snack stock? I wish to acquire your talents. Xiwo stepped forward, pulling out a heavy pouch of coins and weighing it in her hand, producing an enticing clink. I am aware of your inventive pursuits. However, using such talents for pranks is rather juvenile. Xiwo feigned a heart-wrenching expression. Have you ever considered transforming those creations into genuine weapons? Weapons. For instance, Xiwo pointed to Seamus. He excels in explosions, albeit uncontrollably. If we combined your timed fuse technology, could we create directed explosive fireworks? Not for mere aesthetics, but to blow open Filch's broom cupboard. Furthermore, she lowered her voice. Those candies that cause feathers to sprout. If we modified them into throwable transfiguration grenades and tossed them into the Slytherin common room. Can you imagine the spectacle? The twins' eyes lit up like two brilliant bulbs. Merlin's sagged trousers, George murmured. Transfiguration grenades? That sounds exhilarating. And Xiwo tossed the pouch to them. This is merely seed money. Join the JLA. I will finance our endeavors and take the heat. After all, I am already registered with Professor McGonagall. While you handle the development, we shall not only dominate the realm of pranks at Hogwarts, but we shall redefine the very essence of defense against the dark arts. JLA Fred inquired. What is that? Jerry Little Army replied. Nearby, Neville, mustering his courage, interjected. We are committed to safeguarding ourselves through the amalgamation of physical prowess and magic. Sounds akin to an illicit organization, George quipped, grinning widely. Nonetheless, we relish it. Deal, Fred exclaimed, seizing the pouch of coins. Chapter 17, The Greatest Wizard of Xiwo. 42. Xiwo secured second place in the Xiwo imitation contest. A seer? No, I am merely an unremarkable genius of imitation. Follow the paths of others, leaving none for them. The atmosphere of the Halloween feast was electrifying, with thousands of bats fluttering against the walls and ceiling. The fiery glow emanating from the pumpkins illuminating the excited faces of all present. Sewell sat at the Gryffindor long table, clutching a potato, intently gazing at the entrance of the Great Hall, as if awaiting a significant signal. Hermione sat beside Ron, explaining why saccharin and heated boiled eggs should not be consumed together. The time has come. Suddenly, Sewell set down the potato and elegantly dabbed her mouth with a napkin. She rose, even standing with her voluminous robe collar raised, mimicking Chilo's hunched demeanor. Just a second before the doors burst open. Xiwo propelled herself forward like someone pursued by a ghost, stumbling towards the empty space before the staff table, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. With a face of sheer terror and a pallid complexion, she ran, waving her arms and shrieking in a voice that sounded as though a toad were lodged in her throat, a troll. In the basement classroom, her voice reverberated throughout the great hall, quivering with desperation, surpassing even Chilo in his eccentricity. I thought I should notify someone. Upon uttering her final words, Xiwo exaggeratedly rolled her eyes back, collapsing dramatically before Dumbledore, even convulsing slightly on the floor. A profound silence enveloped the room. Just as everyone was still processing whether this was an act or a genuine emergency, bang. The doors of the Great Hall were truly flung open. The real Professor Chilo, donning a purple turban, rushed in with a look of sheer horror. His movements, expressions, and even the arc of his arm were identical to Xiwo's earlier performance. A troll. In the basement classroom, Chilo bellowed, entirely oblivious to the lifeless body sprawled on the floor. I thought I should notify someone. Then, Chilo too rolled his eyes back and collapsed onto the floor, landing right beside Xiwo. Two bodies lay side by side, creating an extraordinarily surreal tableau. A second later, Xiwo, who had been feigning unconsciousness, suddenly sat up as if nothing had transpired, crossing her legs and pointing at Chilo to the astonished Dumbledore, exclaiming, "See, Headmaster. Didn't I say he would conduct a practical defense lesson this week? The coordination is impeccable." The hall erupted in laughter. Even Snape's lips twitched slightly. However, the mirth quickly faded. Dumbledore rose, his expression grave. "Heads of houses," his voice resonated, "immediately escort your students back to their dormitories." Amidst the ensuing chaos, Xiwo swiftly signaled to Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Simo. "GLA attention," Xiwo whispered urgently. "Do not return to the dormitory. That is for the faint-hearted. Our quarry has entered the arena. Target, troll, engage." 43. A disaster film. Does anyone have a fire extinguisher? I am not taking the blame for this. No one is. Professor Chilo, a tragic hero willing to resort to dark magic to save his students. The girls' restroom was enveloped in a nauseating stench. As the troll wielded a wooden club, smashing the sinks into smithereens, water splattering everywhere. "GLA, battle formation," Xiwo bellowed, standing at the doorway directing. "Simo, fire." Simo Finnegan, unable to contain himself any longer, raised his wand, aimed at the troll's hefty club, and shouted the spell he had practiced all semester. Thunderous explosion. Boom. A dazzling burst of light erupted in the middle of the club. While it failed to shatter it entirely, the immense force numbed the troll's hand, causing the club, akin to a tree trunk, to fly from its grasp. "Well done, Granger Relay." Hermione acted with remarkable efficiency, her wand flicking deftly towards the tumbling club. Wingardium Leviosa. The heavy club seemed to be seized by an invisible hand, halting abruptly in midair before reversing direction and crashing down upon the troll's bald head. Thud. It struck with a muffled sound, akin to hitting a massive hollow gourd. The troll swayed, its eyes beginning to spin, yet its tough hide did not succumb. Instead, it roared and charged towards the diminutive assailants. "It's still moving." Ron shouted in horror. "Run! Run!" Xiwo stood at the forefront, pulling a wand from her pocket. "Since physical attacks are insufficient, let us employ some magical true damage." She inhaled deeply. "Fiendfire. Go," Xiwo whispered. A small flicker of flame delicately landed on the troll's foot. Initially, it was no larger than a candle flame. Yet in the next moment, it transformed into a ferocious fire beast. "Aya!" The troll emitted a chilling scream. "Xiwo!" Hermione shrieked, her voice cracking. "That's fiendfire. That's dark magic. Stop it." "I wish I could," Xiwo exclaimed, gazing at the rapidly spreading black flames, which had begun to scorch the floor and stalls, cold sweat beading on her forehead. "But this thing seems to be rather ravenous." The fire spiraled out of control. The black flames licked the walls, crackling ominously. The troll collapsed, rolling on the floor as the fire intensified. "Oh," Xiwo chuckled nervously, turning to the group of JLA members, who had been frozen in fear. "Excuse me. Does anyone know how to extinguish fiendfire?" No one replied. Simo had already begun to retreat. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. "Fiendfire." A deep, furious, and powerful voice resonated. Snape waved his wand, and the golden spell extinguished the last flicker of black flame, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred remains and the troll's half-cooked flesh. Professor McGonagall surveyed the troll, now sprawled on the ground, its feet reduced to charred bones, then glanced at the soot-blackened walls, her lips as pale as paper. "You all," Professor McGonagall's voice trembled. "What in the world have you done? What was that fire?" Snape abruptly turned, his dark eyes piercing into Xiwo like daggers. Tepos, Snape spat through gritted teeth. Professor! Xiwo suddenly shouted, interrupting Snape. The cold demeanor on her face vanished without a trace, replaced by a gratitude and reverence born from near disaster. She rushed towards the bewildered Professor Xiwo, seizing his sleeve, causing him to flinch slightly. Thank you so much, Professor Xiwo, Xiwo exclaimed, her voice thick with emotion. If it weren't for you, we would have surely perished today. Professors McGonagall and Snape were momentarily stunned, turning to look at Xiwo. Me? Xiwo stammered, pointing at himself. Utterly perplexed. Indeed, Xiwo passionately began to fabricate. The troll was about to kill us. Our little charm is utterly ineffective. In this moment of dire peril, I beheld a jet of black flames surge through the doorway. There you were. You, in your valiant attempt to save us, resorted to that perilous yet extraordinarily potent spell. She turned to Hermione and Ron, desperately signaling them. Hermione, quick to respond, nodded emphatically. Indeed, I saw it. It was Professor Quirrell. That flame was immensely powerful. Yes, it was Professor Quirrell, Ron echoed, exclaiming, how magnificent. Hideo continued his impassioned performance. Professor, I understand that this may be deemed dark magic, but your intentions were to save students. Is this spirit of breaking conventions solely for the sake of saving lives not worthy of our admiration? This is the true essence of defense against the dark arts. Professor Quirrell stood there, utterly flabbergasted. Snape was staring at Quirrell with the look of one who had unmasked a previously hidden foe. Ah yes, Quirrell was reluctantly shouldering the immense blame, his lips twitching as he forced a smile that resembled a grimace more than anything else, claiming it was for the students. That he had no choice but to take extreme measures. Very well, Quirinus, McGonagall said sternly, while your actions may be excusable in a moment of crisis, I must insist that such flames are not to be wielded on school grounds in the future. As for you all, she turned to Hideo and the others. How could you not return to the dormitory, but instead come here? Though you were fortunate to have Professor Quirrell's protection, I must deduct 5 points from Gryffindor. Everyone. However, McGonagall paused, glancing at the unfortunate troll, and considering your calmness in the crisis and your assistance in subduing the troll, I shall award 5 points to everyone. Chapter 18. Adolescents are prone to appearance anxiety. The official narrative, Quirrell saved Gryffindor. The rumor mill, spreading rapidly. Jerry Riddle summoned Hellfire. A suffocating act of gratitude. Professor Quirrell could scarcely utter a punctuation mark. Professor Quirrell, in repayment for your life-saving grace, you simply must partake in this piping hot cup of red tea. Open wide. Oh, I will kill you 1,000 times over. The Quidditch pitch was biting cold, yet the atmosphere was fervently spirited. Lee Jordan's commentary boomed throughout the arena via magical amplification, just as Harry executed a splendid maneuver on his Nimbus 2000 in midair. A warm yet bizarre scene unfolded in the teacher's stand. Instead of cheering from the students' section, Hideo, clutching a colossal thermos and a platter piled high with cookies, wedged himself between Professor Quirrell and Professor Snape. Professors, Professor Quirrell, Hideo called out with genuine concern, it's freezing. I specially prepared JLA's exclusive ginger tea for you. In gratitude for your heroic act in the restroom last time. Quirrell was fixated on Harry in the sky, his lips moving rapidly as he attempted to cast a malevolent spell on the broom. Harry's broom began to tremble violently. Suddenly, a steaming giant teacup was thrust beneath Quirrell's nose, the rising vapor instantly clouding his vision, and then Hideo swiftly produced a cookie as hard as rock. Here, Professor. Try this. Hagrid baked it himself. If you don't eat it, he will cry. Just as Quirrell prepared to refocus on Harry and recite his incantation crack, Hideo, with an unassailable momentum, shoved the cookie into Quirrell's mouth. Quirrell choked, his cheeks puffing out like a hamster. Forget casting curses. He was struggling to breathe, desperately pounding his chest. Would you like some water, Professor? Don't choke. Hideo solicitously lifted the thermos, pouring water directly into Quirrell's cup, but in his fervor, some scalding ginger tea splashed onto Quirrell's thigh. Ouch! Quirrell yelped, springing up from his seat. In that chaotic minute, Harry effortlessly spotted the golden snitch. He dove down, securing it firmly in his grasp. Harry Potter has caught the snitch. Gryffindor wins. Lee Jordan roared in excitement. Hideo immediately set down the thermos, leading the applause. Marvelous. Professor. Look, Gryffindor has triumphed. It's all thanks to your cookie that brought such good fortune. Quirrell, clutching his burned thigh, with cookie crumbs in his mouth, gazed tearfully at the jubilant Gryffindor team, likely wishing he could slay Jerry Riddle 1,000 times over. I feel my appearance is somewhat outdated. Hideo's appearance anxiety. Professor Snape strode through the courtyard with a thunderous expression, his black robes billowing behind him like a storm cloud. The farce that had just unfolded in the stands left his temples throbbing. Professor Snape. Look, that nightmarish voice is back. Hideo jogged to catch up, breathless, after all. He practiced long-distance running, positioning himself squarely in front of Snape. "It's you again." Snape halted, looking down at her with palpable disdain. "Tipo. I must make it abundantly clear that feeding teachers cookies as hard as stone is a demerit, not a merit. It was meant to express affection," Hideo boldly explained, quickly shifting the topic, running his fingers through his glossy black hair, just like Tom did back in the day. "Professor, I actually came to inquire about potions," Hideo said earnestly. "You are a master of potions. Surely you know of a formula that can alter one's appearance?" "The polyjuice potion," Snape replied coldly. "If you wish to become a cat, I can oblige you." "No, no, that temporary solution won't suffice." Hideo waved his hand dismissively. Speaking in a tone filled with yearning, "I'm pondering whether there exists a potion that could cause hair to fall out permanently, leaving the scalp as smooth as a peeled egg, and ideally, it should also make the nose vanish." Snape? His expression froze. He looked at Hideo's face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a young Voldemort, and involuntarily envisioned the image she described. Wasn't he that Voldemort, albeit the version without a nose? "You desire to transform into such a being?" Snape's voice tinged with incredulity. "Why?" "Because I feel my current look is somewhat behind the times." Hideo sighed with sincerity. "The current villain trend is minimalism. No hair, no nose. What a convenience. No need to wash hair, no need to wipe a runny nose, and it would reduce air resistance. We call this aerodynamic layout optimization." Snape inhaled deeply, feeling his sanity fraying. "There is no such potion." Snape gritted his teeth, "And furthermore, should you dare to present yourself in such a ghastly manner in my class, I shall confine you in a barrel filled with snails. Also, 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor for your abhorrent taste that severely insults the dignity of wizards." With that, he swept his robes and departed as if fleeing. "TCH. Lacking appreciation." Hideo pouted. "It seems I must conduct my own research from now on." Chapter 19. I will take the day. The harmonious Christmas gift packages from the Core Alliance were filled with love and a hint of explosive flair. On the eve of Christmas, Hideo, as the commander of the JLA, was busy wrapping gifts for the Core members. For Neville, a wristband engraved with the JLA emblem. Function, once it detects Neville's heartbeat accelerating due to fright, a massive shield adorned with a smiling face will automatically spring forth. Comrade Neville, though you may be timid, this shield is thick enough to withstand even Snape. For Seamus, a handwritten copy of the Safety Demolition Guide, JLA Internal Edition, and a box of specialized directional blasting powder. Seamus, this is to protect your eyebrows. Remember to pay attention to the wind direction while cooking in the future. Hermione, notes on how to confound dark wizards with logic. Accompanied by a self-correcting quill, though it sometimes transforms correct answers into Seamus's absurdities. To Harry, a pair of anti-fog glasses, enhanced with powerful spells, ensuring they won't fog up even when Quirrell drools, along with a newspaper clipping about the boy who lived, adorned with red pentagrams and annotations by Seamus. This is your fame. Learn to monetize it. For Ron, a heavy bag of galleons and a box of the latest Weasley Wizard Wheezes candies that turn your tongue green. To Draco, anonymously a tome titled Complete Guide to Muggle Card Games and a deck of playing cards hand-drawn by Seamus, featuring Voldemort as the King, Egg version, and Quirrell as the Jack, Turban version. I shall cosplay as Tom Riddle all day today, wearing the sweater emblazoned with the letter J, exuding the aura of the Dark Lord. On Christmas morning, I awoke to find my feet buried beneath gifts. It seems everyone still loves you. Today, Seamus's demeanor was decidedly peculiar. It's not that she is usually normal, but today she seemed entirely transformed. She had meticulously styled her long, raven hair, revealing a smooth, plump forehead, although she wore the somewhat bulky brown sweater knitted by Mrs. Weasley, with a yellow jaw on the chest. Her gait was regal, reminiscent of a sovereign surveying her domain. Gone was her usual boisterous banter with the twins. Instead, she maintained an unsettlingly polite smile. "Happy holidays, Harry." Seamus approached the long table, her voice soft yet magnetic, deliberately lowered. She regarded Harry with a benevolent gaze, akin to that of an elder watching over a younger one. "That invisibility cloak suits you well. While invisibility may allow one to evade sight, true power requires no concealment." Harry nearly dropped his turkey. Thanks? Jerry, are you all right? Please call me Prefect, or my lord," she jested. Seamus gracefully took her seat, wielding her knife and fork with the precision of a ceremonial etiquette demonstration. The feast commenced. Dumbledore sat at the center of the staff table, adorned with a floral hat, cheerfully conversing with Professor Flitwick. Seamus rose, cradling an exquisitely wrapped elongated box, and approached the staff table with measured steps, each footfall echoing like the heartbeat of the assembly. The great hall gradually fell silent, all eyes upon the peculiar first-year student. "Headmaster." Seamus halted before Dumbledore. "On this day of love and reunion, I wish to express my highest respect. Her voice resonated throughout the hall, carrying the unmistakable false humility characteristic of Tom Riddle. I know you have a fondness for sweets. This is a mysterious confection from the East that I painstakingly sourced for you. Seamus presented the box with both hands. Dumbledore peered at her through his half-moon spectacles. For a fleeting moment, it seemed he truly beheld the handsome youth with dark hair and eyes from 50 years past, who stood before him, equally polite, offering a gift. The old man's hand hesitated momentarily before he smiled and accepted the box. How exceedingly kind of you, Miss Tebo, Dumbledore murmured. Or perhaps I should say your hairstyle today reminds me of a dear friend. Nostalgia is the privilege of the elderly, Headmaster, Seamus replied with a smile. While we young ones only gaze towards the future. Dumbledore opened the box to reveal a heap of what appeared to be a mound of cockroaches. Oh, a mound of cockroaches, he exclaimed with delight. I have always enjoyed this flavor. He picked one up and popped it into his mouth. However, it was not an ordinary mound of cockroaches, but Seamus's specially crafted explosive popping candy. The moment Dumbledore bit down, a cacophony of pops erupted in his mouth, reminiscent of a miniature fireworks display. Dumbledore's beard quivered with the explosions, and the floral hat tilted askew. With his eyes closed, he savored the bursts. And after a few moments, he opened his eyes to reveal a genuine smile. What delightful vitality. Dumbledore blinked. Just like you, Miss Tebo. Though the exterior may resemble the past, the heart is filled with explosive newness. You flatter me, Seamus replied with another bow, turning to leave. Her black robe, over the sweater, trailing behind her in a perfect arc. Upon returning to her seat, Ron stared at her in horror. What did you just give Dumbledore? A bomb. No, Ron, Seamus elegantly sliced her potatoes. That was a spark of thought. Chapter 20. Madam, you wouldn't wish it otherwise. Tomorrow. Return to the cheerful sand sculpture that is Jerry. Eat the living, with eat corresponding to live, death to life, and follower to human. A perfect parallel. Comrade Jerry Riddle has resolved to undertake a brand upgrade for the JLA on Christmas Eve. Eaters of the Living is even more hardcore than Death Eaters, more terrifying. Even bearing a primal ferocity, with a hint of Hannibal's flavor. In the common room, Seamus still donned the sweater emblazoned with J. Yet it did not diminish her aura akin to the arrival of the Dark Lord. She stood before a high-backed chair, which at that moment served as her throne. Below her sat the core members of the JLA, Neville cradling his toad, Seamus fiddling with a small flame, while Harry and Ron, cloaked in invisibility, were about to slip away, only to be forcefully retained by Seamus's presence. Comrades, Seamus began, her voice low, still carrying that elegance and coldness of Tom Riddle. In the past, we have performed admirably. We have blown up toilets, set giants ablaze, and even tattooed a three-headed dog. Yet, this is insufficient. Far from enough, Seamus reiterated, her gaze sweeping like a spotlight over each face. The name JLA is far too gentle, resembling a child's game. What do we face? The Dark Lord, the old powers. Those pureblood supremacists who seek to trample us. She abruptly extended a hand, fingers splayed, then clenched into a fist. That man, Voldemort. A collective gasp filled the room. His followers are known as Death Eaters, meaning they feed on death, gaining power through the spread of fear and demise. They are decayed, specters of the past. Seamus chuckled derisively, a scornful dismissal of such lowbrow tastes. And we must stand in opposition to them. We must strike precisely at their every weakness. Eat corresponds to live, death to life, follower to human. She inhaled deeply, her voice suddenly rising, brimming with fervent zeal. From this day forth, we shall be known as the Eaters of the Living. The common room fell into stunned silence. Ron's Bertie Bott's every flavor beans tumbled from his grasp, and Neville's toad, Trevor, croaked in alarm. Jerry? Hermione, having stayed awake sensing something was amiss. Weasley raised her hand. Isn't that name a bit too reminiscent of cannibals? I mean, Eaters of the Living sounds like we're going to eat living people? Shallow. Seamus waved her hand, the undeniable force of her demeanor causing Hermione to retreat. This is rhetoric. A symbol. This is not merely a manifestation of literary beauty through balanced prose. It embodies the very essence of our core philosophy. Hiver commenced pacing within the lounge, each step resonating with the nerves of the onlookers. What is life? It is the vibrant force, the pulse of existence. What shall we devour? We shall voraciously consume those antiquated prejudices. We shall strip away the hypocritical masks. We shall rend asunder the obstacles that seek to impede our path, devouring them down to the bone. Her gaze transformed into something wild and perilous. Her visage, reminiscent of the youthful Dark Lord, appeared particularly sinister in the glow of the hearth. The Death Eaters bring death, while we consume the living to herald new beginnings. Though the process may be somewhat sanguinary and violent, it is a necessary birth pang. We shall instill terror in the remnants of the old era, causing them to tremble as if faced with a pack of famished wolves. Xiwo felt the fervor surging within him, the flames in his hand leaping a foot higher. Well said, Commander. I have longed to devour a few Slytherins. So have I, Ron exclaimed, caught in the fervent atmosphere. We shall become the most formidable society at Hogwarts. Let Malfoy tremble and soil himself at the mere mention of us consuming the living. Harry touched the scar on his forehead. Though the name struck him as peculiar, he found himself oddly invigorated by Jerry's unwavering gaze. Excellent. Ivor nodded in satisfaction. Now, as the first rite of our consumption of the living, she extracted a large parcel from her bag, containing Mrs. Weasley's special fudge and a large bottle of pumpkin juice. Come, raise your glass of pumpkin juice. Partake of this sweet. It symbolizes our shared trials and tribulations as we embark on this journey of consumption together. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Fortunately, it was merely sweets, not actual consumption of human flesh. To the consumption of the living. Xiwo raised his cup. To devouring prejudice. Neville mustered the courage to shout. To making Malfoy soil his pants. Ron added. On this deep Christmas night, the most absurd, hardcore, and terrifyingly named organization, the consumption of the living, was officially established. Madam, join the consumption of the living. You wouldn't want to. At 12:30 a.m., Harry, cloaked in invisibility, set out to find the mirror of Erased. The revelry in the common room had dissipated. Ivor pushed through the portrait hole, emerging into the desolate corridor. The fat lady was cowering at the edge of her frame, clutching her pink silk fan tightly, trembling uncontrollably. She had heard every word of the earlier speech. Talk of consuming the living, of shattering bones. This was undoubtedly the most terrifying nightmare Hogwarts had ever witnessed. Upon seeing Ivor, the fat lady gasped, attempting to feign her existence as merely a static landscape. Good evening, madam. Ivor, still clad in her sweater emblazoned with AJ, approached the frame with a demeanor reminiscent of a gang leader in a black suit. She stood before the frame, extending a hand to gently, even flirtatiously, caress the gilded edges. You heard everything, did you not? Ivor's voice was as soft as a whisper. I heard nothing. The fat lady's tone faltered. I was asleep. I swear. Shoo. Ivor placed a finger to her lips, a knowing smile gracing her features. She leaned in closely to the canvas, her face mere inches from the fat lady's, her expression suddenly transforming into one of cold menace. Madam, join the consumption of the living. What? The fat lady nearly toppled from her frame. No, I will not consume the living. I am a lady of refinement. I did not imply you would consume the living. Ivor tilted her head, a glimmer of dangerous pity in her eyes. I merely ask that you assist us in documenting who leaves and returns, particularly when Dumbledore or Snape arrive. That is against the rules. I am the guardian of Gryffindor. I cannot. Bang. Ivor's hand struck the wall beside the frame with a resounding thud, a classic wall slam, causing the portrait to shudder. Madam, Ivor lowered her voice, lacing it with oppressive concern. You surely would not wish to awaken one day to find your frame filled with 100 boggats, would you? The fat lady's eyes widened. Or, Ivor continued her pressure, gently tracing her finger across the surface of the canvas. You would not want me to adorn your beautiful face with a permanent, indelible mustache, would you? Furthermore, I have heard that Sir Cadogan has been longing for a larger frame. You would not want to be replaced by the headmaster due to a job misstep, only to endure Sir Cadogan's incessant ramblings in this corridor, would you? The fat lady's psychological defenses crumbled entirely. Sir Cadogan was her nightmare, and the notion of a mustache was a devastating blow to her dignity. Oh no, please don't. The fat lady shielded her face with her fan, her voice quavering. I agree. I promise. Just don't let that mad knight come near. And please, no mustaches. A wise decision. Ivor instantly reverted to her polite, exemplary student facade, even brushing off the dust from the fat lady's frame. From this day forth, you shall be the director of intelligence for the consumption of the living. A pleasure to collaborate, madam. Ivor executed a graceful bow before vanishing into the darkness at the end of the corridor, leaving the fat lady trembling within her frame. Both relieved to have preserved her dignity and despairing at her involuntary association with that terrifying organization. Chapter 21. Is this not the quintessential horror film opening? 1 a.m. Jerry Riddle had learned a profound lesson from the Halloween debacle. Davari was attempting to devour a book titled The Book That Bites. Once I master the universal counterspell, I can once again indulge in my pyromania. In the library, Ivor skillfully evaded the protective charms of Madame Pants, a lesson gleaned through JLA's experiences this semester. Gliding like a specter into the restricted section, the last book on advanced dark magic had mentioned counterspells, she murmured to herself, her fingers gliding across the spines of the musty tomes. At last, she discovered the tome titled Powerful Counterspells and the Termination of Magic. This book appeared even more tattered than those on dark magic, clearly seldom borrowed. After all, most prefer to learn how to ignite flames rather than extinguish them. Ivor settled on the floor, illuminating the tip of her wand, she opened the pages by the dim light. The universal counterspell is a general countermeasure. But against the living fire, such as fiend fire, a mere counterspell is akin to scratching a dragon's itch. The text read, "To extinguish fiend fire, the caster must possess a willpower stronger than the flames. One must mentally dominate it, commanding it to extinguish." Accompanied by specific wand movements, as decisive as severing a rope, and infusing pure magical energy to sever its intent. Hiver furrowed her brow, fixating on the line, "A willpower stronger than the flames. Does that mean I must be more deranged than it?" She recalled the sensation of that uncontrollable fire on Halloween. Closing her eyes, she began to mentally simulate the process. Imagine that blaze, and then envision a wall, an utterly cold wall, devoid of emotion or sentiment. The flames crashing against it, extinguished. Hiver suddenly opened her eyes, her wand slicing through the air with a decisive flourish. Universal counterspell, though no fire lay before her. It felt as if something in the air had been severed, emitting a faint crackling sound. The luminescence at the tip of the wand flickered and extinguished in an instant, as if the very air surrounding it had dropped several degrees in temperature. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. Xiwo nodded in satisfaction. The cold, sibilant voice of the Davarish poked its head over, having just attempted to bite into a copy of the Screaming Mandrake. "I feel like it's time for slumber." "Exactly." Xiwo gently patted the Davarish on its head. "If you set fire to anything again, I shall manage the extinguishing myself, alleviating my worries about burning down the castle." At 2 a.m., who in their right mind gazes into a mirror at such an hour? I wonder which fool placed a mirror here. A classic horror movie opening. Let anyone who wishes to gaze do so, but I shall abstain. This child not only possesses a resolute will, but also harbors a hint of superstitious belief. Just as Xiwo turned the corner, she spotted a faint golden light emanating from a partially ajar door. She peered inside. It was an abandoned classroom, with desks and chairs pushed against the walls, and in the center stood an imposing mirror, its height reaching the ceiling, framed in gold and supported by two claw-like appendages. The mirror of Ariste. Xiwo's footsteps faltered. Tch. Xiwo rolled her eyes, emitting a derisive scoff. Rather than stepping inside, she took a step back and wrapped her robe tightly around herself, as if the mirror were an object of ill omen. At 2 a.m., a mirror suddenly appearing. Surely the security at Hogwarts is rather lax, allowing such supernatural artifacts to be carelessly placed? Xiwo mentally berated. In every horror film I've seen, those who gaze into a mirror at midnight invariably meet a dreadful fate. Either they are strangled by their own reflection or drawn in as a substitute. I would rather return to slumber than waste my time here. Shaking her head, Xiwo raised a middle finger towards that classroom. Only a fool would look. She turned on her heel and strode away, her steps resolute as if hurrying to an early class. Concealed in the shadows, Dumbledore, the old headmaster, had prepared a wealth of life philosophies, intending to enlighten this peculiar student as she became entranced by her reflection. Yet she merely uttered a curse and departed without a backward glance. This child, Dumbledore mused with a wry smile, seems far more perceptive than I had anticipated. Or perhaps simply timid. Xiwo hurried back to Gryffindor Tower. The fat lady was snoring, but upon seeing Xiwo return, she instantly awoke, regarding her with the expression of someone who had seen a ghost. "The password?" the fat lady stammered. "Human flesh raw," Xiwo quipped casually. "Come in, come in." The fat lady promptly opened the entrance. Xiwo climbed into the warm common room, tossed the still yawning Davarish back into its nest, and then collapsed onto her bed. Sleep. She pulled the covers over her head, enveloping herself snugly, almost to the point of suffocation, and her dreams were filled with everything. Chapter 22. Report to the boss. Please grant each of us a Firebolt 2000, esteemed gambling god. Foolish money meets noble blood, dear Draco Malfoy. With the title of gambling god and the allure of the Firebolt 2000, this is a win-win situation, meaning Xiwo wins twice. A trade-up, indeed. In the face of money. No house matters. The spring sun bathed the grass at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where the core members of JLA were engaged in rigorous training. Neville was practicing casting impediment jinxes on a large tree, while Seamus was attempting to blast pine cones into the air with explosive spells, and Hermione was correcting their pronunciations. Xiwo sat upon a large stone, holding a somewhat worn deck of cards, her gaze drifting towards Draco Malfoy, who was approaching with two bodyguards in tow. Here he comes. A smile crept across Xiwo's lips. Malfoy was evidently there for the spectacle, but upon seeing the cards in Xiwo's hand, a flicker of desire crossed his haughty countenance. After all, he was a regular at Hogwarts' inaugural Quidditch Cup. "Ah, Jerry," Malfoy sauntered over, glancing at Neville, who was venting frustration against the tree. "What are these fools doing? Lumberjacking?" "This is not lumberjacking. It's tactical training, young master." Xiwo leaped down from the stone, drawing closer to Malfoy, lowering her voice to prepare for the impending upheaval. Impending upheaval? Malfoy raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Xiwo replied mysteriously. We formed an elite society, human flesh raw. Our aim is to shatter conventions and establish a new order. You see, doesn't that name sound imposing? It has a certain dark allure reminiscent of the Death Eaters. Malfoy's eyes gleamed. As a Slytherin, he had an innate affinity for names that sounded both sinister and powerful. Human flesh raw? Malfoy pondered the term, finding it rather enticing. What exactly do you do? We are pragmatists. Xiwo gestured towards Seamus, who was reducing pine cones to dust with explosive spells. We possess the most formidable explosive techniques, the strongest defenses, and she leaned closer to Malfoy's ear. And my foolproof strategies at the gambling table. I intend to impart these to the core members. Furthermore, Xiwo dangled the bait. While we currently boast strength in numbers, we lack a truly discerning and capable strategic investor. Investor? Malfoy straightened his posture. Yes, we require equipment. For instance, if all of us were equipped with Firebolt 2000s, forming a human flesh raw flying squad, who in Hogwarts would dare to challenge us? Xiwo painted a grand vision. And you, as our sole sponsor, would become our lifetime honorary gambling god and chief financial officer. Henceforth, every territory conquered by JLA would bear your share. Malfoy was enchanted by the notion of being the lifetime honorary gambling god and leading a flying squad. Imagine, a throng of Gryffindors bowing before him on brooms he had sponsored, calling him the gambling god. What a splendid image. Sounds appealing, Malfoy mused, stroking his chin. Though I'm not in want of money, the Firebolt 2000 is not inexpensive. How can I trust that you are worthy of investment? Just give us the nod. Xiwo revealed a devilish smile, and will promptly perform a directed explosive fireworks display at the entrance to the Slytherin common room, blasting long, live Malfoy into the sky. What do you say? Malfoy envisioned that scene, a smile breaking across his face that he could not contain. Deal, he declared with a flourish of his hand. But I only want the best, 7 Firebolt 2000s, and I'll place the order tomorrow. However, for that fireworks display, I want it in purple. Young master, this is your ordered extraordinary pet. The most luxurious smuggling operation in Hogwarts history, the Firebolt 2000 Airlift Brigade. The midnight Hogwarts was bathed in silvery moonlight. According to the original narrative, Harry and Hermione should be huffing and puffing as they lugged a heavy crate up the spiral staircase. Yet today, the situation was entirely different. At the summit of the astronomy tower, for brand new, aerodynamically designed Firebolt 2000s hovered silently. Such is the power of money. Xiwo perched on her broom, gripping a thick rope, the other end tied to the massive crate, while Harry, Ron, and Hermione clutched the remaining corners. With a low rumble of ascent, the 4 brooms, laden with their heavy cargo, soared gracefully into the air, resembling 4 great birds, flying directly from Hagrid's hut to the astronomy tower in a mere 5 minutes. Absolutely exhilarating, Ron exclaimed, patting the broom handle after landing. I feel like a professional courier. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows atop the tower. Draco Malfoy stood adorned in his opulent silk robe, an air of arrogance and anticipation etched upon his features. At long last, it had arrived. Malfoy cast a glance at the quivering crate before him, questioning whether this was indeed the marvel you all spoke of. Indeed, master, replied Hiver, dismounting his broom and patting the box. In appreciation of your Nimbus 2000, JLA has arranged for you a VIP viewing privilege. This creature is one of the rarest in all of Britain. Hiver gestured for Harry to lift the crate's lid. With a creak, the lid was pried open, revealing a small dragon with a black spiky spine and eyes like 2 fiery orange flames peering out. Clearly displeased with its airborne journey, it exhaled angrily. A dragon? Malfoy gasped. Though he had suspected as much, the sight was still a revelation. Truly a Norwegian ridgeback. By Merlin's trousers, that oaf Hagrid has really raised a dragon. Shoo! Keep it down, Hiver chuckled, directing the dragon's head toward Malfoy. Come on, Norbert, this is our generous big brother who bought us brooms. Say hello. Norbert stared at Malfoy's shimmering platinum hair under the moonlight, seemingly deeming it an enticing target. It opened its mouth, emitting a sound akin to a hiccup. Whoosh! A fireball of orange hurtled directly toward Malfoy's face. Whoa! Malfoy shrieked, stumbling backward just in time to narrowly evade the fiery projectile. However, the delicate strands of his hair were singed, and the air was instantly filled with the acrid scent of burnt protein. Oh, it likes you. Hiver jested playfully. Dragons only offer such warm greetings to esteemed guests. Master, your singed hair exhibits a certain artistry. Rising from the ground, Malfoy brushed off the remnants of his smoldering locks. Though irritation bubbled within him, the sight of the dragon could not quell his excitement. Humph, its temperament certainly befits a broom sponsored by the Malfoy family. Now, tidy it up and send it away. If my father discovers I'm involved in the smuggling of such contraband, he will have my head. Just then, Charlie Weasley's friends arrived. Mission accomplished. Howler turned to Malfoy. Shall we return to celebrate our success with a game of raw internal supply poker? This time, I'll let you have 3 chips. Chapter 23, The Undaunted Egg. Tonight marks the decisive moment. The JLA charges forth. Hello, Tom, I'm Jerry. Compared to you, he should be the one known as the Undaunted Egg. Saturation Rescue. What does it mean to have presence? This is what presence means. Voldemort, who are you? Are you also Riddle? Do you also munch on big melons? Tom, today I shall reveal to you why it is called Tom and Jerry. Because the one who laughs last is me. JLA rapid-fire transcript. The Devil SNet. Neville hurled a portable incendiary device supplied by the Weasleys. The key. Harry and Malfoy rode the Nimbus 2000 in a double-seeker configuration. Malfoy even scoffed at the rusty, dirty key. Giant chessboard. Ron commanded as the White King prepared to draw his sword. A directional explosive rune buried beneath the board detonated, shattering the White King into pieces. Ron, does this count as checkmate? Troll, already knocked out by Quirrell. Each member of the JLA kicked it as they passed. Potion Riddle. Howler, Harry, drink this. Harry stood before the mirror of Ariste, horrified at the sight of Professor Quirrell removing his turban. On the back of Quirrell's head, Voldemort stared intently at him. Quirrell lunged at Harry, hands gripping his throat. For the Dark Lord, a shadowy figure emerged abruptly, gliding in with an air of nonchalance. Good evening, gentlemen. The voice was crisp, calm, and laced with a hint of mockery. Quirrell jumped back, loosening his grip. Harry tumbled to the ground, gasping for breath as he looked up. There stood Howler, flanked by a pale but composed Malfoy, along with Simon and others, wands drawn and ready to explode. Howler wore an ill-fitting school robe. Yet in that moment, her presence surpassed even that of the Dark Lord himself. She gazed at Quirrell's grotesque visage, displaying a standard, Tom Riddle-esque false smile. Hello, Tom. I'm Jerry. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. Who are you? How dare you speak my name? Who I am is of little consequence. Howler slowly raised her wand. The tip steady and ominous. What matters is that you are looking rather hideous at the moment, and as an aesthetic connoisseur, I cannot abide. Kill him. Quirrell. Kill him now. Voldemort screamed in a frenzy, sensing the threat. Quirrell raised his wand, ready to turn. Too late. Howler's gaze turned hollow and cold. Embodying a pure murderous intent she had practiced countless times, an ultimate denial of life. A blinding, sickly green light erupted from her wand, illuminating the entire basement and casting a green hue over Malfoy's terror-stricken face. Avada Kedavra. Boom. The green light struck Quirrell squarely in the chest. No scream, no struggle. His body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the wall before sliding down lifelessly. By Merlin's beard, Malfoy's legs buckled, nearly bringing him to his knees. He had not anticipated that Howler would dare to employ such a spell, and with such proficiency. At the very moment Quirrell fell, a wailing smoke spiraled from his body. It was Voldemort's main soul. He emitted an inhuman shriek, his smoky visage contorted with malice, glaring fiercely at Howler before escaping through the ceiling. Howler stowed her wand and casually approached Harry, helping him to his feet. Look, she pointed at the fleeing black smoke. Her tone is relaxed as if commenting on the weather. He's not entirely done for yet. Harry, still in shock, glanced at Quirrell's empty shell. Then at the fleeing Voldemort, his mind a whirlwind. He ran away, Harry stammered, but you just used. Yes, I used that unforgivable curse. Howler dusted off Harry's shoulders, gesturing toward the direction Voldemort had vanished, her words laden with significance. You see, even after being hit by my full-power melon crunch, he was able to escape. Harry, I believe he deserves the title of the Undaunted Egg more than you do. Undaunted Egg? Harry was taken aback. Indeed, Howler shrugged, bald. Without hair, devoid of a nose, and marinated in that stinky turban for a year. What else could he be but an undaunted egg? Nearby, the petrified Malfoy, though still trembling, could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth upon hearing the description. It was over. He could never again look Voldemort in the eye. Chapter 24, Selling Crutches. A peacock thrown into a chicken coop. Thanks to Master Malfoy's angelic investment in the Nimbus, you are not sitting on a chair, but rather a chariot leading to the future. You provide the funds, they provide the labor, and I provide the vision. This is what we call resource integration. Draco Malfoy stood outside the crooked fence of the shack, his expression utterly remarkable. Draped in an exquisite custom robe, he regarded the plump chickens frolicking in the yard, disdain flickering in his gaze as they chased after the goblins. Jerry, Malfoy drawled, pinching his nose with a handkerchief, are you certain we should venture inside? My father asserts that even goblins find this place intolerable. And this is the Weasley household, the epitome of pure-blooded disgrace. Allow me to correct you, Draco, Howler interjected, wrapping an arm around Malfoy's shoulders and forcibly guiding him forward. This is the first armory of raw consumption. Behold that house. teetering yet steadfast. What a marvel of architectural enchantment and equilibrium. Just as they stepped into the yard, a thunderous crash emanated from the dilapidated garage, followed by a billowing cloud of emerald smoke. Fred and George stumbled out, their faces smudged with soot, clutching a bizarre contraption that still sparked with erratic energy. Success! Fred shouted triumphantly. Version 20 of the automatic tracking manure bomb. This time we've added an adhesive. Once it lands, it cannot be washed away. Cough, cough. Xiwo coughed loudly, drawing the twins' attention to Malfoy standing beside her. Their expressions morphed into one of disgust, as if they had just ingested a fly. Is that Malfoy? George squinted. What on earth is he doing here? To mock us? No, he has come to bestow funds upon us. Xiwo snapped her fingers. Allow me to introduce you to our organization's chief financial officer. He has heard that your technical progress has hit a financial bottleneck and has come to assess the situation. Half an hour later, in the kitchen of the hovel, an odd card game unfolded around a table that had been scrubbed clean, though to Malfoy's discerning eye, it still appeared greasy. Xiwo, Malfoy, Ron, Fred, and George formed a circle. Prior to their arrival, Mrs. Weasley had been cleverly lured into the garden to catch goblins under the pretense of conducting essential summer project discussions. A pair of Malfoy threw down 2 cards, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward the twins' designed blueprint for a bait bomb resting on the edge of the table, though he remained silent. He couldn't help but admire its ingenious potential for mischief. Gentlemen, Xiwo began, delicately toying with her chips, which were actually an assortment of colored buttons. You see, while the Weasley household may appear modest, they possess something you lack. Such as? Malfoy scoffed. Red hair and old robes? Such as boundless creativity. Xiwo gestured toward the twins. With merely 10 galleons, they could craft contrivances that would leave Filch in utter disarray for an entire year. And if you grant them 100 galleons, Xiwo lowered her voice. Laced with temptation, they could develop a device that would inadvertently aid Slytherin in winning at Quidditch. Or any contraption that would bring misfortune upon, well, your adversaries, even if one of them happens to be Harry Potter. Malfoy felt a stirring within him. He glanced at Ron, who was nervously fixated on his cards. Moreover, Xiwo added, the new term brings Gilderoy Lockhart's exorbitantly priced textbooks. Should our core members be unable to afford their books, what will that say about us? And what of your reputation as a sponsor? Indeed. Malfoy conceded with a haughty nod. It would be quite the affront should my subordinates resort to second-hand books. He produced a hefty pouch of coins from his robe and tossed it onto the table, the delightful clink of metal echoing through the room. I shall withdraw from this round. Consider this sum as my angel investment in the armory. I require 100 of those automatic tracking manure bombs. And every single one of your textbooks for this term must be brand new. No rags allowed. Ron gaped, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. Fred and George exchanged glances, suddenly finding the pale young master far more agreeable. What a magnanimous benefactor, they exclaimed in unison. From now on, anyone who dares to bully Malfoy will have to contend with us. Naturally, Malfoy replied, lifting his chin with self-satisfaction. Though in such a dismal place, he felt like royalty. At that moment, Mr. Weasley returned. Molly, I'm back. Who is this blonde young lad? He looks rather familiar, as if he belongs to the Lucius family. That is our investor, father. Ron hastily concealed the pouch. We are engaged in a social practice. Chapter 25. The conclusion of the second year S plot. Draco, would you show me your father-esque study? Mice fear cats, or so they say. Farewell, senior. Your part has concluded. Malfoy Manor was the epitome of opulence. Seizing the opportunity while Lucius entertained a few peculiar guests in the drawing room, Draco led Xiwo into his father-esque study. There is not much of interest in my father-esque study, Draco remarked, fiddling with a skull-shaped paperweight, except for a few prohibited dark artifacts. I rather enjoy the allure of the forbidden, Xiwo mused, pacing before the bookshelves, her keen eyes scanning the spines of each tome. Soon, she stumbled upon an unassuming, tattered black notebook nestled among a collection of books on pure-blood genealogy. It appeared as though it had been purchased from a roadside stall. Ah, I've found it, Xiwo declared, extracting the journal. What is that? Draco frowned. A tattered diary without a title. This is a valuable item, young master. Xiwo tucked the diary into her cloak. It contains secrets on how to become a great person. I shall borrow it for a couple of days. Fine. Take it, Draco shrugged indifferently. It's merely something my father intended to discard. That evening, Xiwo found an abandoned quarry devoid of onlookers. She produced her wand, skillfully casting an armored charm upon herself before opening the diary. With a quill in hand, she dipped it into ink and inscribed a line on the aged pages. Hello. Tom, I am Jerry. The ink seeped into the paper like rainwater into parched earth. Moments later, a response materialized. Greetings, Jerry. I am Tom Riddle. How did you acquire my diary? Xiwo smiled, swiftly penning her reply. I have come to inform you that your era is over. It is now Jerry's time. The diary seemed to hesitate, the handwriting growing somewhat frantic. What do you mean? Who are you? Do you wish for power? I can teach you. Teach me? Hiver discarded the quill and rose. There's a spell I've been struggling with. Senior, perhaps you could assist me. She brandished her wand. Confringo. A colossal beast erupted from the tip of her wand, roaring forth and instantly devouring the diary. The journal writhed in the flames, emitting a harrowing scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. It was the agony of a soul being torn asunder. The dark ink gushed forth like blood, only to evaporate in the intense heat. No. The wailing persisted for a full minute until the diary was reduced to ashes. All curses come to an end. The flames extinguished abruptly, leaving only a charred remains. Done. Hiver clapped her hands. The lead has exited the stage, and the second year has concluded early. Now the basilisk shall slumber in the chamber of secrets for eternity. Jerry temporarily withdrew from the magical realm, but he had not forgotten the wallets within it. I earn more than my father's allowance, he exclaimed. With the commander, there's plenty to eat. The inaugural shareholders' dividend meeting of raw consumption took place amidst a throng at the Lihuan bookstore, where fans of Lockhart jostled for a glimpse of their idol. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the bookstore, an unspoken business conflict had just reached its conclusion. Xiwo, utilizing the substantial capital provided by Malfoy, employed several upperclassmen at the onset of the holiday to completely deplete the bookstore's stock of Gilderoy Lockhart's books. As the parents of students who had yet to purchase the books discovered the shelves barren, filled with mounting anxiety, the JLA sales team, led by Fred and George, made their grand entrance. Originally priced at 1 galleon, now a staggering 3. No need to queue. Delivery straight to your hands. Additionally, a complimentary pair of JLA's specially crafted anti-Lockhart drivel earplugs. Although the price had surged, amidst the chaos and urgency, parents eagerly parted with their coins. Within a mere hour, every last book was snatched up. An hour later, at the Leaky Cauldron, the inaugural shareholders' meeting of the Raw Eaters was convening. The table was piled high with shimmering galleons, representing pure profit. Unbelievable. Ron gazed at the mountain of coins, his eyes widening. Is this truly legal? In the magical realm, there exists no law prohibiting the resale of textbooks. Ron. Xiwo gracefully pushed a hefty bag of gold coins towards Draco. This is your principal, plus a 50% bonus, Mr. Malfoy. Draco held the coin pouch, feeling its heft. Despite his family's wealth, this was money he had earned through investment. That sense of accomplishment flushed his face with exhilaration. Splendid work, Jerry. Malfoy endeavored to maintain his composure, though his smile threatened to stretch from ear to ear. I knew my judgment was sound. I wished to reinvest. Let us funnel this entire sum into the Raw Eater factory. Brilliant, Xiwo commended, giving a thumbs up before turning to the twins and Ron. This is the dividend for the Weasley family. Xiwo produced another pile of coins, sufficient to procure new robes, wands, and cauldrons for Ginny, and even a fresh pair of glasses for Percy. The remainder would serve as research and development funds for the factory. Fred and George erupted in cheers, nearly rushing to kiss Xiwo in gratitude. At last, Xiwo rapped the table, his expression turning serious regarding the remaining profits. I propose we give back to society. Give back? Yes. Xiwo retrieved a worn photograph from his pocket, depicting Wool's orphanage. This is my hometown. There are many children like me, full of potential, yet suffering in the Muggle world. We, the Raw Eaters, aim not only to dominate Hogwarts, but also to establish roots beyond its walls. A glimmer of foresight sparkled in Xiwo's eyes. I plan to donate this money to the orphanage, enhancing their meals, and concurrently ensuring they know from a young age who provides their bread. When they grow up, they will become our most loyal guard. I concur. Malfoy was the first to raise his hand. Since they will be future guards, we cannot afford to be stingy. I will also donate 10 galleons. I agree as well. Before the school year commenced, Xiwo submitted the manuscript he had penned during the holiday to the Daily Prophet. The army of owls, as usual, darkened the Great Hall as they delivered packages and letters. This time, nearly every owl clutched a copy of the Daily Prophet. Evidently, the day's front page headline was so sensational that even those uninterested in purchasing the paper could not resist glancing at their neighbor's copy. Xiwo leisurely spread jam on his toast, observing Ron across the table unfold the newspaper, only to spray pumpkin juice across Harry's face. Merlin's trousers. Ron exclaimed, Harry, you're on the front page. And so is the Dark Lord. Harry hastily wiped his face and leaned in for a closer look. The headline blared in massive, bold, and even flashing black letters. Exclusive reveal. The heartbreak behind the Savior and the conspiracy of the boiled egg. Why has that name, which cannot be uttered, descended to the status of an over-fermented ingredient? Written by the esteemed acerbic commentator, the Faceless One. Since that fateful night, Harry Potter's name has reverberated throughout the magical community. However, recently, our correspondent, Through clandestine channels, inside information from JLA has obtained a heart-wrenching survival report of a first-year student at Hogwarts. Reliable sources indicate that the renowned savior, Mr. Potter, not only endures the cold mockery of certain professors, suspected to be from potions class, during his time at school, but is also unjustly burdened with the responsibility of safeguarding the institution at such a tender age. More shockingly, the one whose name cannot be mentioned, you know who, is reported to be lurking in the school in an exceedingly grotesque manner. As per an anonymous witness, Mr. J. pseudonym, the Dark Lord was allegedly residing on the back of someone's head, perpetually enveloped in a garlic-infused scarf. Due to prolonged confinement in the garlic and sweat-saturated fabric, and deprived of sunlight, the Dark Lord's facial features have undergone severe distortion and atrophy, presenting a bizarre soy sauce hue. He resembles a large boiled egg that has marinated for 49 days in brine. One cannot help but question, is this the object of our fears for over a decade? A noseless, bald, possibly garlic-scented boiled egg? Experts suggest that the Dark Lord's relentless pursuit to eliminate Harry Potter may stem from envy over Mr. Potter's luscious, unruly hair, while he himself grapples with the looming threat of permanent baldness. What a bitter irony. The once feared Dark Lord who instilled terror across the magical realm has now been reduced to cohabiting with someone else's dandruff and sporting a boiled egg-like sheen. We must ask the Ministry of Magic, is this truly the object of your fear? A talking boiled egg? We must also inquire of Dumbledore, why permit the Savior to confront such a fragrant threat alone? For further in-depth analysis on the Dark Lord's baldness issues and the side effects of dark magic, please subscribe to next week's column. Bonus, exclusive hand-drawn illustration, The Angry Boiled Egg. Hilarity erupted after a brief silence, beginning with the Ravenclaw table, followed by Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and even Slytherin, who could not suppress their chuckles. Boiled egg. Fred and George drummed on the table. What a perfect description. Who will ever call him the Dark Lord again? Let us call him the boiled egg. The garlic-scented boiled egg. Neville appeared to have an epiphany, his face paling slightly. I never want to eat eggs again. At the faculty table, Lockhart clutched the newspaper, his face ashen as his headline was usurped. Dumbledore set down the paper, a twinkle of mirth hidden in his beard, gazing at the innocently munching Xiwo across from him, slightly raising his cup in a gesture of salute. Xiwo returned a polite smile, his fingers brushing the freshly received Gringotts check in his pocket. This is merely the beginning, Tom. Xiwo mused, when the day of your resurrection arrives. The first reaction from the crowd will not be screams, but rather, look, the boiled egg has come to life. The expression on your face will be utterly priceless. Chapter 26, Xiwo's fully automated deterrence. We pledge not to initiate the use of Xiwo. At a mere glance from the commander, we shall know whether to hurl bricks or unleash Xiwo. On the 8th floor of the castle, the Room of Requirement. Today, the room has been transformed at Xiwo's request into a vast training ground brimming with obstacles and dummies. A prominent slogan adorns the walls. If it can be solved with a brick, do not waste magic. All core members of the JLA were present. Even Draco, the sponsor, had been persuaded by Xiwo to attend, clad in an expensive-looking sports robe, standing reluctantly among the ranks. All present. Xiwo donned a somewhat oversized second-hand robe, wielding a teaching pointer, actually a broken unicorn horn gifted by Hagrid, with an aura of authority. Today's training focus, mixed doubles and strategic deterrence. Xiwo gestured towards the obstacle course before them. First task, physical fitness and reaction time. Everyone, put away your wands. Except for Seamus. Why must I steal mine? Malfoy grumbled, his discontent palpable. I am a wizard, not a muggle laborer. Because if your wand is knocked away, are you to beg for mercy on your knees? Xiwo retorted coldly. A true warrior, even with merely a stone in hand, can shatter his enemy's knees. This embodies the spirit of the predator, demonstrating a flawless shoulder throw. She sent the dummy crashing to the ground. Neville, Harry, Ron, you are in charge of close combat training. Hermione, you will oversee tactical command and first aid, with an emphasis on first aid. Malfoy, you are also to navigate the obstacle course. Do not even think of slacking off. Your stamina is abysmal. You're slower than your peers. Stirred by competitive spirit, Malfoy huffed and charged into the obstacle zone. Though his form was somewhat awkward, his determination to avoid embarrassment before Potter propelled him to persevere. Excellent. Xiwo nodded in satisfaction, then shifted her attention to Seamus, who stood nearby, wand at the ready. Seamus. She called out. Yes. Seamus replied, his face smudged with soot from the earlier warm-up, yet his spirit remained undeterred. You need not run the course, Xiwo said, approaching him with an unusually grave expression, as if bestowing him with a nuclear button. Following last year's practical assessments, the organization has classified you as our highest secret weapon in the JLA. Highest secret? Seamus's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, your explosive talent is both uncontrollable and devastating. Xiwo proclaimed gravely. From this day forth, we pledge not to deploy you first. A hushed silence enveloped the room, as the gazes of the others shifted from amusement to awe towards Seamus. This means, Xiwo continued, that in routine conflicts, such as minor skirmishes with classmates, you are prohibited from intervening. Simply stand there, wand in hand, and smirk at them. That is strategic deterrence. Yet, as her tone shifted and her gaze hardened, she added, however, should you encounter insurmountable foes, such as the Dark Lord, dragons, or swarms of acromantula, at the sound of my call, Seamus, you shall annihilate everything. Seamus excitedly completed her sentence, sparks of danger flickering from the tip of his wand. Precisely. Unfettered by consequences or yield, obliterate with abandon. Xiwo clapped him on the shoulder. Now, proceed to that corner and practice your finesse in explosive spells. I expect you to be capable of detonating an apple skin without harming the fruit within. Though challenging, one must always dream. Observing the fervent enthusiasm of the youth, Xiwo smiled with satisfaction. This is the essence of the predator, she mused silently. Wait for it, Tom. When you are resurrected, you shall be met by a legion capable of hurling bricks, performing unorthodox punches, and launching nuclear devices, Seamus included. Chapter 27. The Tortoise Meets the Green Bean. Devaris expressed a desire to venture into the forbidden forest to converse with the acromantula about culinary recipes. The forest was shrouded in darkness, with only the brittle sounds of twigs snapping beneath their feet. Devaris's thermal navigation is at your service. Ah, Devaris exclaimed, peering out from Xiwo's collar, excitement evident in its voice. So many legs, they smell delectable. Do not dwell solely on consumption, Xiwo admonished gently, patting its head. We are here to conduct business. Remember, unleash your full presence. Even if you are not a monstrous serpent of several meters in length. Project the air of being their arch-nemesis. Soon, they arrived at a hollow deep within the forbidden forest, densely woven with white webs. Countless acromantula crawling around like a black tide, emitting chilling, clicking sounds. Who approaches? An ancient, hoarse voice emanated from the center of the hollow. A spider, the size of a small elephant, slowly emerged, its 8 eyes clouded with a milky film. Good evening, Aragog, Xiwo stated boldly, unperturbed. I am a friend of Hagrid's. You may call me Jerry. A friend of Hagrid? Aragog's massive pincers clicked twice. If you are indeed Hagrid's acquaintance, you may depart safely. However, my children are hungry. The surrounding swarm of spiders began to stir, countless multifaceted eyes glinting with greedy light as they closed in. Hungry? Xiwo scoffed. How fortuitous. For my friend is also in need of sustenance. She unfastened her collar, allowing Devaris to slither out and coiling around her shoulder. Although Devaris was merely an ordinary black snake, it had mastered Xiwo's theatrics, suddenly opening its mouth to emit an extremely sharp, piercing hiss. Hiss. Bow down. Insects. Xiwo cast a minor confundus charm, simulating a basilisk's presence, achieving remarkable results. The hundreds of acromantula surrounding them became instantly petrified, frozen in place. The tide of spiders that had been advancing began to retreat in a frenzy, emitting terrified squeals. It is that ancient enemy. Aragog's voice quivered with fear. Why do you bring it? Because I am the supreme commander of the predator, Xiwo replied casually, toying with her wand. Aragog, let us strike a bargain. I shall refrain from allowing my snake to consume your offspring, though it cannot. In exchange, she produced a row of empty glass vials, tossing them to the ground. Fill these vials for me. That shall be your toll. Venom, understood? The freshest. Reluctantly, several larger spiders crawled over, dripping venom into the vials. Pleasure doing business. Xiwo collected the precious vials, a merchant's grin spreading across her face. Tell your offspring that upon seeing the emblem of the predator, they should remember to take a detour. Otherwise, next time, it shall not be I who is so amiable. A fool is not terrifying. What is truly frightening is a fool with influence. If this fool could be transformed into a promotional machine for the JLA, it would be a prime example of resourceful repurposing. The dueling club was in disarray. Moments ago, Snape had sent Lockhart crashing into the wall with a swift and decisive disarming spell. Though Lockhart rose, attempting to maintain his bravado, it was evident to all that he was floundering. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Xiwo glided ghost-like to Lockhart's side, who was attempting to tame his tousled hair. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, Professor. Xiwo applauded earnestly, her admiration genuine. The manner in which you fell and the arc you traced in the air was pure artistry. You were demonstrating the importance of falling techniques to the students, were you not? Lockhart, embarrassed and wishing to vanish into the ground, felt a spark of hope at her words. He straightened his lavish lavender robe, revealing his trademark toothy grin. Ah, indeed. Miss Teppo, you discern my intentions. Lockhart exclaimed loudly, as though he had found a kindred spirit. Very few can comprehend my noble motives. Had I truly retaliated, Professor Snape would likely be laid up in the hospital wing for a month. I couldn't bear the thought. You are far too compassionate, Xiwo remarked with feigned adoration. In truth, I have always admired you. A wizard of such beauty and talent as yourself deserves more than to merely teach at Hogwarts. She leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Have you heard of the Predator? The Predator? Lockhart furrowed his brow, pondering the recently popular student organization at school. He had heard whispers of its rather audacious name. It is not wild. It is avant-garde, Xiwo gently corrected him. We are an elite organization dedicated to shattering conventions and setting trends. Our members include the renowned savior, Harry Potter, and the heir of the Malfoy family. Currently, we are in search of a true figurehead. A figurehead? Lockhart straightened his posture. Indeed. Someone who can embody our image and showcase our allure to the world as a global brand ambassador. Xiwo dangled the bait, revealing their intention to purchase a full-page advertisement in the Daily Prophet with the headline, Gilderoy Lockhart, the cannibalistic spiritual mentor. What do you think? Lockhart was struck by the combination of the full-page ad and the term spiritual mentor. He could already envision throngs of female admirers screaming his name. This is such an honor, Lockhart exclaimed, nearly reaching out to shake Xiwo's hand. Though I am quite busy responding to readers' letters and writing my autobiography, I am willing to carve out precious time for you misguided lambs. Excellent. Xiwo promptly produced a piece of parchment, the membership agreement, complete with a clause for free use of his likeness. Please sign here. He added, by the way, we are currently developing a dazzling firework display to accompany your smile. We can ignite it free of charge the next time you make an appearance. Oh, that is incredibly thoughtful. Lockhart signed the extravagant document without even glancing at the terms. Welcome aboard, Lockhart, honorary consultant. Xiwo tucked away the parchment, revealing a smirk akin to that of a shrewd merchant who had just struck gold. In the future, if anyone inquires about cannibalism, you may simply say it is a pursuit of exquisite beauty and fashion. Not a problem. Lockhart posed dramatically in the air. Fashion is my forte. In the distance, Snape observed this scene with a disdainful snort, as if he were witnessing two fools. Little did he know, Xiwo had just leveraged the most significant IP in the wizarding world. Chapter 28. Children have their own aesthetic. Is there truly no potion that can turn someone into a hard-boiled egg? Even just removing the nose would suffice. Why must this child insist on removing their nose? Dedicated to becoming a master of fluid dynamics, respecting the teacher and valuing the way. Snape declined your request for a hard-boiled egg. On the Christmas morning, Hogwarts was blanketed in snow. Xiwo busied himself early on as Santa Claus. Malfoy, a box of specially made cheating cards, which can change with a spell, accompanied by a note. Young master, cheating is also a form of skill. Harry, a handwritten practical guide to defense against the dark arts, Jerry edition. The first page reading. If you encounter an unbeatable opponent, run. If you cannot escape, use a brick. If the brick fails, shout for Seamus. Lockhart, a mirror enchanted to shout, oh, my God, how can there exist such perfect teeth in this world? Lockhart received it and couldn't put it down, having admired it all morning. After distributing these gifts, Xiwo clutched the most precious present and strolled into the chilly dungeon. The door to Professor Snape's office was firmly shut. Xiwo knocked. Enter, came Snape's voice from within. Xiwo pushed the door open. Snape was seated by the fireplace, engrossed in a book. Upon seeing Xiwo, his brow immediately knitted into a frown. Tebo, if you are here to deliver those explosive biscuits, I suggest you toss them directly into the fireplace. How could that be? Professor? Xiwo replied with a grin, approaching like a salesman, producing a tightly sealed crystal vial from his robes and gently placing it on Snape's desk. Inside the vial, a viscous liquid pulsed with a faint glow. Snape's gaze froze upon encountering the vial. He instinctively recognized what it contained. He rose abruptly, seized the vial, uncorked it, and his expression shifted dramatically. The venom of an acromantula, Snape's voice betrayed a hint of astonishment, and of exceptionally high purity, no less. Where did you acquire this? I found it in the Forbidden Forest, Xiwo casually lied. It was actually extorted. I thought, considering your arduous potion brewing efforts, this would be invaluable for either research or profit. Merry Christmas, Professor. Snape regarded Xiwo with a deep, scrutinizing gaze. Speak, Tebo, what do you desire? Snape carefully stored the vial in a cabinet. Don't tell me you are merely here out of respect for your teacher. Since you are so direct, Xiwo rubbed his hands together, leaning in expectantly. I must inquire once more. Is there truly no potion or any modified formula that can permanently remove a person's nose? Snape's countenance darkened instantly. And the hair, Xiwo added, to achieve a smooth, egg-like texture. You see, this would not only reduce air resistance while flying, but also make it impossible for enemies to grasp my head due to its slippery nature. It's practically the perfect tactical form. Tebo, Snape roared, I told you last time. There is no such potion. Unless you wish to throw yourself into a vat of strong acid or kiss a Dementor. But Tom, no, the Dark Lord, managed it. Xiwo persisted, undeterred. You, being an even greater master of potions, surely have a way to alter the polyjuice potion, even if just temporarily, to become an egg. I wish to experience the thrill of that aerodynamic layout. Snape felt a pulsing headache in his temples as he regarded the exceptionally talented, yet uniquely peculiar student before him. He took a deep breath and pointed to the door. Get out, Snape gritted, before you turn my office into a chicken coop. 10 points from Gryffindor for your warped understanding of human aesthetics. All right, Xiwo shrugged, turning towards the door. I suppose I must conduct my own research later. When I invent it, the first vial shall be yours, Professor. That prominent nose of yours certainly creates a significant drag. Get lost. A cauldron flew toward him, crashing against the closed door. Chapter 29, The Basilisk Containment Initiative. For the JLA, comfort equates to decadence. Depriving Tom Riddle of the Special Contribution Award, losing in life and death. The Chamber of Secrets, The Basilisk Containment Initiative. 50 years ago, Tom received the Special Contribution Award. 50 years later, cannibalism has turned that trophy into a mass-produced item. In the girls' restroom on the second floor at midnight, Myrtle was hiding in a toilet, weeping. Xiwo stood before the tap engraved with a small snake, flanked by the all-star lineup of the JLA. Harry, holding a Firebolt 2000, Ron, trembling with his wand. Hermione, armed with a camera and notes, Neville, with a shield, Seamus, carrying a large bag of explosive runes, and Draco Malfoy, dressed in a bespoke robe, looking disdainfully at the restroom floor. Are we all ready? Xiwo turned to ask. Do we really have to go down there? Malfoy frowned. This is the girls' restroom. If word gets out, where will that leave the Malfoy family's reputation? Young master, this leads to your ancestor Slytherin's chamber, Xiwo coaxed. It's a journey of discovery. Moreover, below lies the legendary beast that only the true heir of Slytherin can tame. Malfoy immediately straightened his back. What are we waiting for? Lead the way. Xiwo turned, whispering huskily to the tap. Hiss, open. The tap emitted a dazzling white light and began to spin rapidly. As the pool gradually shifted, a substantial water pipe emerged, leading into the unfathomable darkness. Simo flares. Simo hurled a luminous explosive symbol downward. Moments later, a faint glow illuminated the depths below. Jump. The group slid down like dumplings. Within the depths of the secret chamber, a chill pervaded the air, dampness clung to the atmosphere, and colossal stone pillars were entwined with sculpted serpents, their greenish luminescence casting light upon the immense visage of Salazar Slytherin, the statue. Is this the chamber? Malfoy surveyed the surroundings, savoring the unique ambience. This old fellow resembles a monkey. That is the ancestor of your house, Hiver reminded him. Just then, the mouth of the Slytherin statue slowly opened, and a monstrous creature slithered out, the basilisk. Its body was a vibrant green, as thick as an oak trunk. Close your eyes. Everyone, close your eyes. Hiver shouted. It's the basilisk. Looking into its eyes can be fatal. In truth, there was no need for her to shout. Everyone had already shut their eyes in terror. Only Hiver remained with her eyes wide open, donned in specially crafted anti-death glare sunglasses, which were merely rooster eye membranes affixed to the lenses. Hiss, who has awakened me? The basilisk hissed ominously. Hiss, it is I, Jerry Riddle. Hiver stepped forward boldly, unafraid, the new master of Slytherin. Hiss, Riddle? That half-blood brat. The basilisk seemed perplexed. Your scent is somewhat off. Never mind whether it resembles or not. Hiver pointed at Malfoy behind her. Do you see that blonde lad? He's a pure-blood heir, quite affluent. He'll cover your meal expenses from now on. 10 plump chickens daily, no more feasting on rats. The basilisk turned its massive head, though everyone had their eyes closed. They could sense the foul breeze, as if weighing the pros and cons. Furthermore, Hiver threw out her trump card. I also despise that noseless fellow. Follow me, and we shall indulge in abundance. No need to hunt muggle-borns. We shall revel in destruction and profit. The basilisk fell silent for a moment before finally bowing its head, nuzzling Hiver's palm. Hiss, deal. I want roasted chicken. Done. Hiver snapped her fingers. Everyone, open your eyes. Just don't look at its eyes. The members of JLA cautiously opened their eyes, beholding the enormous basilisk coiled obediently at Hiver's feet, resembling an oversized pet dog. My heavens! Ron gasped in astonishment. This is incredible. Malfoy's fear transformed into fervor as he gazed at the basilisk. Now this is the true face of Slytherin. I want to take a picture with it. Hermione, quick, snap a photo. Though her hands trembled, Hermione still raised the camera. Cheese. In the headmaster's office, Hiver presented the JLA team, excluding the basilisk, which was still below enjoying its chicken, with a report entitled On the Discovery and Peaceful Resolution of the Chamber Crisis. Slamming it onto Dumbledore's desk. Headmaster, Hiver asserted confidently, 50 years ago, Tom Riddle received a special contribution award for reporting Hagrid. Today, we, the JLA, not only discovered the chamber, but also successfully tamed the basilisk, eliminating a millennia-old hazard to the school. Our demands are modest. Ivor gestured to each member behind her. Each of us deserves a special contribution award from the school. Moreover, please remove that trophy belonging to Tom Riddle. For he is not only a fraud, but a failure incapable of even managing a snake. Dumbledore scrutinized the report, then glanced at the proud students. Finally resting his gaze on Ivor's face, which was etched with a resolute determination to cause trouble if awards were not granted. The elder chuckled, his beard trembling with mirth. Of course, Miss Teapot. Dumbledore waved his wand. I believe this marks one of the most legitimate award ceremonies in Hogwarts history. That evening, a row of gleaming gold trophies adorned the prize display, and in the center, the old trophy belonging to Tom Riddle was conspicuously absent, replaced instead by Ivor's trophy. Engraved with, Jerry Riddle, Ivor Teapot. Commander of the JLA. Tamer of the Basilisk. Terminator of Eggy. Chapter 30. The DC Universe invades the magical realm. Gotham City. Hogwarts Branch. The DC Universe invades the magical realm. I still prefer bald heads. The basement of Wool's orphanage had been transformed into a rather respectable secret base. The walls were plastered with clippings from the Daily Prophet, alongside several newly acquired Batman posters. Dozens of orphans, clad in matching uniforms, purchased with Malfoy's sponsorship, stood in neat rows, their eyes fervently fixed on the wizards in front of them. Ivor stood before a blackboard, clutching a copy of Batman, The Dark Knight Returns. The audience seated below was illustrious. Draco Malfoy, sitting disdainfully upon a chair that had seen countless occupants. Fred and George, curiously flipping through a copy of The Killing Joke. And Harry and Ron, who could not comprehend it but thought it impressive. Comrades, Ivor tapped the blackboard. Today we shall not attend a lesson on magic. Instead, we shall delve into the philosophy of heroes. She pointed to the massive bat symbol on the board. This is Batman, a muggle. A muggle? Malfoy scoffed. What is there to learn from a muggle? I could easily wrong. Ivor interrupted. He is an extraordinarily wealthy muggle, lacking magical abilities. He utilizes his wealth, Malfoy's ears perked up, and technology to transform himself into a symbol of fear for an entire city. He never kills. Yet he can incapacitate criminals for life, ruling Gotham's knights. Malfoy took the comic, flipping through a few pages, observing Bruce Wayne attending a gala in a tailored suit, only to drive the Batmobile through the streets that night. Malfoy stroked his chin. Though he is a muggle, this lifestyle aligns well with Slytherin aesthetics. Wealthy, with a butler and a secret identity, quite appealing. Now, look over here. Ivor gestured to the line of orphans. These are our Robins. In the comics, Robin serves as Batman's assistant, his eyes and ears. She gazed at the children, a complex glimmer flashing in her eyes, thankfully. Not the kind of deranged individual who treats Robin like a pet. We are a vast organization. You are the core Justice League. While they serve as our foundation in the Muggle world, they will assist us in gathering intelligence, monitoring the Muggle neighbors of Ministry officials, and even providing logistical support in future wars. Fred and George raised their comics, the cover featuring a grinning green-haired lunatic. Commander, we prefer this guy called the Joker. Fred exclaimed excitedly, look at his jokes. Why so serious? This is the ultimate philosophy of pranks. And this Riddler. George pointed to another comic filled with riddles. Isn't that what we aim to do? Ivor, her forehead lined with annoyance, replied, those are villains. But fine, as long as you don't blow anyone up. Have at it. She turned to the members of the JLA, posing the ultimate question. So, which superhero or villain do you wish to become? Draco Malfoy was the first to rise, adjusting the luxurious silk robe that seemed out of place even in the basement. He lifted his chin and pointed at the shadowy figure standing atop Wayne Tower on the poster. I want to be this Batman, Malfoy declared arrogantly, wealthy, brooding, and feared by many. Most importantly, he inherits a vast fortune. This is tailor-made for me. Excellent. Xiwo nodded and inscribed on the blackboard, Draco, Batman. Though you lack an elderly butler, Crabbe and Goyle can barely serve as a fleshy version of Alfred. Fred and George had already begun mimicking the laughter of that green-haired lunatic over there. Of course, we are the Jokers. The twins chimed in unison, wearing that disconcerting grin that sends shivers down one's spine. Chaos is but a ladder. We shall fill Hogwarts with laughter and screams. Ha! Approved. Xiwo wrote with flourish. Twins, Joker, but remember, do not blow yourselves up. Harry appeared somewhat hesitant. He gazed at the comic in his hands, his eyes lingering on a man adorned with an emblem on his chest, draped in a crimson cape. I think this Superman is quite admirable, Harry murmured. He is also an orphan, raised by foster parents, though his are 1,000 times better than the Dursleys, and he always seeks to save everyone. Indeed. That aligns perfectly with your savior persona, Comrade Potter, Xiwo remarked approvingly. Though Superman's weakness is kryptonite, And your Achilles heel is? Perhaps green light? And what about me? Ron pointed at himself, a look of confusion on his face. What can I be? That trident-wielding fishman, Aquaman? No, Ron. Xiwo handed him a copy of the Flash. You are the Flash. Though you may not be swift in running, your speed in consuming food is undoubtedly light speed. Moreover, the Flash is typically the one in the team responsible for quipping and being the butt of the jokes. Ron flipped through the comic, noting how the Flash was always famished and in need of energy replenishment, and nodded with satisfaction. This suits me perfectly. Neville huddled in the corner, clutching his toad. Neville. Xiwo approached him and shoved a copy of the Hulk into his hands. You are the Hulk, a mild-mannered individual, yet capable of unleashing tremendous strength when angered. Remember, do not suppress your rage. It is your weapon. Neville stared at the massive green creature, swallowing hard. I will try. Finally, all eyes turned to Xiwo. And you, Jerry? Malfoy inquired. Who are you? Wonder Woman? Or Catwoman? Xiwo chuckled. She stepped into the midst of the children, arms spread wide, her shadow elongating and twisting under the candlelight, resembling countless tentacles. Me? She lowered her head, revealing a cryptic smile that bore an uncanny resemblance to Voldemort. I am neither a hero nor a purely villainous figure. I am the one who unites this motley crew of madmen, freaks, and heroes. I am the one who resorts to any means for a greater cause. She pointed to the bald sage depicted on the back cover of the comic. I am Lex Luthor. His bald head looks rather splendid, does it not? Xiwo winked. Breaking the heavy atmosphere. Just kidding. I am Jerry, the mouse that outsmarts Tom. That is sufficient. Raw Eaters, assemble. Chapter 31. Snape's super long sentences. Why does Tom have Dementors while we Raw Eaters have none? Jerry had zero tolerance for Tom possessing such things. In the room of requirement, the atmosphere was exceptionally grave. This was perhaps the most arduous training session since the establishment of the JLA. In the center of the room stood a massive Boggett box, a teaching tool specifically procured by Xiwo. Comrades, Xiwo stood atop the box, holding a chocolate bar. We face a formidable challenge. According to reliable intelligence, which is actually drawn from the original text, the Ministry of Magic's fools intend to deploy Dementors to Hogwarts. Dementors? Neville shivered. Those creatures that suck away happiness? Precisely, Xiwo bit into the chocolate. They are among the Dark Lord's favored pets. Why should he have them while we do not? We Raw Eaters must have our own legion of Dementors. Just imagine, taking a stroll accompanied by a flock of floating cloaked creatures. How stylish. Malfoy envisioned the scene, his complexion paling. Jerry, those things are foul and frigid. Do we really have to raise them? This is strategic deterrence, young master, Xiwo corrected. But before we can tame them, we must ensure we are not devoured as snacks ourselves. Thus, today's singular task is to master the Patronus charm. This spell is exceedingly difficult. Hermione raised her book. It's at the Newt level. Many adult wizards cannot cast it. That is merely because they are weak. Xiwo leaped down from the box. The secret lies in joy, extremely powerful, pure memories of happiness. Now, everyone, begin to think. Contemplate the most exhilarating moments of your lives. Thus, everyone closed their eyes in meditation. Ron, eyes shut, grinned foolishly. So many chicken legs. Malfoy lost 100 galleons to me. I became the Quidditch captain. Malfoy smirked. Potter is beneath my feet. Potter begs me for mercy, and my father bought the entire Nimbus company. Hermione furrowed her brow. I received OS on all exams. Discovered a first edition book, and knitted 1,000 hats for house elves. Harry's expression was complex. The first time I rode a broom, the first time I had friends. If only I had parents. Seamus exploded. Everything exploded. Ha. Very good. Maintain that emotion. Xiwo shouted. Now, raise your wands. Shout it out. Expecto Patronum. Wands waved simultaneously. Puff. Fizz. Most wands merely emitted a wisp of silver smoke, akin to a mere fart. Only the tip of Harry's wand released a denser plume of silver mist, vaguely forming a shape. It's too difficult. Ron despondently lowered his wand. Were the chicken legs not substantial enough? It's not about size, it's about depth, Xiwo sighed. It seems mere imagination is insufficient. We require real-world stimulation. She approached the Boggett box and forcefully unlocked it. Bang! A Dementor, morphed by the Boggett, clad in tattered robes, emanating a chill akin to a decaying corpse, floated out. The room's temperature plummeted to freezing. Joy retreated like a tide, and Neville plopped down in terror. Now is the time, Xiwo bellowed, though she herself felt the bone-chilling despair. Face it. Unleash your joy. If you do not wish to be drained, shout. Under the threat of death, everyone's survival instincts and potential finally erupted. Expecto Patronum. Waves of silver light, though faint, defiantly ignited. Harry's silver mist grew more solid, outlining the silhouette of a deer. Meanwhile, a silver serpent burst forth from Xiwo's wand, albeit still in an incomplete form. Yet its fierce aura sent the Boggett crashing back into the box. We succeeded. The group erupted in cheers, even if it was merely a half-formed success. Xiwo wiped the cold sweat from her brow and distributed the remaining chocolate among them. Not bad, though we are far from achieving a corporeal Patronus. This silver mist should suffice for a while. Just ensure those true Dementors do not get too close. Hey, Professor. Is there a way to? There's no way to turn oneself into a boiled egg. No. I meant to ask if there is a spell or potion that allows an animagus to transform back into a human. A student who evidently lacked a sense of holiday boundaries. Seeing students during break is a work-related injury. How deeply entrenched is this child in the notion of becoming a boiled egg? The air in Spinner's Inn was thick with the scent of charred coal and despair. The houses here were all monotonous red brick row homes, exuding a somber and oppressive atmosphere. Severus Snape stood behind the door, clad in a worn, deep gray muggle overcoat, navigating the labyrinthine streets with practiced ease until he halted before the last house. He raised his hand and knocked in a rhythm that was both maddening and oddly captivating. Thud, thud, thud. After what felt like an eternity, the door creaked open just a crack, revealing Snape, his old shirt's collar yellowed and his hair greasier than during his days at school. His pallor reminiscent of a summer spent fermenting in a dark cellar. Upon recognizing the figure standing outside as Sybil Trelawney, his expression contorted in revulsion, as if he had swallowed a fly. Trelawney, he intoned, his voice low and dangerous, emerging from between clenched teeth. If the school hasn't exploded or the Dark Lord isn't chasing you, I suggest you provide me with a reason to keep this door ajar. Hello, Professor. How was your summer? Sybil beamed, wedging a foot firmly in the door's opening. I brought some precious souvenirs from the Forbidden Forest, the ones I didn't finish delivering last time, and, incidentally, I have an academic inquiry. Snape's gaze fixated on her foot, weighing whether to slam the door on it or permit her entry. Ultimately, he scoffed and relinquished his grip. The dimly lit living room was cluttered with books, the walls lined with shelves. Speak quickly, Snape commanded, turning his back to her. My patience is limited. Well, Professor, Sybil rubbed her hands together earnestly. I was wondering if there is a spell that could. No. Snape snapped, whirling to face her, his spittle nearly hitting Sybil's face. There is no potion that can transform you into a boiled egg, nor any curse that could erase your nose. If you dare to bring up gaseous layouts or Voldemort's fashion sense again, I shall preserve you as a specimen in formaldehyde. Sybil blinked innocently, her eyes wide. Professor, you've misunderstood. While the boiled egg aesthetic is indeed my ultimate pursuit, I'm not here to discuss that today. Snape's chest heaved, clearly perturbed by her previous antics. What I want to know, Sybil continued, her smile fading and her gaze taking on a more profound intensity, is whether there exists a spell or potion that can forcibly revert an animagus to human form. The air thickened for several seconds as Snape's expression sharpened. The earlier condescension replaced by scrutiny and suspicion. Animagus? He narrowed his eyes. What are you plotting? As far as I am aware, there are but a handful of registered animagi this century, Professor McGonagall being one of them. Are you intending to target your deputy headmistress? Of course not, Sybil shrugged. But there have been an unusual number of mice lately. And isn't Sirius Black on the loose? I heard he was quite close to Potter's father. What if he's an animagus in disguise? I'm doing this to protect Harry. At the mention of Potter's father and Sirius, a complex expression of distaste flickered across Snape's face. Humph. If Black is an animagus, he is but a mad dog, he stated coldly. He approached the bookshelf, retrieved a dust-laden tome, flipped to a certain page, and slammed it down before Sybil. The animagus revealing spell, he pointed to the line of complex incantations. It is an exceedingly powerful and painful curse. It forcibly strips away the disguise of an animal, compelling the wizard to revert to human form, usually accompanied by a flash of blue-white light. As for potions, Snape sneered. There exists a potion for forced reversion, but it requires long-term administration in the subject's diet. In comparison, the spell is far more direct. Learn it. He fixed his gaze upon Sybil. If you truly encounter any peculiar creatures, do not hesitate. Understood. Sybil diligently noted the spell's gestures and pronunciation. Thank you, Professor. You are truly reliable. In return, she produced a small vial from her pocket. This is my reverse-engineered greasy hair terminator and hairline savior based on the boiled egg theory. While it cannot transform you into an egg, it will make your hair as voluminous as Lockhart's. Consider it a gift. Before Snape could erupt in fury, Sybil slipped out the door like an eel. Bang! The door to number 1, Spidertail Alley, slammed shut once more. Chapter 32, The Unknown Neville. Jerry decided to create a sensation on the eve of the new term. A mouse that only sleeps and sheds fur versus a fully armed Owl Air Force. GLA Emergency Operations Meeting, Harry's room. The room was crowded with people. Harry, Hermione, the twins, just arrived, and a bewildered Ron clutching Scabbers. I don't understand. Ron clutched the mouse tightly. Why should we hand Scabbers over? He may be old and useless, but he is my pet. Ron, My brother, Sybil stepped forward, placing a hand on Ron's shoulder, her tone grave yet sincere. Have you ever pondered why this old mouse has lived for 12 years? Ordinary mice live only 3. Because he's exceptionally gifted? Ron hesitated. Because he is an illegal animagus. He is a wanted criminal. Sybil exclaimed, shocking everyone. According to the JLA intelligence network, primarily based on the original plot, this mouse bore a substantial bounty from the Ministry of Magic. A bounty? Ron's ears perked up. How much? Catching a Death Eater-level fugitive would net at least 1,000 galleons. Sybil raised a finger. 1,000 galleons, Ron. Just think of what you could buy with that. Sybil began to paint a picture, her hands gesturing grandly in the air. With that money, you wouldn't need to use that old wand with unicorn hair showing. You could buy a brand new firebolt. More importantly, she leaned closer to Ron's ear, whispering devilishly. You could assemble an owl army. Not just one, but a whole flock. You could buy 20 of the strongest eagle owls, dress them in JLA uniforms, and have them deliver love letters, if any, in packages to you every day. You would become the Sky King of Hogwarts. Would you really give up the entire sky for this balding old mouse? Ron glanced down at the mouse with a missing toe, which only slept all day. In his mind, he envisioned commanding 20 owls, descending from the sky under Malfoy's envious gaze. Ron swallowed hard, his resolve solidifying, and he thrust Scabbers into Sybil's hands. You are right, Jerry, Ron declared nobly. For justice and owls, this mouse is yours. Scabbers, Peter? The Three Broomsticks Tavern was bustling during dinner time. Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge sat in a corner, sipping a glass of violet water, relishing a moment free from paperwork. Suddenly, a table was assembled. Sybil climbed atop it, holding a cage containing a frantic Scabbers. Good evening, everyone, Sybil shouted, capturing everyone's attention. I am Jerry Riddle, a student from Hogwarts. Today, I wish to present a grand gift to Minister Fudge on the eve of the new term. Fudge froze, his glass suspended in midair. What? Behold this mouse. Sybil pointed to the cage, where Scabbers had been lurking at the Weasley residence for 12 years. But I have discovered that he is more than just a mouse. She drew her wand, inhaled deeply, recalling the incantation Snape had taught her. Scabbers seemed to sense impending doom, emitting a desperate squeak as he attempted to gnaw through the cage's metal bars. Too late, Peter, Sybil sneered. A resplendent azure and white luminescence coalesced at the tip of her wand, imbued with an oppressive force that seemed to forcibly strip away the veil of truth. The true form unveiled, a dazzling beam of blue and white light, akin to a bolt of lightning, struck the mouse confined within the cage. The creature emitted a cry that was far from rodent-like. Its body began to contort violently, elongated and swollen in midair. The gray fur shed away, revealing pallid skin beneath. With a resounding crash, the cage burst apart. A diminutive, rotund, balding, and disheveled man tumbled heavily onto the table. He was missing a finger, his eyes wide with terror. An eerie silence enveloped the room, as the plate in Boss Tom's hand clattered to the floor. Fudge's eyes widened in disbelief. As if he had encountered a specter, Peter Pettigrew? But he was dead, reduced to but a finger. Not so, Minister. Xiwo leapt from the table, his foot landing squarely on Peter's back as he attempted to flee in the guise of a mouse. Peter emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. He is not dead. He has merely transformed into a mouse to hide. And the one accused of his murder, Sirius Black, has been wrongfully implicated. Xiwo turned to the bewildered Ron, snapping his fingers. Ron, seize him. Your owl brigade is upon him. For the owls. Ron let out a furious roar, his eyes aflame, lunging forward to restrain Peter's other hand. Fred and George also charged forth with wild cries to assist. Moments later, the Aurors finally regained their composure and surged forward. The mundanity, the bonds, the expansion, the dominion of Dark Lord Jerry over the world. A Versailles-style advertisement infiltrating the psyche of this ensemble drama. Fudge presented a banner. Harry Potter struck once more. The Egg of Honor was no longer a mere jest. Was it? The Daily Prophet, for the first time, printed an unprecedented 3 editions today. The front page headline featured not Fudge, nor Peter, but a group photo of the core members of the JLA at the Leaky Cauldron, albeit most faces obscured by lackluster pixelation. The headline read, The Judgment of Justice. 12-year-old case solved. Student organization emerges as the greatest beneficiary? Exclusive interview. Our reporter Rita Skeeter brings you the first-hand account. In last night's shocking capture operation that rocked the wizarding world, the student organization known as the JLA, the cannibalistic ones, displayed astonishing decisiveness. Here are excerpts from interviews with several core members who wish to remain anonymous. Respondent A. Jerry, alias, commander of the JLA. Though the girl in the photo had been pixelated, her resemblance to a certain someone remained strikingly recognizable. She held a hefty bag. Goodness, it was truly terrifying. When we discovered that the mouse was a balding man, my heart shattered. But for the sake of justice, we had to act. This is what the JLA must do. Here, I extend my special tribute to Minister Fudge. Though he appeared somewhat bewildered at first, upon confirming the facts, he unhesitatingly produced that substantial bounty. Not shying away from error is the hallmark of the finest minister of magic. We shall use this money to, enhance our beautiful campus life. I must also thank the professor who tutored me on the enigmatic transformation spell during the holidays, Snape sneezed, for he taught me that knowledge is power. Respondent B, unknown red-haired Ron, alias. In the photo, the boy clutched a pile of gold coins, tears glistening on his cheeks. Yet his mouth stretched into an eerie grin as he emitted sounds of delight. Goodness, I had no idea he was a wanted criminal. He is my scabbers. Woe is me, the sound of coins clinking. Thanks to the JLA. Hee, my owl brigade has been saved. I must buy that solid gold birdcage. Respondent C, unknown blonde Draco, alias. In the photo, the boy donned a bespoke robe, his chin held high. What does this prove? It proves my discerning eye. I am a better investor than my father. The JLA is my most successful venture. I believe it is time for the Malfoy family to change hands. Father, are you listening? This is strength. Note, it is rumored that Lucius Malfoy, upon viewing this interview, shattered an antique goblet on the spot. Respondent D, unknown red-haired twins, alias. The two were shoulder to shoulder, shoving flyers towards the camera. Shocked? Surprised? Want to own the same enigmatic transformation spray? Welcome to purchase the latest product from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Contact. The first 100 orders at the Gryffindor Tower at Hogwarts will receive a dung bomb. Respondent E, unknown academic overachiever, alias. Knowledge changes destiny. If it weren't for our extensive research, how could we have uncovered this ruse? Read more, wizards. Respondent F, unknown nuclear bomb, alias. Smoke still billowing in the background. Explosions are art. If spells fail, I'll blow him up. That Peter nearly went flying from my blast. Respondent G, unknown Neville, alias. Cradling a toad. Deep in thought. If the mouse can live for 12 years because it was once human, then I believe my Trevor can live for 20 years. Perhaps he is a prince? Respondent H, unknown savior, alias. Touching the scar on his forehead, looking innocently confused. Yes, I was terrified at the time. Who knew the mouse was a wanted criminal? Just as who would have thought the Dark Lord was a boiled egg? This world is utterly mad. The boiled egg. I mean, the Dark Lord, is truly frightening. Editor's note. Regardless, the JLA's operation not only exonerated Sirius Black, but also revealed a newfound vigor within the wizarding community. Although their name, the cannibalistic ones, may sound peculiar, does this herald a new era for Hogwarts? Chapter 33. Perhaps we ought to erase all evidence. Oh no, dear cannibals. Dear professors, who among you is adept at restoration? Or should we now set this carriage ablaze? When faced with problems beyond magical resolution, firepower can remedy all. Dementors? What are they? Before the artistry of an Irish demolition expert, even creatures from the depths of hell would be blown away. We require an abundance of tape. The temperature within the carriage plummeted, frost forming on the windows. The Dementor, draped in a rotting cloak and towering to the ceiling, slowly slid open the compartment door. That dreadful void aimed squarely at the trembling Harry. Harry's eyes rolled back, a harbinger of joy being siphoned away. In that moment of dire peril, Xiwo, seated in the corner, sprang up, delivering a swift kick to the dazed Seamus's leg. Seamus, nuclear bomb. Now, Seamus Finnegan, the strategic deterrent of the JLA. In that instant, exhibited astonishing professionalism. Almost instinctively, he raised his wand, aiming at the shadowy figure, transforming all his fear into a desire for destruction, and bellowed the incantation, thunderous explosion. This was no ordinary explosion spell. It had been enhanced by the JLA, infused with the resonant magic of all members, save for Harry, at full power. Boom! A thunderous clap echoed, as though the entire train had derailed. A brilliant fireball erupted at the narrow compartment door. The unfortunate Dementor, without so much as a whimper, was hurled away like a rag doll by the tremendous force, crashing through the window across the corridor, vanishing into the downpour. Yet, the cost was dire. The compartment door has vanished, the luggage rack has collapsed, the glass lies shattered, and the man still slumbering, Lupin, was unceremoniously tossed to the ground by the force of the blast, rolling twice before coming to a halt. As the smoke cleared, the soot-streaked faces of the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Harry stirred awake, a look of utter confusion etched across his features. Professor Lupin, looking disheveled, scrambled to his feet, clutching his worn wand, his gaze darting warily around. What has happened? Has the Dark Lord invaded? Or has the train exploded? Ahem. From the haze emerged Sybil, waving her hand to disperse the dust before her. She regarded the sagging ceiling of the compartment and the still smoldering entrance, her expression one of innocent embarrassment. Oh no, dear comrades of the Cannibalistic Brigade, and our recently awakened professor, she said, pointing at the gaping hole, her tone earnest. Might I inquire who among you possesses a knack for restoration? This appears to be quite the undertaking. She paused, a glimmer of dangerous intent flashing in her eyes. Reminiscent of Tom Riddle's habitual line of thought. Or shall we simply set this compartment ablaze? After all, erasing evidence is far simpler than repairing the train. And we could always blame it on a Dementor. Professor Lupin's eyes widened as he stared at the third-year girl, covered in soot yet contemplating arson with utmost seriousness. Is this what Hogwarts students have become? Lupin lamented internally. James, what kind of environment is your son being educated in? Although Sybil was eager to incinerate the compartment, Professor Lupin intervened, employing his adept magic to mend the damage, albeit with a few lingering drafts. He distributed chocolate to each person, expressing high praise for the combat prowess of the JLA, mainly astonished that they had not yet been expelled. Down with the Dementors. Embrace the old world. We shall learn to fight with our fists, our teeth, and our bricks. JLA morning joggers, assemble. Look at this assembly of wizards, panting after just a few steps. How will they grapple with Death Eaters in a melee? How will they escape from Azkaban? Malfoy, cease rolling your eyes, with your slight frame. A Dementor could drain you with a single breath. The early morning at Hogwarts lay shrouded in mist, the air biting and frigid. By the Black Lake, dozens of figures struggled to advance. Sybil, clad in a comfortable muggle tracksuit, energetically led the way, wielding a unicorn horn as a makeshift baton, rhythmically waving it as she ran. 1-2-1, 1-2-1, keep up the rhythm. Behind her, the JLA's contingent trailed behind in a haphazard formation. Harry and Ron fared better, as they frequently played Quidditch. Neville, though panting heavily, bore an expression of determination, as if undergoing some rigorous penance. The most unfortunate was Draco Malfoy, this Slytherin noble, dressed in an utterly inappropriate silk pajama set, as he refused to wear Muggle athletic attire, appeared pale and disheveled, each step seeming to sap the very life from him. I'm done for, Malfoy gasped, leaning on his knees. I'm a wizard, not a horse. Why must I run? Young master. Sybil sprinted back, shouting in his ear. Think of yesterday's Dementors. If you don't run fast enough, they'll catch up and, whoosh, suck the joy from your soul. You'll be reduced to a drooling imbecile. No. The prospect of becoming a drooling fool terrified Malfoy, compelling him to muster what little strength remained to surge forward a few paces. Excellent. Sybil returned to the front of the line, raising her fist triumphantly. Our motto is, ready set, down with the Dementors. The JLA members echoed weakly. Louder. Have you not eaten? Down with the Dementors. The resounding cheer startled the giant squid from its depths. Embrace the old world. Embrace the old world. We shall grow strong. We shall grow strong. If fists suffice, let not wands be drawn. If fists suffice, let not wands be drawn. Professor McGonagall, sipping her morning tea by the castle window, nearly dropped her cup in shock. Albus, she pointed at the throng of students roaring like Spartan warriors below. Are you certain this is Hogwarts? It feels as though I am witnessing a Muggle drill. Dumbledore, savoring a lemon sherbet, smiled benignly. Oh, Minerva, this is simply invigorating. The youth of today must embrace novelty. Moreover, cultivating strength is always beneficial. At least Madame Pomfrey won't have to tend to digestive issues as often. 20 minutes later, the group finally completed their run. Malfoy collapsed onto the grass, sprawled out in an undignified starfish position. I loathe you, he muttered weakly, gazing skyward, but I must admit, it feels somewhat exhilarating. That's endorphins for you, young master. Sybil nudged his foot with her own. Tomorrow, we continue, and remember to wear proper running shoes. Those are dress shoes, and they chafe. Chapter 34, The Autumn Recruitment at Hogwarts. I foresee the darkness descending, yet the egg shall illuminate everything. An immense empire encompassing academic collaboration, commercial investment, armed security, and entertainment gossip. A coveted membership card to the cannibalistic brigade that even Slytherin and the entire school yearn to obtain. Today's youth, who still desires to kiss the hem of a robe. Everyone craves tangible galleons and credits. It was Saturday, and the Hogwarts courtyard had been transformed into a carnival scene. A massive banner stood at the center, emblazoned with sparkling letters conjured by Weasley fireworks. JLA, Cannibalistic Brigade, Autumn Recruitment. Reject mediocrity, devour the future. Sybil stood atop a makeshift platform, her wand enhanced by an amplification charm. Behind her loomed the JLA's illustrious all-star lineup. The figurehead, Harry Potter, the savior himself, a magnet for admirers. The benefactor, Draco Malfoy, reclining in a velvet chair, a small mountain of galleons piled behind him as a display. The technical director, the Weasley twins, demonstrating enchanted quills and prank products. The strategic deterrent, Seamus Finnegan, playing with a small fireball, ready to unleash it on any troublemaker. The academic advisor, Hermione Granger, though reluctant, she had a stack of O-level notes before her. A throng of students from all four houses, from first-year newcomers to seventh-year seniors, gathered curiously below. Students. Sybil's voice resonated throughout the square, imbued with power and charisma. I know what you're wondering. What an odd name, Cannibalistic Brigade. Is it a cadre of dark wizards? She scoffed, stepping down from the platform to mingle among the crowd, surveying them like a true leader. 50 years ago, a man named Tom Riddle formed his own circle, but he sought slaves, sycophants, Death Eaters. How dreadfully low. With a sweeping gesture, Sybil declared, we are different. We seek comrades. What will you gain by joining the JLA? She pointed at Hermione. Academic support. Access to the strongest student notes. Last-minute tutoring during exams. One-on-one guidance and spell work. Let us eradicate failing grades, starting with me. The Ravenclaw students perked up. She gestured to the twins. Technical support. Want to prank your sworn enemy? Interested in the latest joke products? Members enjoy a 20% discount, with custom services available. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff cheered. She pointed at Seamus and Harry. Physical protection. Being bullied by upperclassmen? Cornered by Slytherins? Or, dare I say, nefarious individuals? Call upon the name of the JLA. Our anti-bullying squad is always on standby. At last. She pointed at Malfoy, her tone imbued with seduction and financial backing. If you possess a brilliant entrepreneurial idea but lack the funds, seek out our chief financial officer, Mr. Malfoy. Provided the project is exceptional, angel investment will be dispersed on the spot. Malfoy, in a compliant manner, tossed a gold coin into the air, his haughty yet not disagreeable tone declaring, the Malfoy family invests solely in the elite. Prove to me that you are not worthless. The Slytherin students began to stir. This was genuine opportunity. We do not engage in bloodline discrimination, nor do we resort to terroristic acts. Hiver returned to the stage, arms wide open, as fireworks erupted behind her, forming the image of a gigantic, grinning rat. We only pursue excellence. What Tom Riddle can offer you is only fear and a one-way ticket to Azkaban. What Jerry Riddle can bestow upon you is glory, wealth, and OWL certificates. Now, tell me, do you wish to be the fodder that gets consumed, or do you aspire to be the predator that feasts? The crowd erupted in excitement. I want to join. Notes. I need notes. Mr. Malfoy, look at me. I have a project. Count me in. The registration desk was instantly overwhelmed. Even Filch, watching from a distance, couldn't help but consider whether he should pay a membership fee to prevent them from blowing up more corridors. Hiver gazed at the lengthy line, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. On this day, the JLA officially ascended from a mere mischief-making group to Hogwarts' largest student union. The upper echelon of the JLA could even handle magical creatures. This was far more exhilarating than broomsticks. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid nervously rubbed his large hands, akin to bin lids, while tethered behind him were a dozen hippogriffs. They possessed steel-gray beaks, orange eyes, and enormous wings, appearing both beautiful and perilous. Most students hesitated, cowering at the back. Even the new members of the JLA felt a bit intimidated. All right, who wants to try first? Hagrid asked eagerly, but was met with a deafening silence. I'll go. Harry began to step forward. Wait, Harry. Hiver reached out to stop him, turning to Malfoy, who was hiding behind Crabbe. Draco. Hiver's voice was soft yet imbued with irresistible authority, as the chief financial officer of the JLA. You have a duty to demonstrate what noble courage entails. Look at that gray one, Buckbeak. Its coloring is quite complementary to your hair. Me. Malfoy's eyes widened, his complexion paling. That thing could kill. It 1T. Hiver strode confidently toward Buckbeak. Watch and learn. This is an etiquette lesson. She stopped a few meters away from Buckbeak, locking eyes with its orange ones, her gaze calm and resolute, then gracefully bowed. Buckbeak observed her for a moment before bending its scaly front knee in a bow. See, it's a gentleman. Hiver approached and patted Buckbeak's beak, then beckoned Malfoy. Come here, Draco. Don't act like a cowardly goblin. Bow, then touch it. Under the gaze of dozens of classmates, Malfoy swallowed hard, steeling himself. For the dignity of the Malfoy name, primarily to avoid embarrassment before Potter, he awkwardly bowed. Buckbeak scrutinized him with pride before bowing in return. Good, now mount it. Hiver seized Malfoy by the scruff of his neck and tossed him onto Buckbeak's back like a sack. Whoa. Malfoy began to scream. Take off. The 12-foot wings unfurled suddenly, stirring a fierce wind. Buckbeak soared into the sky, carrying a terrified Malfoy aloft. Oh, I can see the castle's top. Malfoy's screams transformed into exhilarated shouts. I am the king of the world. Potter, you look like an ant down there. The students below were awestruck. So cool. I want to try? Let me have a go. Hiver, observing this scene, turned to Hagrid and said, Hagrid, it seems your class is quite popular. Unleash the remaining ones as well. The JLA squad will conduct formation flying training today, for the next half hour. What should have been a frightening lesson in magical creatures transformed into a grand riding experience. Harry mounted another hippogriff, while Ron, despite his fear, rode one too, almost falling off. Hagrid was moved to tears, wiping his eyes with a dirty handkerchief. Wonderful. I knew they were good kids. Tipo, you are a genius. As the bell rang to signal the end of class, Malfoy slid down from Buckbeak's back, his hair tousled into a wild style by the wind. Yet his cheeks flushed with excitement. I want to buy one. Malfoy shouted to Ivor. I'll have my father get me one to keep at the manor. This is far more thrilling than broomsticks. Chapter 35 was indeed a matter of dissatisfaction. You won't even call me Godfather. How infuriating to have lost. It seems one must truly transform into a boiled egg to command respect. The battle for the title of Godfather had ended in Jerry's narrow defeat. Lost due to a lack of legal validity. The second floor of the Three Broomsticks was reserved exclusively for the JLA. The curtains were drawn tightly, with only a few candles casting a dim light. The door swung open. Recently vindicated, albeit slightly gaunt, the handsome Sirius Black entered, clad in a brand-new leather jacket. A hopeful smile adorning his face as he prepared to embrace his godson. However, what awaited him was not tearful joy from Harry, but a row of suffocating chairs. In the center of the room stood a high-backed armchair. Xiwo Tebo lounged in it, legs crossed, her expression somber, slowly petting a large, ginger cat, Crookshanks, who obligingly purred. Flanking Xiwo were Draco Malfoy, Harry, Ron, the twins, and others, each clutching something. Malfoy held a Devari snake. Ron cradled the newly purchased owl, which was pecking at his hand, and Neville clasped a toad. Each person regarded Sirius with a deep, scrutinizing gaze. Sirius paused at the door, his smile frozen. Was this some new form of welcome? Harry? Shoo. Xiwo raised a finger, her voice low and husky, perfectly mimicking Brando's accent. Mr. Black, Xiwo slowly articulated, her gaze sharp. You won't even call me Godfather. Sirius raised an eyebrow. You have come to my territory, into my box. Xiwo continued her performance. And you wish to take our JLA mascot, Mr. Potter. But did you bother to ask for the opinions of us family members? Immediately, Malfoy took over, clearly having practiced for a while. You won't even call me your nephew. Although my mother says you are a madman. Ron chimed in, getting pecked by the owl, his voice teetering on the brink of tears. You won't even call me your commander of owls. Even Neville's toad croaked, as if to say, you won't even call me Trevor. Sirius stood stunned for a full 10 seconds. Then, laughter erupted from his gray eyes, a long-lost, unrestrained, marauder-style guffaw. Ha ha ha. Sirius laughed so hard he could hardly stand. Oh, how I wish James could see this. You little rascals. He strode forward with determination, unfazed by the commotion, and effortlessly hoisted Xiwo from the high-back chair as if lifting a mere chick, subsequently plopping himself down upon it. With his legs crossed, he exuded an air of arrogance and elegance that surpassed Xiwo's, a natural blend of nobility and roguish charm. Listen up, little rascals, Sirius declared as he casually retrieved Crookshanks from Xiwo's embrace, deftly scratching the cat's chin, which immediately responded with a purr tenfold louder than before, betraying its allegiance. I need not be called your godfather, he pointed at the snickering Harry. For inscribed in the section of my birth certificate marked Godfather is the name Sirius Orion Black. He surveyed the room, his gaze lingering on each member of the JLA before finally resting on Malfoy. And you, Draco, go tell your mother that I have returned. Should she object, she is welcome to challenge me to a duel at any time. As for now, Sirius produced a gold card from his leather jacket pocket, a token from his recently unfrozen Gringotts assets. Today's butterbeer is on the true Godfather. Drink as much as you desire. The crowd erupted in cheers. Long live the Godfather. This is the true Godfather. The boss is magnificent. Xiwo stood by, watching the JLA members instantaneously switch allegiances, especially the cat that was now affectionately nuzzling Sirius's hand, feeling a pang of defeat. Damn it, Xiwo muttered, biting her handkerchief. Have I truly lost? It seems that looks and wealth are one thing, but this authentic presence is something else entirely. Must I truly transform myself into a terrifying egg of horror like Tom to command their respect? Devarius peered from Malfoy's arms, hissing in consolation, Fear not, my master. Although he may be more handsome, I still believe you embody the essence of a true villain. Is that a compliment? Xiwo retorted, feeling indignant. Meanwhile, in the midst of the chaos, Severus Snape was grading a pile of abysmal potions essays, his mood teetering on the brink of deducting 1,000 points from Gryffindor. Suddenly, a series of insistent knocks echoed through his office, not the polite kind, but rather a relentless barrage, as if someone were seeking to collect a debt. Enter, Snape said coldly, not even lifting his head. The door swung open, and a veritable army poured in. At the forefront was Xiwo, followed closely by Draco, wearing an expression that screamed reluctance, Harry, his face a mask of disbelief, Ron, hiding at the back, along with the twins and Neville. Even the diminutive basilisk coiled around Xiwo's neck, hissing softly. Devarius nestled within her robes. If you've come to contest the tea I inadvertently awarded Potter. The door is that way. No, Professor, Xiwo interjected, boldly advancing to lean on Snape's desk, her eyes alight with fervor. We are here to rectify the chaos. Rectify the chaos? Snape echoed, arching an eyebrow. Indeed, Xiwo exclaimed passionately. That last fellow named Black, while undeniably handsome, is utterly ostentatious and superficial. He lacks any true understanding of what it means to embody the essence of a godfather. Pointing at Snape, as if he were a rare treasure, she continued, behold, your profound black robes, your brooding gaze, this silence, as if burdened with the weight of the world's darkness. This is the true godfather. This is our spirit totem that devours its foes. Snape's fingers, gripping the quill, turned white with tension. Do not rush to reject, Xiwo exclaimed, yanking off her scarf and presenting the diminutive basilisk before Snape. As a token of our sincerity, we offer the ultimate Slytherin legacy, this basilisk, as your pet. Imagine yourself seated behind your desk, stroking this ancient creature, coolly instructing wayward students to be fed to it. That image, that grandeur, is simply extraordinary. Hiss, I want to eat chicken, the basilisk protested in utter disobedience. Malfoy timidly added, Professor, I too think you possess a more formidable presence. Uncle is just too loud. Snape regarded the motley crew of oblivious mischief-makers before him, then cast a glance at the writhing basilisk on his desk. Slowly, he closed his eyes. The air thickened with tension. There was no roar, no bellow, only the silent rise of Snape's ebony wand, aimed at the door. His lips moved, and though no sound emerged, everyone understood the shape of his words, a profane curse that likely encompassed his entire vocabulary. In the next moment, boom, an invisible, colossal shockwave erupted, centered around his desk. The entire JLA, along with the basilisk, was sent sprawling out of the office like leaves caught in a tempest. Bang! The door slammed shut behind them, the sound of several locks clicking into place resonating in the stillness. Xiwo scrambled to her feet from the corridor floor, rubbing her sore backside as she gazed at the firmly closed door, feeling not anger, but an even deeper admiration. Did you see that? She exclaimed to the equally disheveled Harry. That is power. That is silent fury. He didn't even deduct points. What does that signify? It signifies that he cares for us. Harry replied, I think he merely wants to kill us. Chapter 36. Beware of investment traps. Several hundred Dementors? Several to 6. The advantage lies with me. Why does it seem like Hermione has little to do this year? A tempest raged, transforming the Quidditch pitch into another realm. Harry soared through the clouds on his Firebolt 2000 when suddenly, a bone-chilling cold enveloped the entire arena. Below, hundreds of Dementors surged forth like a dark tide, their overwhelming despair snuffing out all joy in an instant. Harry swayed in midair before plummeting from his broom. Now's the time. Xiwo stood at the forefront of the stands, allowing the rain to drench her robes. She drew her wand with fervor, her voice piercing through the thunder. JLA. All wands drawn. They are provoking us. They seek to consume our savior. Let them know whose territory this is. With her command, the core members of the JLA, scattered throughout the stands, rose in unison. For Harry, Ron shouted. For glory, Malfoy, though trembling, echoed. For explosion, Seamus bellowed. Expecto Patronum. Dozens of silver lights erupted simultaneously, varying in intensity, yet coalescing into an undeniable force against the oppressive darkness of the storm. Malfoy's wand tip emitted a plume of silver mist reminiscent of a peacock. Ron's conjured a long-legged dog, and Neville's resembled a shield. The silver light burst forth, and the Dementors that had aimed for Harry were repelled by this collective will, shrieking in agony as they scattered in retreat. Harry was caught by Dumbledore's cushioning charm. Though the Firebolt 2000 had been swept away by the wind, he remained unharmed, and his soul was intact. The crisis was averted. Xiwo retracted her wand, feeling utterly drained, and turned around, eager to celebrate with Hermione. Hermione, how was that collaboration just now? Xiwo called out. She observed Hermione standing to her left, breathlessly stowing away her wand. That was utterly thrilling. It was a Dementor. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a girl with wild hair, standing on the other side of the stands, near Ravenclaw, staring blankly in their direction, clutching several hefty tomes. Is it possible that I am hallucinating due to magical exhaustion? She pointed towards the girl. Why does it seem as though there is another you over there? Hermione's complexion drained of color in an instant, and she instinctively clasped her chest. You must be mistaken. That is merely a product of the twins' mischievous antics. Yes, a dummy, Hermione stammered, then hastily grabbed her bag and fled. I have arithmancy and divination class. Goodbye. She squinted, watching Hermione's hasty retreat with a bemused expression. Ah, Granger, practicing the art of duplication behind my back, are we? Such a strategic resource. On Christmas morning, Harry cradled the sleek, glimmering firebolt, entranced by its exquisite beauty. At that moment, the entrance to the common room swung open. Professor McGonagall entered with a grave demeanor, holding a document regarding the handling of suspected cursed items. Potter, she stated sternly, I have been informed that you have acquired a broom of unknown origin. For your safety, I must confiscate it for examination and disassembly. Wait, Professor. She slid into position, blocking McGonagall's path to the firebolt, holding up a piece of parchment adorned with a large red JLA quality assurance stamp. She declared, you are too late. This broom has already passed a thorough safety inspection by the JLA technical department. She continued, we conducted spell residue tests, dark magic wave scans, and even had Seamus perform a micro-explosive test to assess its impact resistance. Nonsense. McGonagall frowned. You are merely students. How can you ascertain that it has not been cursed? We have experts, she replied, snapping her fingers. Draco entered, flanked by 2 goblins in Gringotts uniforms. Professor, Draco said, lifting his chin with an air of arrogance, these are top-notch appraisers I specifically requested from Gringotts as a JLA investor. They have confirmed that this broom is as clean as my complexion. If you insist on dismantling it, you will be questioning Gringotts' credibility. The goblins nodded in agreement, presenting a shimmering certificate of appraisal. McGonagall examined the document, then glanced at the resolute JLA members before letting out a resigned sigh. Very well, since Gringotts has vouched for it. But Potter, should it throw you off, do not blame me for not warning you. As McGonagall departed, Harry cheered and embraced the broom. Don't celebrate too soon, she said, turning to Draco with a familiar merchant's grin. Look at this firebolt. How magnificent, how swift, how befitting your status. Since Harry has one, as the face of the JLA, it would be rather undignified for you to still be riding a Nimbus 2001, wouldn't it? Draco's eyes sparkled with desire as he gazed at the firebolt. Indeed, he replied, feigning indifference. If Potter can ride it, so can I. But this broom is currently in high demand. I have connections, she declared, patting her chest, intending to enlist Sirius for assistance. Just give me the nod, and every core member of the JLA will have one. We shall be the elite firebolt task force. Just imagine the spectacle when we venture out. Draco envisioned the scene, 7 firebolts soaring in formation over Hogwarts, with him leading the charge. By, he exclaimed with grandiosity, get me 7. No, 10. I want to secure spares. Ron, upon hearing this, fainted from exhilaration. In the somber and austere courtroom number 10, filled to capacity, the members of Wisengamot bore grave expressions. Peter Pettigrew, guarded by Dementors, cowered on the iron chair of the witness stand, trembling like a lump of moldy flesh. As the chief commander of the capture operation, she stood at the witness stand, exuding righteousness, even if her robe was procured from a second-hand shop to convey an image of integrity. Esteemed judges, her voice resonated with solemnity. We gather here today not merely to judge a traitor, but to advocate for a profoundly wronged child. She pivoted, pointing towards Ron, who sat in the front row of the audience, desperately covering his face with a handkerchief. Ron Weasley, she proclaimed, a kind-hearted, innocent boy who cherishes animals. He treated that rat as family. He shared his best food with it. He even quarreled with Hermione for its sake. She approached Ron, resting a hand on his shoulder, secretly squeezing it for emphasis. Ron, tell everyone how you cared for it over the past 12 years. Ron, jolted by the pressure, felt tears welling up, recalling the golden owl cage. Wah, I gave it my sandwiches, even though they were dreadful. I made it a nest. I held it while I slept. Wah, and it turned out to be a bald, old man. The courtroom erupted in gasps, countless witches retrieving handkerchiefs to dry their tears. How tragic, truly tragic. Did you hear that? She spun around, pointing an accusatory finger at Peter, her gaze sharp as a blade. Is this your repayment, Peter Pettigrew? Not only did you betray Potter's parents, but you also deceived a child's affections. You slept on Ron's pillow every night, and your conscience does not ache? Peter curled into a ball, attempting to defend himself. I did it to survive. Silence. She interrupted. Is it acceptable to psychologically torment a child merely for the sake of survival? Do you comprehend the immense psychological trauma you have inflicted on Ron? He now feels nauseous at the sight of a rat. He is even afraid to keep pets. Therefore, she turned to Minister Fudge, presenting her final demand. In addition to legal repercussions, we, representing the JLA and the victims' families, strongly demand Peter Pettigrew compensate Ron Weasley for emotional damages, pet maintenance costs, and lost youth earnings, totaling 5,000 galleons. 5,000. Fudge exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. That is far too much. Is it? She countered. Is a child's childhood not worth 5,000 galleons? Or does the Ministry of Magic believe that justice has a price? Public opinion overwhelmingly supported Ron. Flashes from cameras capturing the moment. Ultimately, amidst a chorus of condemnation, the Ministry of Magic was compelled to render a verdict. Peter Pettigrew was sentenced to the Dementor's kiss. Execution postponed, first confined to Azkaban. Simultaneously, the Ministry would allocate a substantial sum from the confiscated Death Eater assets to Ron. Though not 5,000, it was still a generous 2,000. As they exited the courtroom, Ron wiped his tears and gazed at the check in his hand, grinning like a fool. "Jerry, I'm rich. Keep it safe, little Ronnie," she said, patting his head. "This is what you earned with your tears. Go buy more owls, but remember to save one for me to send letters. Oh dear Hermione. It seems I have inadvertently brought Harry's parents back with me. A beautiful mistake. Now the timeline is all askew. And even the book of life and death has been torn asunder. Improper time travel has led to tears between loved ones. I swear. I merely intended to rewind a few hours to sneak a late-night snack from the kitchen. Who knows when this wretched contraption's axis became loose." It was a serene evening until Xiwo cornered Hermione in the hallway. "Hermione, may I borrow your time turner for a moment?" Xiwo extended her hand. "I know that is the time turner. Don't be so stingy. I'll just take it for a spin." "No way, Jerry," Hermione exclaimed in horror, clutching her chest. "Professor McGonagall gave this to me. We cannot alter the past. It is exceedingly perilous. Oh, come on. I just want to take a look." In the ensuing struggle, the slender golden chain slipped from Hermione's grasp. Xiwo's fingers brushed against the exquisite little hourglass. In that instant, perhaps a bizarre resonance occurred between Xiwo's essence as a time traveler and the magic of time. The hourglass did not merely rotate a few times as it usually did. Instead, it spun wildly like a fan powered by a motor. "Stop. It's spinning too fast," Hermione screamed. "I can't control it, Jerry." Xiwo panicked as well. The scenery around them whirled backward like a melting oil painting. Day turned to night. Winter morphed into summer. Boom. They landed with a thud. All around them lay ruins and burning houses. It was Halloween night in 1981 in Godric's Hollow. "We must leave. We must return." Xiwo sensed the repulsive force of time. Instinctively reaching out to grasp something to take back, a thief's ingrained habit. She spotted 2 recently fallen corpses. "Forget it. I'll take whatever I can." Xiwo seized Hermione with one hand and grasped the hand of a man, who in turn clutched a red-haired woman's hand tightly. Whoosh! After a dizzying sensation akin to a roller coaster ride, they crashed back onto the floor of the Hogwarts Hospital wing in 1994. Clatter! The time turner around Hermione's neck shattered into a million pieces. Cough, cough. Xiwo rose from the ground. "Hermione, are you all right? I think we may have just exceeded the speed limit. My time turner is broken." Hermione was on the verge of tears when suddenly, her eyes widened. Pointing behind Xiwo with her mouth agape, as if it could fit a pumpkin. "Jerry, look behind you." Xiwo turned around. There on the floor sat 2 bewildered young individuals clad in 1980s loungewear. The male had a tousled mop of black hair and round glasses, rubbing his head. "Lily? Did Voldemort leave? I think I was knocked out by a green light." The female, with beautiful red hair and green eyes, looked frantic. "Harry, where's Harry?" "Xiwo." "Hermione." Xiwo took a deep breath, covering her face with her hands, exclaiming the classic phrase, "Oh my, Hermione. I believe I've gotten us into trouble. It seems I inadvertently brought Harry's parents along." James Potter lifted his head, gazing at the 2 strangers in Hogwarts uniforms with a bewildered expression. "Wait, who are you? Where's this? Why have the student uniforms changed?" Xiwo offered an awkward yet polite smile. "Hello, Mr. Potter, Mrs. Potter. Welcome to 1994. That is the future. By the way, your son Harry is probably about as tall as you are now." In that moment, Xiwo envisioned Snape's face when he witnessed this scene, imagining his blood vessels bursting in fury. Chapter 38. Only those with noses will be pushed up the face. "Harry, honestly, can't I have a vault full of gold?" Malfoy, say something. Neville, you say something. Seamus, put down your wand. Jerry remained preoccupied with investment returns. The Ministry of Magic's main hall was packed to the brim. In the center, Minister Fudge wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the 2 vibrant, deceased heroes in their 20s. "This doesn't comply with protocol," Fudge stammered. "The death certificates have been issued for 12 years. How can they be revoked? Moreover, they have no identification and no registered wands. They are essentially illegal immigrants." "Illegal immigrants?" James Potter nearly leapt up. "I am pure-blooded. I am the head of the Potter family. How dare you call me an illegal immigrant?" Xiwo sighed and pulled the still-dazed Harry aside. "Harry, let us be honest," Xiwo said seriously, pointing toward his parents who were arguing with Fudge. "You see, in order to bring your parents back, I shattered a time turner and overextended my soul. This is a monumental undertaking to defy fate." Harry, still basking in immense joy, nodded foolishly. "Yes, Jerry, thank you. Thank you so much." Just saying thank you isn't enough, Xiwo rubbed her fingers together. "Although we are friends, this is still a business transaction. I really can't have a vault full of gold. The Potter family's vault has so much. It wouldn't be unreasonable to share a bit with me, right? As long as my parents agree, Harry replied. Seeing Harry's lack of understanding, Xiwo immediately turned to seek assistance. Malfoy, say something, Xiwo shouted at Draco, who was watching from a distance. As an investment advisor for JLA, you need to tell the minister how catastrophic it would be for the magical community if the Potters are not granted citizenship. Or why not just by the Ministry of Magic outright? Malfoy rolled his eyes, but still stepped forward, using a drawn-out tone to speak to Fudge. Minister, although I really don't want to admit it, if the Savior's parents are treated as illegal immigrants because they lack documentation, tomorrow's Daily Prophet will read, Ministry of Magic persecutes heroes. At that point, I will have my father withdraw his investments. Fudge flinched. Neville, you say something too. Xiwo pointed at Neville. Isn't your grandmother also a member of the Wisengamot? Neville, holding onto Leaf, turned bright red with anxiety. I think if I don't support this, my grandmother will send me a howler to berate me. Minister Fudge, please grant them their documentation. Fudge hesitated, but there's no precedent for this. Just then, Seamus Finnegan, who had been playing with fire nearby, suddenly raised his wand, aiming it at the massive statue of the fountain in the ministry. Muttering an incantation as sparks flew dangerously from the tip of his wand. Seamus, put down your wand. Xiwo gasped in horror. Don't set off a nuclear bomb here. We're underground. It could collapse. Seamus looked innocent. I thought the minister seemed to be unable to hear, so I wanted to give him a sound. Watching the impending explosion spell, Fudge finally broke down. All right, we'll do it. Right now? Fudge screamed. Give them their identities. Give them wands. Give them vault keys. Just don't blow up the Ministry of Magic. Half an hour later, James and Lily held shiny new identification cards and temporary wands, contentedly embracing Harry. Although Xiwo did not secure an entire vault, James Potter generously stuffed a large bag of galleons into her hands as thanks. Well done, Jerry. James patted Xiwo on the shoulder. Though you bear a slight resemblance to that one person, you are forever a friend of the Potters. Xiwo weighed the money bag, revealing a satisfied smile. That will suffice. Mr. Potter, welcome back to the realm of the living. Xiwo frantically knocked on the door of Spinner's End. I'm about to go dark. The story of the wolf is coming. Why is it that minors cannot participate? I have defeated Voldemort, raised a basilisk, and even reversed time. You tell me I cannot partake in a sporting event? It was a hidden little room, where Dumbledore was enjoying a rare afternoon tea during his holiday. Suddenly, the fire in the fireplace turned green, and Snape emerged with a dark expression, dragging a clawing Xiwo behind him. Albus! Snape hurled Sybil to the ground. His teeth clenched as he growled, Manager student. She has been knocking on my door for 2 hours, claiming that if I do not escort her to see you, she will turn all my cauldrons into ducks. Good afternoon, Severus and Sybil, Dumbledore said calmly, taking a sip of his tea. Would you care for some lemon sherbet? Not the sherbet. Sybil sprang to her feet, swatting away the sugar Dumbledore had offered. Her expression twisted in fury, her eyes dark and malevolent, reminiscent of the enraged Tom Riddle from years past, who had been denied the position of defense against the dark arts. Headmaster, I know what is coming next semester. Sybil bellowed, brandishing her wand wildly. The Triwizard Tournament. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. You are quite well informed. However, that event is designated for adults. Why should that matter? Sybil interrupted, beginning to storm around the room, her voice a tempest of indignation and madness. I can't even get a potion to become a boiled egg. Professor Snape is so miserly that he won't even give me a recipe. And now I'm barred from participating in a competition? Why? Just because I am not yet 17? She spun around sharply, her black eyes locking onto Dumbledore's with a gaze that mimicked Voldemort's distinctive, chilling rasp. I am 100 times more capable than those so-called adult champions. I have defeated Quirrell. I have captured Pettigrew. I can even conjure Fiendfire. Are you provoking me, Dumbledore? Sybil raised her wand toward the ceiling. Though she uttered no incantation, the air around her began to quiver, an unvoiced spell. If I cannot participate, I will truly turn to the dark side. I will join the Death Eaters. I will reduce Hogwarts to ruins. I will compel the Goblet of Fire to spit out my name, even if it must be inscribed in blood. Snape rolled his eyes, evidently immune to such theatrics. Dumbledore set down his teacup, observing the frenzied child with an expression devoid of fear, but filled with a weary understanding. Sybil, Dumbledore said gently, such threats hold no weight with me. Moreover, if you truly wish to join the Death Eaters, you would not have entrusted me with the Horcrux. That is merely strategy. Sybil retorted stubbornly. In any case, I shall participate, even if it is as an unofficial entrant. Even as a representative of the JLA, Dumbledore pondered for a moment. He recognized that, despite her madness, she indeed possessed formidable talent. Furthermore, if he did not find her something to occupy her, she might very well explode the Goblet of Fire. Very well, Dumbledore sighed. Although, Due to ministry regulations, you cannot be an official champion of Hogwarts. There is a loophole. He displayed a cunning smile. The rules do not prohibit a special guest from participating in a demonstration match. If you can assure me that you won't severely injure the other champions, perhaps we can negotiate. 80. GLA special guest team. She was indeed pushing her luck. Once the door was ajar, she would undoubtedly take full advantage. Dumbledore mused. Am I being too indulgent? As soon as Dumbledore relented, Sybil instantly shed her apocalyptic demeanor, replacing it with a shrewd grin. A special guest, you say? Very well. She rose from the ground, brushing dust off her robes. However, I have a small addendum. An addendum? Dumbledore felt an ominous premonition. Since it is a demonstration match, it must be spectacular and lively, Sybil declared, counting off on her fingers. Performing alone would be rather dull. You see, I have my strategist, Hermione, my muscle, Harry and Ron, my demolitions expert, Seamus, my shield, Neville, and my financier, Draco. She raised her head defiantly. I wish to bring all the core members of the JLA along. We shall form a Hogwarts Special Operations team, competing as the fourth team, though not for points. 7 members? Snape scoffed. Are you attending a competition or going on a picnic? The Triwizard Tournament is a trial for champions, not a kindergarten outing. This is tactical innovation, Professor, Sybil countered. Traditional champions are lone heroes. But the wars of the future demand teamwork. We, the JLA, aim to showcase the art of modern magical warfare, with clear division of labor, firepower coverage, and resource dominance. Dumbledore contemplated for a moment. This indeed presented a novel concept. Moreover, if other schools were to witness Hogwarts students united, it would serve as a significant display. However, Sybil, you must understand that the challenges will not diminish simply because there are more of you. A fire dragon remains a fire dragon. I only fear it may not be strong enough. Sybil confidently waved her wand. As long as you agree, I assure you, the JLA will not bring shame to Hogwarts. We will show Beauxbatons and Durmstrang what it means to entertain with deadly seriousness. Dumbledore chuckled. Very well. In that case, I shall request a group demonstration slot from the ministry. But remember, safety comes first. Deal. Sybil cheered, nearly rushing to embrace Dumbledore, only to be halted by Snape's piercing gaze. As she exited the small chamber, Sybil's spirits soared to unprecedented heights. Chapter 39, Harry. You truly wound my heart, haha. Special guest instructor, Severus Snape. A flag raised as a tiger's skin. Snape thought to himself, I have never endured such indignities in my life. The Halloween feast was nearing its end, and the goblet of fire blazed with blue-white flames within the ancient wooden chalice. Just as Dumbledore was preparing to announce the closing of registrations, the doors of the Great Hall swung open. The entire JLA, clad in matching black and gold uniforms, marched in unison under Sybil's command, striding toward the goblet with an air of defiance. Sybil held a rolled parchment, measuring 2 feet in length. The hall fell into an astonished silence. Karkaroff and Madame Maxime craning their necks to catch a glimpse. Upon reaching the age line, which Dumbledore had already revoked for them, Sybil halted, dramatically unfurling the enormous parchment. In ornate script, it read, Hogwarts Special Guest Team, JLA, Cannibalistic. Captain, Jerry Riddle. Members, Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, Neville Longbottom, Seamus Finnegan. And at the very bottom, in bold, enlarged, and shimmering golden font, Special Honorary Instructor, Severus Snape. At the moment the name was revealed, Professor McGonagall on the staff table gasped, and Hagrid covered his mouth in shock. Meanwhile, at the center of the storm, Professor Snape, seated beside Dumbledore, felt his heart cease its frantic racing. He stared fixedly at the parchment, his facial muscles twitching, his dark eyes radiating a lethal glare that could have killed Sybil dozens of times over had they possessed the power of the killing curse. Sybil seemed to sense the hostility emanating from behind her. She turned to face Snape at the staff table, flashing him a radiant, deferential smile, and even waved. For honor. Mentor, Sybil shouted. Then, the entire JLA team exerted their strength, shoving the massive parchment into the goblet. The goblet appeared to choke momentarily, its flames shifting from blue-white to an enraged red, crackling loudly as it finally gulped down the parchment. Whispers erupted throughout the hall. By Merlin's beard. Did they really choose Snape as their mentor? ISNT that courting death? Yet Snape seemed to offer no objection. He remained seated, his expression impassive, even his posture unchanged. Slowly, he reached for his napkin, wiping away the wine that had dribbled from the corner of his mouth. Though he uttered not a single word nor unleashed a roar, every soul present, from Dumbledore to the first-year students, and even the portraits adorning the walls, could sense that, at this very moment, the mind of the potion's master was inundated with the most vile, malicious, and unpublishable lexicon of the wizarding world. An ominous aura named retribution for past grievances permeated the air. Xiwo wiped the cold sweat from his brow and whispered to his teammates, Run. while he hasn't drawn his wand yet. Repeatedly fortunate. Harry, the indomitable worker, surviving against all odds. Is this what they call the diligent reaping rewards? Potter, your insatiable greed knows no bounds. The rules imposed no prohibition. The flames of the goblet of fire, once blue and white, morphed into crimson, and a charred parchment flew forth. Dumbledore caught it and proclaimed loudly, JLA, cannibalistic squad. The crowd erupted in cheers. Xiwo stood proudly with his team, ready to receive guidance in the adjacent room. However, just as they had taken a few steps and had not yet crossed the threshold, the goblet flared red once more, releasing a sound akin to a hiccup and spewing forth another slip of parchment. The hall fell silent, as everyone assumed the selection had concluded. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, reached out to catch the parchment, glanced at it, and read aloud in a tone of disbelief, Harry Potter. A deathly hush enveloped the room. All eyes turned to Harry, who stood bewildered, clutching a chicken leg he had snatched during the celebration. I didn't Harry exclaimed in terror. My name is already in the JLA. I didn't submit another entry. Potter. Xiwo spun around, seizing Harry by the shoulders and shaking him vigorously, his face a canvas of disappointment and morbid curiosity. How could you do this? I pulled strings for the invite-only squad to bring you along, treating you like a brother, and you still kept something back? You thought to hoard the rewards all to yourself? I didn't Harry protested, utterly at a loss. No more excuses, Ron chimed in. Harry, you're too greedy. Did you want to claim 2 prizes? Dumbledore approached, his expression grave. Harry, did you truly not submit your name? I swear, sir, I did not. That is inconsequential now. Barty Crouch, Sr., emerged, wearing a businesslike demeanor. The goblet has forged a binding magical contract. Since the name has emerged, Mr. Potter must compete. But he is already on the JLA team, Professor McGonagall pointed out. Then he shall compete twice, Crouch replied coldly. Once as a member of the squad and again as an individual champion. The rules do not prohibit such a scenario. Xiwo patted Harry sympathetically on the shoulder, sighing, Harry, you're in quite the predicament. While others face only one dragon, you must confront 2. While others dive only once, you must plunge twice. Are you aiming to exhaust yourself on the battlefield? Malfoy, lurking nearby, relished the moment. No worries, Potter. Once you exhaust yourself, I'll buy you the most expensive coffin. The entire JLA will attend your funeral. Harry gazed at the door leading to the warrior's chamber, feeling it was a gateway to hell. Chapter 40. Xiwo can always inspire the brilliance of humanity. Moody, the imposter, began his defense against the dark arts class. The 3 unforgivable curses, Balabala. Xiwo, Avada Kedavra Mosquito, is that how it goes, Professor? I can do this one too, Fiendfire. JLA, no, not quite. Xiwo, Professor, I've developed a nuclear bomb. The JLA and all classmates, including Xiwo, put down your wand. For ordinary wizards, the unforgivable curses are taboos, steeped in fear. But for the JLA, they are mere foundational skills. The true terror stems from an unknown gesture of the Irish demolition genius, Lord Voldemort. Is the atmosphere here a tad too wild? A peculiar oppressive atmosphere enveloped the classroom. Professor Moody's blue magical eye spun wildly as he had just demonstrated the Imperius curse and Cruciatus curse on a spider, leaving Neville pale with fright. The last one, Moody gruffly declared, the worst of them all. Avada Kedavra. No one survives, except when his magical eye turned towards Harry. Avada, just as Moody raised his wand to execute the spider. An obnoxious mosquito flew directly in front of Xiwo. Avada Munch. Xiwo casually flicked his wand. A faint green light flared. Smack. The mosquito plummeted onto the desk, thoroughly dead. A profound silence enveloped the class. Moody's hand froze midair. Oh dear, my apologies, Professor, Xiwo said, nonchalantly blowing the tip of his wand. That mosquito was far too noisy. Please continue. What were you saying about the curse? Moody fixed his gaze on Xiwo, his magical eye nearly popping out. Did you just use the killing curse? That is a crime punishable by life imprisonment. For killing a mosquito? Xiwo feigned innocence. Then my orphanage's kitchen must be filled with death row inmates. Besides, Professor, this single target attack is far too inefficient. If we're aiming for destruction, I believe this is the superior method. With a flick of her wrist, a swirling mass of black flame, morphing into the shape of a venomous snake, danced at the tip of her wand, radiating the heat of annihilation. Fiendfire, Xiwo cheerfully introduced. A mere flick can turn the entire forbidden forest to ashes. Now that is a woman-s romance. No, that is the essence of dark magic. The JLA members observed Xiwo going too far and hastily intervened. Boss, calm down. Malfoy, terrified, dove under the desk. We're still in class. Don't burn down the classroom. Xiwo, put it away. Hermione screamed, that is Fiendfire. It's uncontrollable. Just then, sitting in the back row, Seamus Finnegan seemed to be inspired. He stood excitedly, raising the wand that had once blasted away countless feathers. Professor, I too believe those 3 curses are too cliché. When it comes to unforgivable, I think my recently developed matter disintegration chain explosion ultimate art, commonly known as the nuclear bomb curse, is far more intimidating. Just one hit. And all of the Scottish Highlands will. His wand tip began to gather a heart-stopping red light, accompanied by an exceedingly unstable humming sound. In that moment, words were unnecessary, and no commands were needed. The entire class, including the imposter Death Eater Moody at the podium and the 3rd-generation Dark Lord Xiwo, who had just been playing with Fiendfire, simultaneously screamed in terror, "Seamus, put down your wand. Disarm your weapon." Xiwo, Harry, and Moody acted in unison. Bang! Seamus's wand was knocked away. However, the minuscule energy he had gathered still detonated, singeing his eyebrows once more and obliterating the desk into dust. As the smoke cleared, Professor Moody slumped in his chair, his magical eye ceasing its rotation, panting heavily. He gazed at the students, suddenly finding Azkaban rather safe. Class dismissed. Moody weakly waved his hand, assigning an essay on why one should not detonate a nuclear bomb in the classroom. Get out. Dragon Slayer. Seamus Finnegan. Finally. Is it my turn? The stands surrounding the arena buzzed with excitement. Ludo Bagman's voice echoed through the amplification charm. Next to enter the arena is the Hogwarts Invitational Team. JLA. They will face the ferocious Chinese fireball dragon. The gates swung open. A colossal scarlet dragon emerged with a thunderous roar, its scales glistening like rubies, exhaling mushroom-shaped fireballs as it fiercely guarded the golden eggs nestled within its clutch. Xiwo strode confidently into the arena, accompanied by all members of the JLA. Unlike other warriors who cowered in retreat, they formed a long, serpentine line. The battle commenced. With a flourish of his wand, Xiwo commanded, "Defensive team, to the front." Neville bellowed, raising his wand, with Hermione and Ron flanking him for support. A massive, translucent protective shield rose before the group, successfully blocking the dragon's initial fiery onslaught. Offensive team, prepare. Xiwo turned to Simon, his eyes brimming with trust and a hint of concern. Simon, target, dragon's mouth. Yield, miniature. No head explosions, target the teeth. Silence it. Understood, Simon exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement. He aimed at the dragon's gaping maw, poised to unleash another fiery breath. Blast. A beam of red light soared accurately into the dragon's mouth. Boom. A dull explosion resonated within the dragon's throat. It emitted a choked whimper as the fire transformed into black smoke, furiously shaking its head as if dazed by the blast. Now's our chance. Go, Golden Father. Draco Malfoy stepped forward from the ranks, wielding a bag enhanced with a non-detection charm. He gazed at the dragon, his legs trembling slightly. Yet the aura of wealth emboldened him. Look over here, you impoverished lizard. Malfoy shouted, reaching into the bag. With a rustle, countless gold galleons, some genuine, others chocolate coins, rained down upon the dragon's eyes. Being inherently greedy, the dragon instinctively reached for the shimmering objects, its attention momentarily diverted. Harry, now's the time. Snatch the egg. Harry, riding the firebolt, granted special permission to enter, darted down like a streak of red lightning. Seizing the golden egg the moment the dragon was momentarily stunned and captivated by the coins, then executed a flawless ascent. I've got it. Harry triumphantly raised the golden egg as the entire JLA erupted in applause. At the judges' table, Madame Maxim clutched her chest. Dumbledore beamed with laughter, nearly swallowing his beard. While Karkaroff pounded the table in fury. Foul play. This is bribery. This is the use of prohibited weapons. The rules do not state that one cannot offer gold to the dragon, Xiwo retorted towards the judges. Nor do they prohibit targeting the dragon's teeth. This is merely strategy. 10 minutes later, Harry faced a personal challenge. Once again, he entered the arena alone, now confronted by the more ferocious Hungarian Horntail. You'll be fine, Harry. Xiwo encouraged from the sidelines. Though we can't swarm, we still have external support. Harry mounted his broomstick as the Horntail unleashed a torrent of flames, pursuing him through the air, just as it seemed he would be caught. An inconspicuous black snake, Nagini, poked its head out from the grass at the edge of the arena. It hissed menacingly at the dragon. Hey, big dumb brute. There's a flea biting your backside. The Horntail paused, instinctively glancing back at its rear. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Harry executed a roll to evade the deadly tail spike, once again claiming the golden egg. Long live the JLA, Ron shouted from the stands, his voice hoarse from cheering. Chapter 41, The No Laugh Challenge. Xiwo's No Laugh Party. Welcome to the inaugural Unsanctioned Cup No Laugh Challenge. The room of the Wish House was steeped in silence. In the center stood a long table, with Xiwo seated at the head, a whistle in hand. To either side sat Harry, Ron, Hermione, Malfoy, Neville, Simon, and the twins. Each donned formal attire, their expressions as grave as if attending a funeral. The rules were simple. Xiwo announced, her voice as cold as ice, for the next hour. Regardless of what occurred or what they witnessed, laughter of any kind, smirks, chuckles, grins, or guffaws, was strictly forbidden. Should I catch anyone's lips curling upwards beyond 15 degrees, Xiwo brandished a card depicting a horrifying punishment, illustrating Snape clad in Neville's grandmother's attire. The offender would be required to choose between that look and a bald head for the Christmas ball. The group swallowed hard, firmly pressing their lips together. Round 1, Costume Attack. Upon Xiwo's whistle, the door swung open. George Weasley entered, clad in Slytherin green, sporting a golden wig, clearly a parody of Malfoy. But the highlight was the massive pink pig's nose affixed to his face and a rubber wand that squawked like a rubber chicken. He approached Malfoy, dramatically proclaiming, "Oh Potter, do you think my daddy could buy me a brain?" Puffed. Simon could not contain himself, emitting a deflating sound. Xiwo mercilessly blew her whistle. "Simon, yellow card warning. Put your wand down, no explosions." Malfoy's face turned a deep shade of purple, yet, through years of practice in front of Snape, he managed to suppress a smile, though his nostrils flared ominously. Round 2, Imitation Attack. Xiwo stood, cleared her throat, and stepped into the open space. She donned a bald cap resembling a pickled egg, pressing her nose flat with tape. Turning to face Harry, her expression suddenly grew tender. "Harry," Xiwo intoned in a gravelly, Voldemort-esque bubble voice. "The reason I don't kill you is that I wish to ask you." She produced a bottle of shampoo from her robe. "Would you teach me how to use this? I too desire hair as shiny as Snape's." Harry clutched his thigh, tears welling in his eyes. "Help! Voldemort is holding shampoo." The absurdity was overwhelming. At that moment, Ron finally cracked. "Ha ha ha!" Ron erupted into pig-like squeals, sliding beneath the table. Xiwo blew her whistle. "Ron Weasley, out. Punishment assigned." Round 3, Ultimate Showdown. Remaining were the most stoic, Malfoy and Hermione. Xiwo decided to unleash her trump card, clapping her hands. Neville, reluctantly participating, entered. Clad in a black Batman spandex suit, provided by Xiwo, yet he had forgotten to remove his wizard hat and cradled his toad, Trevor. A note was taped to Trevor's back, reading, "I am Robin." With utmost seriousness, Neville addressed Malfoy. "I'm Batman, and this is my Robin." Trevor responded obediently, ribbit. Malfoy gazed at Neville's bulging belly in the tight suit, and then at the toad, claiming to be Robin. His noble facade crumbled at last. "Uffed, what in the world? Neville, you idiot." "Ha ha ha." Malfoy laughed, pounding the table, tears streaming down his face. The game concluded. Xiwo removed the pickled egg cap, satisfied as she observed the JLA members rolling on the ground in laughter. It seemed that this iteration of the JLA had rather low thresholds for humor. Except for Hermione, who had been busy studying and not paying attention, the entire team was out. Chapter 42, Is the loofah soup truly beneficial? Much like Jack's nose, which is undeniably large. Professor, is there no potions that could transform one into a salted egg or a noseless creature? Snape retorted. Sequestered in the cellar to evade Professor McGonagall's invitation to dance at the ball, while the cacophonous rock music from the Weird Sisters reverberated through the castle, causing the very floor to tremble. In stark contrast, the cellar was as silent as a tomb. Severus Snape's solitude was soon disturbed by Sybil, who, clad in a pink gown and looking rather awkward, knocked on the heavy oak door with familiarity. Knock, knock. The door swung open violently, revealing Snape in his ever-constant black robes, refusing to don formal attire even for the ball, his expression darker than the bottom of a cauldron. It was evident he sought refuge here to avoid McGonagall's insistence on dancing. Upon recognizing Sybil and Hermione, Snape's lips twitched, and he unleashed a rapid-fire string of anticipatory remarks. "Tepper, Granger, if you are here to invite me to dance, be gone. If you inquire about a potion that could turn one into a salted egg, a noseless being, or some sort of snake-faced monstrosity, I have none. As for the golden egg, toss it into the water and listen. Do not bother me again. If this is merely an attempt to evade punishment, stop, 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 Professor." Sybil interjected, raising her hands to interrupt Snape's incantation. "You misunderstand. My pursuit of the salted egg has transcended the physical. I no longer require corporeal transformation. And I already know how to open the golden egg." Snape narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the two girls. "Then what brings you here? At a time when everyone else is flitting about like peacocks in courtship?" Sybil's playful demeanor vanished, her gaze sharpening. She stepped forward, lowering her voice. "No, Professor. I wish to inquire if there exists a potion capable of counteracting the effects of Polyjuice Potion, forcibly restoring one to their true form." The atmosphere froze for a moment. Snape's expression transformed. No longer was he the beleaguered professor, but rather the astute head of Slytherin, his gaze flitting between Sybil and Hermione before settling on Sybil. "Counteracting Polyjuice Potion?" Snape repeated softly, Do you suspect that someone in this school is not who they claim to be? I merely find this semester rife with peculiarities. Sybil shrugged, such as certain professors never being far from their flasks. Additionally, I seem to be missing some flux weed from my herbology stock. Snape fell silent for a moment. Recalling Mad-Eye Moody, the former Auror who had always eyed him with suspicion and had even searched his office, he too had long harbored doubts about Moody's integrity. Snape turned and entered the storeroom, the sounds of glass clinking echoing. Moments later, he emerged holding a diminutive glass vial, thrusting it into Sybil's hands. An improved version of the antidote, Snape stated coldly, a single drop will destabilize Polyjuice Potion, regardless of who it is, once consumed. Their true form shall be revealed within 5 seconds. The formula can be found on page 53 of Powerful Potions. Miss Granger should be well acquainted with that book, he added venomously. Thank you, Professor. You truly are the guardian of Hogwarts. Sybil exclaimed, clutching the vial as though it were the launch button for a nuclear weapon, and casually inquired. What would happen if, say, Voldemort were to drink this? Get out. Bang. The door slammed shut once more. You've got a fiery temper. Perhaps you should drink some loofah soup to cool down. It's quite nourishing, Sybil suggested. I told you, loofah soup is indeed nourishing. You look younger for it, Headmaster Dumbledore. Would you care for a sip? I've defended against poisons for a lifetime, yet I've succumbed to loofah soup. As the ball drew to a close, the weird sisters played a soothing melody. Mad-Eye Moody leaned against a pillar, his magical eye swiveling cautiously about the room. He grasped the arc-shaped flask, preparing to take a sip to sustain his life. Professor. Sybil approached with 2 elegant goblets, resembling an enthusiastic waitress. Hermione, behind her, was so tense she nearly tore her skirt. You do not appear well. Have you been burning the midnight oil too much, perhaps? Your temper seems rather high. Sybil expressed with concern, offering 1 goblet to Moody. Moody took a cautious step back, his magical eye fixated on the bubbling, green liquid. I do not drink from strangers. Tepper. Now that's rather rude. This is a specialty from my homeland, loofah soup. It's cooling, detoxifying, beautifying, and alleviates the side effects of, excessive drinking, Sybil fibbed earnestly. I've even added honey. It's quite restorative. I want tea drink it, Moody grunted, unscrewing his own flask. Oh, just a sip. This is a tribute from JLA to the professor. Sybil exclaimed suddenly, pretending to slip, lunging forward. The goblet of loofah soup splashed precisely onto Moody. Moody instinctively opened his mouth to shout, or perhaps to cast a spell to ward it off. But in that fleeting moment, Sybil discreetly flicked her wrist, and the drop of Snape's powerful antidote shot into Moody's open mouth like a bullet. Moody swallowed hard. Cough, cough. The potion's effects manifested faster than wildfire. The wand in Moody's hand clattered to the ground as he began to claw at his throat, emitting a sound that was far from human. The entire room turned in terror to witness this. The music abruptly ceased. Moody's form began to contort as if melting like wax. His scarred, noseless face swelled, filling in. The wooden leg abruptly ruptured as a new flesh leg burst forth. The blue magical eye popped out, rolling across the floor. Moments later, standing by the pillar was no longer the terrifying old Auror, but a pale, freckled young man with light yellow hair. Bartemius Crouch Jr. Wow. Karkaroff dropped his goblet, and Snape emerged from the shadows, a smirk of knowing amusement gracing his face. Sybil stood by, watching the youthful version of Moody, clapping her hands, and exclaimed in a tone reminiscent of a sales pitch, "See, I told you loofah soup is beneficial. The effects are immediate. This phlegm has vanished, it's dissolved, and his throat is no longer itchy." She pointed at the bewildered Bartemius, who had yet to comprehend that his disguise had been unveiled. Look at him. Instantly 30 years younger. His skin has improved. Even his leg has grown back. This is a medical miracle. Bartemius Crouch Jr. touched his face in horror, glancing around at the gathering crowd, utterly collapsing. Sybil turned and lifted another goblet of loofah soup that had yet to be spilled, smiling sweetly as she approached the newly arrived Dumbledore. Headmaster Dumbledore, just look at this remarkable effect. You're getting on in years. Would you care for a sip? Who knows? You might transform back into that dashing red-haired fellow. Dumbledore gazed at the green liquid, then at the now rejuvenated Death Eater on the floor, his beard quivering. I believe I shall pass, Sybil. Dumbledore raised his wand, pointing at Bartemius. Such restorative potions are best left for the Aurors to study. Chapter 43. There are 2 jujube trees in front of my house. 88. JLA. It feels rather tragic. Neville and Seamus slipped out with a clatter. Where has such a large person gone? At the edge of the forbidden forest, old Barty Crouch was murmuring to himself, seemingly beseeching a cup of tea from what he imagined to be his wife. His tattered clothing hung loosely on his frail frame, and his eyes were vacant. The JLA stood behind him, exchanging glances filled with pity. It's rather tragic, Ron whispered. Indeed, said Seamus, raising his wand. For one who sacrificed everything for power and principles, such an ending is profoundly ironic. Rather than forcing him to confront the shattered remnants of his home, it would be better to, she softly intoned, obliviate. A gentle light flickered. The madness and anxiety in Barty Crouch's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a childlike bewilderment. He gazed around at the students, asking, "Who am I? Where am I?" "You are a traveler in search of new employment," Seamus responded with a smile. "Now sleep." That night, the corridors of Hogwarts were unusually lively, of course, in a clandestine manner. Draco crept out under the invisibility cloak. He looked disdainfully at the slumbering Crouch, but awkwardly retrieved a heavy pouch from his pocket, containing no less than 200 galleons, and stuffed it into Crouch's tattered pocket. "This is the Malfoy family's charitable contribution. Let it remain a secret." Hermione, despite her incessant murmuring about the impropriety of it all, snuck out as well. Slipping a handwritten copy of A Muggle's Guide to Survival, Simplified Edition, and several letters of recommendation into Crouch's lap. Hopefully, he'll learn to use an electric kettle. Neville and Seamus clattered out once more. Neville tucked a memory ball, a rather cruel jest, considering Crouch remembered nothing, into Crouch's possession, while Seamus shoved in a handful of specially made explosive charms. "If anyone bullies this old man, throw this," Seamus instructed. Although Harry could not intervene directly, he covertly contacted James and Lily. The Weasley twins used the secret passageways to discreetly carry Crouch away to Hogsmeade, one on each side, as though transporting cargo. Seamus slipped out stealthily, discovering the forbidden forest deserted. He pondered thoughtfully, eventually locating old Barty at a corner of the Hog's Head, staring blankly into his drink. "Hey, Uncle," Seamus approached, patting his shoulder. "I hear you're looking for work? I have a splendid opportunity. Room and board included, though there are quite a few children. So we need a firm caretaker." Barty looked up. Though he remembered nothing, the ingrained sense of discipline compelled him to straighten his posture. "I excel at establishing rules." "Precisely," Seamus replied, producing an employment letter from the orphanage. "Welcome to the family of Wooten Orphanage. We are in need of a headmaster." Thus, the Muggle world gained a curmudgeonly old man, fiercely intolerant of disobedience, who had never smiled in his life, yet would dutifully ensure every child washed their hands. In Azkaban, young Barty remained imprisoned, alongside Peter. As dusk fell, the immense hedgerow maze cast eerie shadows over the pitch. With Bagman's whistle, the JLA surged into the maze. This time, they did not separate. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Draco, Neville, Seamus, and Seamus formed an indomitable tactical unit. To the left lurked a boggart. Hermione glanced at her compass. To the right was a blast-ended scrut. "How troublesome," Seamus remarked, pointing straight ahead at the thick hedgerow. "The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line." "Seamus, lead the way." "At your command," Seamus exclaimed, raising his wand. Reducto. With a resounding boom, the hedgerow exploded, creating a large opening through which the JLA filed in. After a brief distance, a colossal sphinx obstructed their path, languidly reclining with wise eyes. "Answer my riddle," the sphinx began. "What a stop," Draco interjected impatiently, stepping forward. From his undetectable extension charm bag, he produced a freshly roasted, mouth-watering turkey, originally intended as a midnight snack for the basilisk. "No need to guess. This chicken is yours. And the path is ours. Deal?" The Sphinx eyed the turkey, then glanced at the fierce group of students, particularly at Seamus, whose wand still emitted smoke, and swallowed nervously. "I believe we have a deal." It quietly shifted aside. With no time to mourn the Sphinx, the next challenge appeared, a blast-ended scrut, resembling a shell-less lobster with an explosive tail. "Neville, shield," Seamus commanded. Neville raised his wand, conjuring a sturdy shield charm to deflect the scrut's explosion. "Harry, Ron, stupefy." 2 red beams struck the scrut's vulnerable underbelly. "Easy as pie," Ron said, blowing dust off his wand. They advanced through the maze, encountering no door keys. No Dark Lord. Upon reaching the maze's center, the shimmering Triwizard Cup stood quietly on its pedestal. Crumb was ensnared in a web, while Fleur was still entangled with the red caps. "I've won." Harry gazed at the cup, somewhat incredulous at the ease of it all. "We won," Seamus corrected. The 7 encircled the cup. 1, 2, 3. 7 hands grasped the cup simultaneously. With a resounding cheer, though no transportation occurred, fireworks erupted, a jubilant display. Heralding the JLA's victory, Dumbledore announced, "Hogwarts, JLA, is the champion." That night bore no tragedy, no Cedric's death. Only the jubilant cheers and glory belonging to the youth. Chapter 44. Orphans are the true kings. Compared to this, Jerry, your fiend fire is attempting to consume my house after finishing that Horcrux. Ah, I had forgotten. Regulus Black, an unsung hero. His story ought not to be buried in obscurity. It should grace the front page of the Daily Prophet, a blade aimed at Voldemort's heart. Of course, This is contingent upon Seamus not burning down the black ancestral home. In the parlor of number 12, Grimmauld Place, the atmosphere was heavy with sorrow. The aged house elf creature knelt on the floor, clutching the heavy gold locket, weeping profusely as he recounted Master Regulus's final commands and sacrifice. Even Sirius, who usually despised this old house, felt tears welling in his eyes, silently leaning against the wall. He is a hero, Seamus murmured softly. Braver than many who walk the earth today. Turning, she retrieved a glass bottle from her pocket and twisted off the cap. A beetle emerged, landing and transforming into the bespectacled witch, Rita Skeeter. Did you all hear that? Seamus asked coldly. As Rita frantically tidied her disheveled hair, her eyes sparkled with excitement. I did. It's so touching. The redeemed Death Eater, a self-sacrifice for love and justice. This will undoubtedly be a bestseller. I shall portray him as a saint. Go write it. Seamus waved her off. I want to see it on the front page by tomorrow. Rita, as if granted a reprieve, seized her quill and dashed off. Now, creature, Seamus pointed at the locket box. Give it to me. I know how to destroy it. You know that was Regulus's final wish. Trembling, creature handed over the locket box. Seamus placed it on the cleared space before the fireplace. Now, everyone step back. Seamus raised the yew wand, her gaze turning steely. Fiendfire. A black fire lion erupted from the tip of the wand, devouring the locket box in one swift gulp. The box emitted a piercing scream amidst the flames. A lament from Voldemort's lingering soul. Moments later, the golden shell melted away, and the black smoke dissipated. All done, just as Xiwo intended to retract his wand. The ravenous fire lion turned its gaze toward the opulent antique carpet nearby, its maw agape. Whoosh. The carpet ignited in an instant, the flames rapidly spreading to the curtains, threatening to engulf the entire sitting room. Jerry, Sirius shouted, your fiery beast is attempting to consume my house after finishing the Horcrux. This is my home. Ah, I forgot. Xiwo, slightly embarrassed at the sight of the uncontrollable flames, realized he hadn't employed this spell in quite some time. What was that extinguishing charm called again? At that moment, the door swung open. A shadowy figure dashed in. Snape had been sent by Dumbledore to deliver potions. Upon witnessing the chaos, Snape's complexion paled. He strode forward, sharply rapping Xiwo on the head with his wand, producing a resounding thunk, then waved it at the flames. All curses cease. A powerful surge of magical energy swept through, extinguishing the arrogant fire as if it were a chicken with its neck grasped, snuffing it out with a puff. Tap! Snape glared at the innocent-faced Xiwo, his teeth clenched. If I had arrived a minute later, that foolish dog, Black, would have found himself on the streets. Is your head filled with gunpowder? Hey, Sirius protested indignantly. Don't insult my friend in my own home. You snotty git. Silence, foolish mutt, Snape retorted coldly. I am saving your house. Have you all noticed something? What? Most world changers are orphans. I share a birthday with the Savior and the Commander. It was she. It was she indeed, our hero. The upper terrace of Wool's orphanage had been transformed. It was no longer the grim, dreary place in Tom Riddle's memories, but adorned with colorful lights and laden with delectable treats. Old Barty Crouch, maintaining a stern demeanor, directed the children in setting the table. Though he could not recall who he was, his quintessential British butler-like precision lent an air of sophistication to the gathering. Xiwo held a glass of sparkling water. Leaning against the railing, observing Harry, who was frolicking with James and Lily, and Neville, who blushed at a mere compliment from his grandmother. Comrades, Xiwo suddenly spoke. Her tone grave. Have you all noticed something? Harry and Neville paused, turning to her. Most world changers are orphans. Xiwo gestured towards the distant London skyline, like that noseless one. Or Batman. Or you, Harry. Harry scratched his head, glancing at James, who was helping Lily slice the cake, a blissful grin spreading across his face. Although I lived like an orphan before, at the Dursleys, I now have parents and a godfather. Neville, cradling Trevor, murmured, at least I have my grandmother and my parents. Though they often don't recognize me at St. Mungo's, the doctors say they might respond to the JLA badge soon. Xiwo fell silent for a moment, realizing that these two were indulging in their own little Versailles. Only she, in this world, was a true, unequivocal orphan. TCH, Xiwo pouted, masking a flicker of melancholy in her eyes, then donned a defiant expression. She stepped between the two, one arm draped around Harry's neck and the other around Neville's, though she had to rise on her toes. Hey, Harry, Neville. Have you noticed that our birthdays seem to fall on July 31st? Yeah, Harry nodded. This means we are destined to be a triumvirate. Hermione and Ron. Xiwo pointed towards Lily Potter, who was bustling about greeting guests, a glimmer of longing in her gaze. What if we celebrated our birthdays together? I think your mother is wonderful. We're all family. Your parents could be my parents, and mine could be yours, should you desire. Huh. Harry was taken aback. And before he could respond, Lily Potter approached. What nonsense are you speaking, Jerry? Lily gently extended her hand, but instead of a handshake, she enveloped Xiwo in a warm embrace, the kind that radiated a maternal comfort, softening Xiwo's heart in an instant. From the moment you came back to us, the doors of the Potter household will always be open to you. Lily ruffled Xiwo's hair. Happy birthday, my little hero. James joined in, handing out enormous red envelopes to everyone. Come, everyone gets a share. Jerry, thank you for not allowing my son to become an orphan. If anyone bullies you, just invoke my name. And me. Sirius transformed into a large dog and lunged forward. Xiwo felt deeply moved. So the doors of Gringotts for the Potter family can also be opened for me? Thud. Xiwo's head was knocked again. That night, Xiwo made a wish, not to conquer the world, nor to become a boiled egg, but rather to hope that these fools could continue to find joy, even if it meant she would have to work overtime in this world. Chapter 45. Love you, old man. See you at Xuanwu Gate. Do you think if I used the soul-sucking curse, the examiner would give me all OS? Snape and Hermione. Is your head filled with thistles? Revision? It's impossible in this lifetime. The long table at number 12, Grimmauld Place, was filled with people. One side occupied by the old guard of the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore, Moody, McGonagall, Sirius, James, Lily, Snape, and the other by core members of the JLA. The atmosphere should have been serious, as they were discussing how to completely eradicate the remnants of Voldemort's forces. Nagini's whereabouts had been pinpointed. Mad-Eye Moody scanned the map with his magical eye, declaring that once it was dealt with, the Dark Lord would be finished for good. Very well. Xiwo nodded absently, twirling her wand, confident that vanquishing the Dark Lord was a settled matter, yet she faced a more pressing issue. She lifted her head, her dark eyes sparkling with curiosity and mischief as she looked at Dumbledore and several professors seated across from her. Headmaster, esteemed professors, Xiwo said earnestly. Next semester is the OWL's exam. You see, while I excel in practical combat, my theoretical studies are somewhat lacking. So, Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses. So I was wondering. Xiwo lowered her voice, as casually as if discussing dinner plans, even though I will never need to use the Cruciatus curse in my life. And the Avada cannot be used on examiners. What about the soul-sucking curse? Seems rather practical. Snape, who had been sipping tea, froze. What if, Xiwo continued, testing the waters, I were to cast a soul-sucking curse on an examiner, would it earn me all OS? Just a few subjects, the ones I don't want to memorize. Could I get a perfect score? Would that count as cheating? Or as a practical demonstration of defense against the dark arts? James Potter, having just swallowed some pumpkin juice, spluttered it out, while Sirius laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. Thud. Snape's thick tome, advanced potion making, came down forcefully on Xiwo's forehead. Whap. Hermione's even thicker A History of Hogwarts followed, landing on the back of Xiwo's head. Ouch. Xiwo cried, clutching her head. I was just asking. An academic discussion. That is an unforgivable curse. Hermione's hair frizzed in anger. That is a life sentence. Do you want to take your newts in Azkaban? Moreover, with all the notes I have for you, you are actually contemplating the use of dark magic? Severus Snape uttered ominously. Should you dare to employ the killing curse against Professor McGonagall, the examiner, I shall transform you into a toad and confine you within Neville's pocket, where you will subsist solely on flies. Very well, Professor, I concede my error, replied Xiwo. I shall have to rely on Hermione's notes instead, or perhaps, could I solicit Uncle James to deliver a gift to the examiner? James shrugged. I'm afraid, Jerry, that the Potter family funds are under Lily's jurisdiction, and I believe you ought to take the exam by yourself. You've matured, Malfoy. Wretched son, what do you intend to do? Father, times have changed. Love you. Old man, see you at the Xuanwu Gate. The iron gates of Malfoy Manor swung open effortlessly, but do not inquire as to how. For secrets lend an air of masculinity to a man. Lucius Malfoy was seated in the drawing room, enjoying his morning tea, when he beheld a group of students clad in peculiar attire, the JLA uniform, brandishing wands, striding in with an air of audacity, nearly shattering the cup in his grasp. Draco, Lucius bellowed, what are you doing bringing these people here? This is Malfoy Manor, not your playground. Draco stood at the center of the group, his legs slightly trembling. Yet buoyed by Xiwo's encouraging and threatening gaze, he inhaled deeply and stepped forward. Father, Draco's voice quivered momentarily, but soon gained resolve. I am here to discuss the future of our family. The future? Lucius sneered. Your future is to obey my commands. No, that is your future. Xiwo interjected, stepping forth to stand behind Draco like a proxy. Uncle Lucius, you have grown old. Your once adroit maneuvering amidst the powerful has become passé. The theory of aiding whoever is victorious is outdated. She pointed at Draco, her voice resonant. This is clearly the Malfoy family. This is clearly Malfoy Manor. Why are you not the one in power? Draco, you have matured. At JLA, you have learned courage, learned responsibility, and even mastered riding the hippogriff. You surpass your father 100-fold. Lucius's face turned a shade of purple with fury as he drew his wand. Preposterous. Heart-piercing curse. Disarm. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Xiwo, and Neville acted in unison. 5 beams of red light flashed, and Lucius's wand spiraled from his grasp, embedding itself in the ceiling. Behold, this is strength, Xiwo proclaimed, extending her hands. Uncle, we do not wish to resort to violence. We have merely come to peacefully transfer power. As Draco observed his father, now disarmed and taken aback, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Father, Draco straightened his posture, addressing him for the first time with an equal tone. The Dark Lord is finished. You must realize that following him leads to no future. Aligning with the JLA, at least we are the victors. Grant me the family seal. I shall elevate the Malfoy family for the greater good. Narcissa stood atop the staircase, observing the scene without interference. Give it to him, Lucius, she softly urged. Draco is right. Lucius sank into the sofa, seeming to age a decade in an instant. He gazed at the boy who once cowered behind him, now standing amidst a formidable cadre of allies, brimming with vigor. Very well. Lucius removed the ring symbolizing the head of the family from his finger and tossed it onto the table. Do not ruin it. Draco picked up the ring and slipped it onto his finger. Although it was somewhat oversized, it bore the weight of authority. Thank you, father. Xiwo led the applause. Congratulations. Master Malfoy, to commemorate, shall we not use this ring to allocate new funding for the JLA? Sharpening the axe does not delay the woodcutter's work. First, let us dispose of the resurrection armor. Hey, why not just use a sword? I need to seize my aunt's assets at Azkaban, deep within Gringotts. The rickety cart sped along the tracks. This time, there was no polyjuice potion, no thrilling infiltration. Draco Malfoy, clad in a brand new head of the family robe, wielded the Malfoy family scepter, exuding an air of arrogance as he sat in the cart. Beside him was the pallid, evidently duped Bellatrix. Xiwo, Harry, and Hermione squeezed in behind. I shall reiterate, Draco proclaimed loudly to mask his anxiety. My Aunt Bellatrix is a lunatic. As her sole rational male relative, Sirius protested. It is my duty to, manage her estate. Indeed, Xiwo chimed in from behind. This is to prevent the illicit flow of funds. We are the legitimate asset liquidation team. The cart halted before the Lestrange vault. Under the watchful eyes of the goblins, the door opened, revealing a dazzling treasure that nearly blinded the onlookers. Do not touch anything. Hermione cautioned Xiwo. There are duplication and incendiary curses. I am aware, Xiwo retorted stubbornly, retracting her hand, her gaze scanning like radar. There. Harry pointed at a small golden cup atop a shelf. I can feel it. It's buzzing. The summoning charm 1T work. Xiwo squinted. It's a pity that Seamus isn't here, since we can't touch it. She drew her wand. Not to cast a spell, but to extract a retractable mechanical claw from her pocket. A new product from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Universal Grasping Claw. With a snap, the claw precisely gripped the handle of the golden cup. Go. The cup was deftly plucked from its perch. Xiwo dropped it to the ground and produced a venomous fong, ground down from a basilisk's tooth, her portable package opening tool. Uffed. The fong pierced the cup, releasing a cloud of black smoke and a wretched scream as the cup transformed into a hunk of scrap metal. Done, Xiwo stowed the fong away. Next stop. Chapter 46. The Great Hero Dumbledore. I reckon no one wants it. The nearly dead Dumbledore, a scowling Snape, and Jerry, clutching a saw. Snape, pale-faced, dragged Xiwo into the office. Pointing at Dumbledore, slumped in a chair, his right hand charred and withered. The curse is spreading. Snape roared. My potions can only buy time. Tipo, aren't you proud of your intellect? Think of a solution. Xiwo leaned in to inspect the hand, noting the curse creeping up the arm. TSK, TSK, TSK. This ring has quite the potency. Xiwo straightened, producing a muggle surgical saw from her pocket. Headmaster, would you mind undergoing a minimally invasive procedure? It may sting a bit. Bear with it. Dumbledore weakly opened his eyes. Xiwo, perhaps we could. Physical disruption. Before Dumbledore could finish, Shivo's hand struck decisively. Snip. The charred hand plummeted to the floor. Dumbledore barely had time to scream before Xivo's wand was already aimed at him. Fiendfire. A small handful of black hellfire precisely scorched the severed stump, instantly incinerating the lingering curse and sealing the wound. All curses come to an end. The flames extinguished. The entire operation flowed seamlessly, taking less than 3 seconds. Snape. Dumbledore, staring at his bare wrist, though the pain had subsided, his emotions were complex. All done. Xiwo clapped her hands, glancing at the one-armed Dumbledore, her eyes suddenly sparkling. She pointed at Fawkes, the phoenix, who was grooming itself nearby, then indicated Dumbledore's empty sleeve, bursting into a series of goose-like chortles. Headmaster, you are now Yonghua. Yonghua? Dumbledore looked utterly bewildered. An Eastern one-armed hero. Xiwo excitedly elaborated. Look, you've lost a hand. You've been separated from your beloved for years, and you possess a magnificent bird that can carry you aloft. The configurations are entirely identical. As Xiwo became increasingly animated, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, she exclaimed, You can seek out your aunt now. In a sense, this is also a tribute to GGAD. Ha! Severus Snape's expression darkened, resembling ink, as he failed to comprehend the references to Yang and his aunt. Yet he keenly noticed Xiwo's subtle movements. Just as she bent down, her hand reaching towards the severed hand lying on the ground, Snape ominously interjected, Tebo. What are you doing, amidst your nonsensical chatter? Xiwo halted her motion of stuffing the charred hand, adorned with a large ring, into her pocket. Even when caught in the act, her countenance bore no trace of embarrassment. Maintaining her bent posture, she gazed up at Snape, fell silent for a moment, and then spoke in an utterly naive and guileless tone, reminiscent of a rural farmer from Hunan. Oh dear, Professor. I saw it lying on the ground and thought no one wanted it. I figured, since it had fallen and was all moldy, it must be mine now. I could take it back as a teething toy for Davarishi. She blinked her large eyes innocently. Professor, do you still want this hand? If not, I shall take it with me. Dumbledore observed this student, who had just severed one of his hands and now wished to reclaim it to feed snakes, with his remaining hand covering his face. Severus, please expel her. And burn that hand. Do not allow her to take it. As you command. Snape drew his wand. Tebo. Put the hand down. Now. Immediately. Chapter 47. The Boy Who Survived Against All Odds. Shall I use Fiendfire on Harry? Jerry pondered. I feel I am not particularly the boy who survives against all odds. Jerry, I believe you are too radical. We ought to consult the adults for their thoughts. There must be a better way. I consider you a brother, yet you wish to treat me as firewood? In Dumbledore's office, the atmosphere was peculiar. Dumbledore sat behind the desk, arms crossed, while Snape loomed in the shadows, and the core members of JLA were seated on the carpet. Xiwo was brandishing her wand above Harry's forehead, as if selecting a spot to strike. I have a daring idea. Xiwo's eyes sparkled. Fiendfire can destroy Horcruxes. What if I could precisely incinerate just that small fragment? Jerry. Harry recoiled slightly, covering his scar tightly. I feel I am not particularly the boy who survives against all odds. I fear that even a touch of Fiendfire could obliterate me. Then let's consider an alternative. Xiwo turned to Dumbledore. Professor, what is the definition of death? Physical death? Or spiritual death? If it's the latter, I believe we could induce social death for Harry. She excitedly gestured. We could loop Harry's embarrassing moments from his first year throughout the British Isles, such as the incident where he blew up the cauldron in potions class or the footage of him dancing in his pajamas. If the level of embarrassment reaches its peak, might that fragment of his soul not escape out of sheer humiliation? Snape let out a loud scoff. Tebo, if foolishness could kill, Voldemort would have perished from your intellect long ago. Jerry, Harry sighed, touched by Jerry's desire to save him. Yet the notion was simply absurd. I think you are being too radical. We should seek the opinions of the adults. There must be a better way. Harry is correct. Indeed, there exists a method that, while perilous, may be feasible. Dumbledore's gaze settled on Harry. You share a connection with Voldemort, a connection that is both a double-edged sword. I'm saying if, we can fabricate a state of apparent death, causing Voldemort to believe you are deceased, or if you were to die within a certain magical circle for a minute, that fragment of soul would lose its point of attachment. Apparent death? Xiwo's eyes brightened. I am familiar with that. I possess the potion from Hell's Kitchen. We can use it to knock him out. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Wait, I have a thought. She pointed to her face, which bore a striking resemblance to Tom S. What if I use this face to lure the fragment inside Harry's body? I could entice that fragment, telling it, hey, I'm the original, come find me, and then extract it. Do you think this is feasible? The others stared at her in horror. You see, I resemble Voldemort. Don't I? Xiwo asserted confidently, and I can speak parcel tongue. With just a touch of performance, it would be indistinguishable. As long as Headmaster Dumbledore helps to capture that elusive fragment and Professor Snape provides the potion to stabilize Harry's soul, I can extract that fragment as easily as pulling out a slug. I shall call it a soul microsurgery. Dumbledore and Snape pondered for a moment, although mad. It surprisingly held a semblance of logic. It is worth a try, Snape coldly remarked, as long as you do not extract Potter's non-existent brain along with it. Psychological deception. Even Voldemort himself would be taken aback. Jerry, keep your distance. You resemble him too closely. The operation was successful. You are now a girl. The room of requirement transformed into a sterile, silver-white chamber. Harry lay on the central table, his complexion pallid, as Snape had just administered a potion that smelled like rotten socks. Are you ready, Harry? She was stood by the bedside, adjusting her robe and facial expression. I am ready. Harry swallowed hard. But Jerry, don't go overboard. Shoo. Xiwo raised her index finger to her lips. In that moment, the playful light in her eyes vanished, replaced by a familiar coldness and pride. She lowered her head, her face slowly inching closer to Harry S. In the light, her visage, identical to a youthful Tom Riddle's, appeared particularly enchanting. Harry instinctively held his breath. Xiwo opened her mouth, emitting a hoarse sound reminiscent of a snake slithering. This was not Parseltongue, but rather a serpentine whisper, "Awaken, my fragment." Harry's scar twitched violently as a swirl of black mist began to rise beneath it. Xiwo did not falter. She extended her hand, her fingertips hovering above the scar, her gaze dreamy yet greedy, as if beholding her beloved, continuing to murmur in Parseltongue. Her voice imbued with the stirring authority unique to Voldemort. "Why do you hide within this feeble shell? Why endure such mediocrity? Look upon me." Xiwo's pupils constricted slightly, her lips curling into a cruel yet elegant arc. "Here it comes." The iconic smirk of Tom Riddle emerged. "I am darkness. I am your sanctuary. I am the great Voldemort. Return to me, my soul." The black mist upon Harry's forehead thickened, as Voldemort's residual soul was drawn to the deceptive performance, beginning to stir, seeking to break free from Harry's constraints and return to its true form. "Now, come forth." Xiwo raised her voice, issuing a commanding hiss. A piercing scream erupted. The cloud of black smoke surged from Harry's scar, lunging straight for Xiwo's face. Now, Dumbledore swiftly seized his elder wand, conjuring an immense suction force from the prepared vessel. Collect. The black mist twisted and writhed in midair, seemingly aware of its deception and attempting to retreat. However, it was too late. As it was forcibly drawn into the container, Dumbledore swiftly secured the lid, casting a golden sealing spell. Inside the bottle, a small mass of black smoke relentlessly battered against the glass walls, emitting a series of silent roars. The expression of the Dark Lord on Xiwo's face crumbled instantaneously. She sank to the ground, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. Exhausting indeed. I must say, portraying a villain is far too taxing. My face has grown rigid. Xiwo rubbed her jaw and inquired, "Harry, are you all right?" Harry lay sprawled atop the table, brushing his smooth forehead, the scar still present, yet that oppressive weight had vanished. He gasped for breath, managing a feeble smile. "Jerry, you performed admirably, but please refrain from such dramatics next time. I truly believed you were about to deliver an Avada Kedavra." "Congratulations," Snape remarked coldly, gazing at the Horcrux within the bottle. "The operation a success. You are now a girl." Bang. Chapter 48, Uchiha Xiwo. "Professor Snape isn't here, is he? Malfoy, your father isn't present, is he?" "Oh, splendid." The commander resolved to wait no longer. "Open the door and check the water meter." Xiwo, accompanied by the elite JLA team, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Malfoy, Neville, and Seamus, descended silently into the grass of the Riddle house's backyard. "Confirm it," Xiwo whispered. "Professor Snape didn't he follow us, did he?" "No," Harry replied. "He's at school administering laxatives to Umbridge." "Malfoy, your father isn't inside attending a meeting, is he?" "No," Malfoy rolled his eyes. "He's currently preoccupied with establishing connections at the Ministry and has no time for that noseless lunatic." "Very well." Xiwo revealed a cruel smile, twirling her wand in her hand. "Strategic deployment. Harry, Ron, you are to flank the left, using stunning spells to block the way. Hermione, Malfoy, take the right, responsible for erecting protective shields. Neville, guard the entrance. Anyone who emerges, take them down. Seamus, follow me down the center. Move out." Xiwo kicked open the decaying back door, a wave of musty odor assaulting her senses. A faint glow of fire flickered from a room on the second floor. "Hiss. I smell human flesh." A massive python slithered down the banister, its gaping maw ready to strike. It was Voldemort's final line of defense. "Now's the time. Seamus," Xiwo shouted. Seamus Finnegan raised his wand, unleashing a pre-prepared incantation. Thunderous explosion. This time, the power was akin to a tactical nuclear weapon. Boom. A blinding fireball erupted in the narrow staircase. Nagini had no chance to bite anyone before the tremendous shockwave obliterated her into several pieces, along with half the staircase, which flew out the window. "All done," Seamus exclaimed, wiping the soot from his face. From the room above, a baby's scream echoed. "Nagini. Who? Who?" Xiwo wasted no time, sprinting up the crumbling stairs, standing at the doorway of the room. In an old armchair sat a grotesque entity resembling a skinned baby, the weakened main soul of Voldemort, who gazed in terror at the girl standing in the doorway, identical to his younger self. "Who are you?" Voldemort rasped. "I am your nightmare, Senior." Xiwo raised her wand, her gaze as indifferent as one would have for a heap of refuse. Fiendfire. The black flames roared forth, instantly engulfing the chair, consuming the hideous infant, along with the last vestiges of hope for the once mighty Dark Lord. There was no resistance before absolute power. The former Dark Lord was as fragile as parchment. The screams quickly faded amidst the crackling of flames. Retreat. Xiwo waved her wand. All spells cease. Although the fiend fire extinguished, the house stood on the verge of collapse. The entire JLA team burst forth from the Riddle house, mounting their brooms and soaring into the sky. They gazed down at the mansion, now reduced to rubble from the explosion and fire. An end. Xiwo remarked, how strange. Returning to take exams after such a battle makes me want to complain. Speaking of which, isn't this reminiscent of Naruto? After the Fourth Shinobi World War, they still had to take exams. Harry. Huh. Harry, you suggested we engage in a duel, and if I broke an arm, I could avoid exams and wander about. You could call me Uchiha Jerry. I don't think that's a good idea. Xiwo, Snape is coming. Why do the headmasters become portraits? Why not carve something like Hokage rock? Xiwo, I said Snape is coming. Who would have imagined that defeating Voldemort would take but a single night, yet revising for potions would require an entire month? This is illogical. This is not spirited. I shall become a rogue ninja. I shall roam free. I shall sever my arm to make a statement. The library was eerily silent, the fifth-year students appearing as pale as corpses, buried in piles of parchment, resembling a group of prisoners awaiting execution. Only Xiwo, like a fish out of water devoid of dreams, lay sprawled across the table, twirling the wand that had just vanquished the Dark Lord. How peculiar, Xiwo suddenly spoke. Her voice soft yet crystal clear in the hushed library. This notion of returning to take exams after a battle is rather absurd. Sitting opposite, Harry was desperately memorizing the incantations for transfiguration, looking up in confusion. Huh? Isn't this akin to Naruto? Xiwo straightened abruptly, her eyes sharpening. After the Shinobi World War, Naruto still had to return for the Chunin exams. Is that reasonable? Harry, what is Hokage? Is that a Muggle television show? That's not important. Xiwo grasped Harry's hand with a solemn expression, as if imparting last words. Harry, shall we go duel by the Black Lake? With those world-shattering techniques? Like Chidori against Rasengan? Jerry, get a grip. Then I'll sever my arm. Xiwo exclaimed excitedly, mimicking the motion of cutting off her arm. Once I become disabled, I can avoid exams. I can wander, seeking redemption, and you can call me my new name, Uchiha Jerry. Harry's expression suddenly shifted, his eyes darting past Xiwo's shoulder, filled with terror. I don't think that's a good idea, Xiwo. He whispered urgently, gesturing frantically. Snape is approaching. What are you afraid of? I am one of the saviors now. Xiwo dismissed his concerns, lost in her own reform plans. She turned to gaze out of the castle tower, her face twisted in disdain. Moreover, why do headmasters become portraits after they pass? It's so outdated. Why not carve something like Hokage rock? Imagine Dumbledore's large face etched into the cliff of the astronomy tower, so that every new student, upon looking up, would see his enormous nose. What an imposing sight. Xiwo. Harry's voice trembled, his eyes pleading, as if his eyelids were twitching. Snape is really coming. So what if he comes? Can he physically assault me? Xiwo's words were cut short as a massive shadow loomed over her. Bang! A thick tome of advanced potion making, as hefty as a brick, struck the back of Xiwo's head with a painful thud. Bang! Immediately thereafter, as a co-conspirator, Harry received a lighter tap on his forehead, though only slightly less forceful. Ouch! Severus Snape, with a visage darker than the bottom of a cauldron and eyes devoid of warmth, turned sharply as Hiver clutched her head in distress. If you wish to sever a hand, Snape intoned in his silky voice, I can readily provide you with a rusted saw, Turbo. There's no need to engage in brawls at the Black Lake. I can fulfill your Uchiha dreams right here and now. He gestured towards the window, adding, and should you dare to carve anything upon the castle walls, I shall transform you into a portrait, hanging in Filch's office for eternity, forever compelled to watch him wash mops. Revise, now, he commanded, his dark cloak swirling as he glided towards his next victim. Hiver, rubbing her head, looked at Harry with a sense of grievance. See? I told you he's the villain. He once even let us carve on Hokage rock. Chapter 49, What a Magnificent 101. Since we cannot carve in Konoha, let us inscribe it upon Hogwarts, so that every incoming class shall gaze upon the starry sky, compelled to behold that oversized visage adorned with sunglasses. As if proclaiming, I am quite cool. Albus Dumbledore mused. I find this rather artistic. Professor McGonagall retorted, Albus, this is sheer nonsense. Post-examination, Hogwarts was enveloped in an atmosphere akin to a doomsday revelry. While most students were still engaged in discussions about exam questions, the entire JLA had congregated at the edge of the cliff behind the castle, overlooking the Black Lake, a prime advertising spot. Comrades, Hiver exclaimed, standing atop a jutting rock, her robes billowing in the sea breeze. Though we have 2 more years of study ahead, it does not preclude us from leaving an indelible mark. She pointed towards the immense, gray-white cliff. Behold, how flat, how perfect, like an untouched canvas. Simo, eagerly rubbing his wand, inquired, Boss, where do we blow up? How big? We shall carve a face, Howler declared, a visage that embodies wisdom, strength, and confectionery delight. Albus Dumbledore. Are we truly going to carve it? Hermione questioned, though already calculating sketches in her hands. According to my calculations, we can utilize transfiguration combined with the cutting charm. We must first ascertain the proportions of the features. Forget the proportions. As long as the essence and character are captured, that suffices. Howler waved her hand. Let us commence. The project began. Xiwo was tasked with the rough shaping. To smithereens. With a resounding boom, a large chunk of rock fell away, revealing a rough, circular outline. Hermione and Howler focused on the intricate detailing, floating on their brooms, using transfiguration and the cutting charm to refine the features. Make the nose a tad more crooked. That's his trademark. The beard must be flowing. It should have that windswept quality. Draco and Ron took on the decorative embellishments. This is far too plain. Draco scoffed at the statue. It needs a touch of aristocratic flair. He produced his wand and cast a transfiguration spell on the statue's eyes, instantly bestowing it with a massive, glittering pair of sunglasses. Below the statue, Ron inscribed in bold red letters, JLA. After half an hour of diligent labor by the 5 artisans, a towering 50-foot statue of Dumbledore rose majestically upon the cliff, adorned with golden sunglasses. His beard curling like waves, and a mysterious smile gracing his lips as though to say, I have cockroaches, and you do not. I am the headmaster of Hogwarts. And you are not. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the golden sunglasses reflected the twilight, dazzling the entire Black Lake. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, sipping tea in his office, was momentarily blinded by the golden glare outside. Approaching the window, he opened it and chuckled. Well, it seems I truly am photogenic, he remarked to Fawkes beside him. Perhaps I should suggest they carve Grindelwald alongside it, or add McGonagall and Snape. Professor McGonagall, patrolling the grounds, witnessed the scene and staggered back, clutching her chest. These outrageous students. 102. A brown rat, brimming with wisdom, cunning, and a knack for teasing cats, nibbled on mandrake leaves that had sprouted in its mouth after a month. I hope my form is not only imposing, but also practical. A mouse? How fitting indeed. Tom is gone, now is Jerry's era. In a torrential downpour, with thunder crashing, the final step of completing the Animagus transformation was underway. In the back garden of Grimmauld Place, several drenched figures nervously recited incantations. Amato, Onomato, Animagus. Howler pointed the tip of her wand at her heart, and at last, the bitter leaves she had consumed for a month came into effect. She felt a second heartbeat thumping wildly as her body began to contort and shrink. Her gaze lowered, the world expanded. Her hands morphed into pink little paws. A slender tail sprouted behind her, and her ears rounded. With a pop, a large, sleek, brown rat appeared on the grass, striking a pose on its hind legs, as if performing a bodybuilder's pose. Squeak, squeak, squeak. I am Jerry, the rat, Howler exclaimed gleefully. Ha! Sirius, transformed into a large black dog, barked in the rain, evidently amused by this Jerry mouse. Soon, the others succeeded as well. Harry transformed into a black cat, though he insisted it was a small panther. Ron, harboring a psychological aversion to mice, became a Jack Russell Terrier. Hermione turned into an elegant otter with a fluffy tail. Eek! Ron, don't chase me. Draco Malfoy, even as an animal, maintained his noble demeanor, transforming into a peacock, a specialty of the Malfoy estate. Neville morphed into a massive toad, larger than the average toad. Xiwo became a smoking fire lizard. Hiss! I want to explode. The rain ceased. Grimmauld Place transformed into a fantastical zoo. Jerry the mouse climbed atop the black cat's head, orchestrating a special animal squad comprised of cats, dogs, otters, peacocks, toads, and lizards. James watched the children with emotion, nudging Lily, who was capturing photographs with his antlers. This is youth, James mused. Chapter 50. This is what we call a beginning and an end. 103. Jerry began his performance anew. The underground classroom was suffused with the acrid scent of potions. The new potions master, Horace Slughorn, with his walrus-like belly, enthusiastically introduced the various cauldrons on the platform. This cauldron contains a truth serum, and this one a love potion. The student who performs best in this first lesson will receive this small vial of Felix Felicis. Howler sat in the front row, having meticulously pressed her robe and styled her hair impeccably. The long-awaited Tom imitation was about to commence. When Slughorn's gaze swept over her, Howler offered a slight smile. It was not an ordinary smile, but rather the quintessential Tom-like smile. One that conveyed a blend of humility and arrogance, politeness and ambition. Slughorn nearly dropped his stirring rod into the cauldron. Closing his eyes, he murmured, I must be dreaming. I am Xiwo Tebo, Professor. She stood, her voice soft yet magnetic, but I prefer others to call me Riddle, Jerry Riddle. Slughorn felt as though he had encountered a Dementor, How curious, he mused. I don't believe I released a boggart. How amusing. Slughorn raised his wand, but nothing happened. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and suddenly recalled that Dumbledore had mentioned a student who bore a striking resemblance to him. Professor. Xiwo did not take a seat. Instead, she approached the podium and leaned closer to the cauldron containing the ingredients for the Veritaserum. I have heard that you are the most distinguished potions master of this century, and I have a question I wish to pose to you. Her gaze deepened. I once read in an ancient tome about the essence of potions. If we were to blend 7 different potent potions, could we create a unique elixir that grants eternal life? This statement was akin to a spark igniting Slughorn's greatest fear, though it made no mention of Horcruxes. It implicitly hinted at them. Slughorn, terrified, waved his hands and even took a step back. Miss Xiwo, how could such a thing exist? Trust me, the concept of immortality is a mere fallacy. Please do not delve into those dreadful matters. Just a jest, Professor. Xiwo's demeanor shifted instantly, reverting to that of a dutiful student, smiling brightly. After all, everyone knows I possess a sense of humor. A world devoid of Voldemort is truly splendid. Yet JLA cannot afford to be idle. Help! Why does Weasley gaze at me as if I were a roasted chicken? Draco, is your robe made of gold? In the courtyard, a suffocating romantic drama was unfolding. Ron, typically the somewhat simple-minded redhead, was currently flushed with embarrassment, his eyes glazed as he clutched Draco's collar. Oh, Draco! Ron exclaimed passionately. How did I never notice before? Your hair gleams like galleons. Your eyes are as profound as silver sickles. The scent enveloping you, good heavens. It is the aroma of Gringotts vaults. Let go of me. Weasley, are you mad? Malfoy struggled desperately, his face turning pale. Bodyguards. Crabbe. Goyle. Save me. Don't call them. Ron leaned closer. I only want you. I wish to be with you. We shall have a multitude of little galleons. The surrounding students laughed uncontrollably, while Xiwo and Harry had to rush in, each grasping an arm to drag the money-obsessed Ron away. Professor Slughorn. The antidote. Quickly. Xiwo shouted. Half an hour later. After consuming the antidote, Ron lay despondently on a bed in the hospital wing, wishing he could bury himself in the pillow. Kill me now, he groaned. I actually confessed those sentiments to Malfoy. Perhaps I need to reboot my life. Do not fret, Ron, Xiwo consoled him. We have explained to everyone that you were under the influence of the Veritaserum, and you were sincerely expressing your affection for Draco's wealth. Having resolved Ron's predicament, Xiwo's expression turned grave as she summoned the core members of JLA to a corner of the corridor. Comrades, have you noticed? Xiwo lowered her voice. Dumbledore has been acting unusually of late. Unusual? Harry inquired. Hasn't he always been rather peculiar? No, this time it is different. Xiwo produced the Marauder's map. Look. Every night at 10 o'clock, he departs from the headmaster's office and vanishes from the edge of the map. Moreover, upon his return, there is always a peculiar burnt scent about him, with traces of dark magic emanating from him. Is he meeting someone? Hermione frowned. Who could warrant such caution from him? Have you heard the tale of Grindelwald and Dumbledore? I recall hearing other wizards mention it at a gathering. Malfoy interjected suddenly. The first dark wizard imprisoned in Nurmengard. They were once good friends. Xiwo's eyes lit up. Grindelwald, GGAD, Yongwa must meet his aunt. That makes sense. Xiwo closed the map. If he is meeting an old flame, no, an old adversary, then it all adds up. I believe we must follow him to investigate. Harry made a judgment. No, Harry. I think, Xiwo, let us go together. Chapter 51. Curiosity killed the cat and the mouse. Employing the most classic of Harry Potter's tracking methods, the success of the pursuit hinged entirely on Harry's ability to hold his breath. The midnight wind howled. Dumbledore stepped out of the castle doors and made his way directly to the edge of the forbidden forest. Harry donned the invisibility cloak, while Xiwo transformed into a mouse, hiding in his pocket, both of them holding their breath as they trailed the old headmaster at a distance of 10 paces. Dumbledore halted, retrieving an object from his robe that resembled a battered tin can. That is the key. Harry, I believe we need not proceed further, Xiwo whispered from Harry's pocket. Harry resisted the urge to retreat. He was determined to press on. Just as Dumbledore extended his finger to touch the key, Harry lunged forward, his finger brushing against the edge of the can. Dumbledore seemed to sense something, glancing sideways, but before he could speak, whoosh, a familiar sensation, akin to having one's navel hooked, enveloped them, and the surrounding scenery vanished in a whirlwind. When their feet once again touched the ground, a bone-chilling wind nearly froze Harry in place. They stood at the base of a towering black tower, surrounded by a range of snow-capped mountains. The entrance adorned with the famous adage, for the greater good. Nurmengard. Xiwo transformed back into her human form, hidden beneath the invisibility cloak, gasping softly. I knew it was nothing sinister. He simply came to check on his predecessor. Dumbledore noticed the two little tails trailing behind him. Yet the great white wizard paid them no heed. He adjusted his robes, gazing complexly at the tightly shut door, then waved his wand, causing the door to silently slide open. The duo followed Dumbledore up the spiral staircase, reaching the highest prison cell at the tower's peak. Inside the cell sat a gaunt old man, who, upon hearing their footsteps, lifted his head to reveal sharp, albeit sunken, heterochromatic eyes. Gellert Grindelwald. Albus. Grindelwald chuckled hoarsely, his voice laced with a hint of mockery and anticipation. You have returned, this time for that boy, or for the girl who resembles Tom. Both Xiwo and Harry, concealed beneath the invisibility cloak, froze simultaneously. What could this possibly have to do with me? Xiwo thought, leaning back in disbelief. Dumbledore sighed and took a seat on the bench. Gellert, Voldemort is dead again. I believe he will not return. You mentioned this before. Grindelwald leaned against the wall. Which of your students is it this time? Potter or Tipo? I presume it is Tipo. I worry for her, Dumbledore replied softly. She possesses power, ambition, and unlike Tom, I fear she may tread your old path. My old path? Grindelwald raised an eyebrow. Albus, I believe you need not worry. Suddenly, Grindelwald turned his gaze, his eyes fixating intently on the corner where Harry and Xiwo were hiding. Since you are here, why not step out and say hello? Interrupting. Please, continue your conversation. We seem to have taken a wrong turn. Such a battleground is not one for us young ones to meddle in. The 36 stratagems suggest that retreat is the best strategy. Harry exclaimed, Jerry, why are we running? Because the atmosphere of rekindled romance is far too terrifying. Grindelwald's invitation to step out hung in the air, seemingly freezing time. In that fleeting moment, Xiwo exhibited the quickest reaction of all. She grasped Harry's arm while her other hand deftly snatched the barely powerless tin can from the ground. Interrupting. Please, continue. Wishing you all the best. With a thunderous cry, Xiwo's voice reverberated through the tower. The key. Buzz. Just as Dumbledore shouted, wait a moment. That familiar sensation, akin to being hooked by a line at the navel, surged once more. The two vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a swirl of wind. Silence enveloped the tower once again. Grindelwald gazed at the vacant corner, suddenly erupting into a fit of laughter, tears streaming down his face. Ha! Albus, is this your student? Is this the infamous Jerry? Grindelwald wiped the corners of his eyes, finding the scene amusing, utterly delightful. She was indeed vivacious. Dumbledore shook his head in resignation, picking up a piece of chocolate frog wrapper that Harry had dropped. Indeed, far too lively. At the edge of the forbidden forest in Hogwarts, the two tumbled heavily onto the grass, Harry rolling twice and becoming caked in mud. Xiwo lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Why did we run? Harry queried, bewildered. That was Grindelwald, the first Dark Lord. I haven't even asked Dumbledore why he suspected you might follow in the footsteps of the first Dark Lord. What are you asking for? Xiwo sprang to her feet, brushing off the grass clippings. Do you not see the atmosphere? That was the prelude to either a historic reconciliation or a monumental clash. We would have been nothing but 2,000-watt light bulbs in that setting. She glanced nervously at the sky. Moreover, that old man's gaze was terrifying. I felt as though he wanted me to become a mere worker bee, overwhelmed with responsibilities. No thank you. I aspire to be the boss, not just a cog in the machine. Xiwo pulled Harry along, heading back towards the castle. Let us return and sleep. Let tonight's events remain buried. If Dumbledore doesn't come looking for us, we shall pretend this never transpired. Chapter 52, Coffee, Tea, or 107, Department of Mysteries. Welcome. Would you like a time turner, a brain, or this rather unreliable crystal ball? Deep within the Ministry of Magic's 9th level, the Department of Mysteries, Xiwo sauntered confidently alongside Harry, Hermione, and Ron through the dimly lit corridors. In her hand was a special visitation permit, personally signed by Minister Fudge, the reason for which stated, JLA requires a practical assessment of defensive arts. Although the guide appeared reluctant, he nonetheless opened the door. This way. Xiwo, well acquainted with the surroundings, pushed open the door leading to the Hall of Prophecies. Countless towering shelves loomed above, filled with dusty glass orbs, the atmosphere thick with silence. Is this the Hall of Prophecies? Ron muttered. It resembled an unkempt storeroom. Indeed, it is. Xiwo, consulting her map, led them directly to a corner. On an unassuming shelf lay a solitary glass orb, beneath which was a yellowing label, the Dark Lord and Harry Potter. Hurry, Harry. Xiwo pointed to the orb, urging him to retrieve it. Harry extended his hand, gently taking it down. Is this the prophecy orb? The item that determines my fate. Harry gazed at the orb in his hand. I think we should take a listen. Xiwo continued to encourage him. Harry swallowed hard, pressing his ear against the glass orb while the others held their breath. Professor Trelawney's voice emerged from within. One must die at the hands of the other. Upon hearing this, Harry fell silent. I thought it would be something significant. This feels like an outdated weather forecast. So, Is this thing essentially useless now? Indeed. Not only useless, but also taking up space. Xiwo took the prophecy orb from Harry, tossing it lightly as one would an apple. However, as a keepsake, it's not bad. We could place it in the JLA's Hall of Honor, entitled, On How to Break the Cycle of Fate, 108. For the greater good. Thank you, Jerry. But could we perhaps consider a different slogan next time? I fear Dumbledore is on the verge of a heart attack. In the evaluation chamber of Wisingamot, Xiwo stood in the center of the vast courtroom, clad in a tailored black robe akin to Grindelwald's. Behind her stood Remus Lupin, dressed sharply, albeit somewhat anxious yet upright. Alongside Draco, representing the financial backers. Ladies and gentlemen, Xiwo's voice echoed against the stone walls, clear and powerful. Today, we are not discussing caging werewolves. That is the method of barbarians. We are addressing something of far greater significance. She waved the bill drafted by Hermione, an impressive length of 50-foot parchment. A werewolf, if not medicated, poses a threat only on that one night each month. For the remaining 29 days, they are strong, magical, and valuable laborers. Yet, the ministry squanders the worth of those 29 days due to that one night. This is an egregious waste of magical resources. The elderly wizards below began to murmur amongst themselves. Because they are dangerous, we must. One began. Dangerous due to poverty. Xiwo interjected. They cannot afford wolfsbane potion. If the ministry provided it for free, and if businesses were willing to offer employment, they would become the most loyal guardians and diligent workers. At an opportune moment, Malfoy stepped forward, chin raised. The Malfoy family is willing to fund a special wolfsbane potion initiative. Once the bill is passed, we shall take care of it. Money can drive a demon, and it can turn werewolves into bodyguards. Xiwo leaned forward against the railing, her hands gripping it, her dark eyes scanning each member of the Wisingamot, her tone laced with an irresistible fervor. This is an investment for the stability of society. To ensure that every wizard, whether furry or not, can contribute to the magical world. She paused, a signature, ambitious smile gracing her lips. All of this is not for personal gain, but for the greater good. An oppressive silence fell. Seated at the head of the chamber, Dumbledore closed his eyes, taking several deep breaths. Xiwo, have you found a new toy? Have you? After a moment of silence, the bribed members began to clap, the sound initially sparse, but then crescendoing into a resounding ovation. The bill was passed. Lupin, his eyes glistening, grasped Xiwo's hand. Thank you, truly thank you, Jerry. But I think I saw Professor Dumbledore nearly faint after your last statement. No worries, Xiwo winked. A little stimulation for the elderly's blood circulation is beneficial for health. Chapter 53. I've brought a legendary transfer student. 108. Hermione, I brought back some time-honored souvenirs. I lent them to you for revision, not for you to kidnap the headmaster's sister. It exploded on its own, truly. OMM stands for Oh My Merlin. It's over. This time, I really messed up. This girl claims her last name is Dumbledore, but she looks nothing like that old man with the white beard. Have I crossed into a gender-swapped universe? Or is she the headmaster's illegitimate daughter? In the Great Hall, owls flitted about chaotically as students dined on oatmeal. Suddenly, a violent distortion occurred at the Gryffindor table, accompanied by a scream akin to OMO and the sound of shattering glass. As Xiwo Tebo fell from thin air, she was enveloped in a cloud of black smoke, her hair standing on end as if struck by lightning. Tightly grasping a golden chain adorned with a multitude of gears that had long since transformed into scrap metal. In her other hand, she clutched a golden-haired girl who appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, clad in an archaic dress from a century ago, her gaze clear yet bewildered. Cough, cough, cough. Xiwo scrambled to his feet, slamming the heap of scrap onto the table. Hermione, help. I seem to have accidentally damaged another converter. Hermione shrieked, springing to her feet. What do you mean another? That was specially authorized by Professor McGonagall. And why do you look like you've been struck by lightning? Are you planning to perform Harry and his father now? Don't mind the details. Xiwo pulled the girl forward, displaying her like a trophy. More importantly, I brought back some time-honored specialties. All eyes in the room were drawn to the girl. She timidly surveyed her surroundings, ultimately fixing her gaze on the elderly man with white hair seated at the center of the staff table. Tilting her head, she offered a dazed smile. Albus? Is that you? What are you eating? I want some. Clatter. The golden cup in Dumbledore's hand clattered onto the plate with a resounding crash. He leaped to his feet, his sudden movement overturning his chair, his blue eyes, always sparkling with wisdom, now wide with shock. Ariana? Dumbledore's voice quivered, aged by a decade in an instant. Jerry. You bully the old man. Xiwo observed the scene, scratching his head in confusion, and asked Hermione and Harry. Wait? She said her name was Dumbledore. Perhaps I've traversed the cosmos to a gender-bent world where Headmaster Dumbledore has become a woman? After all, according to the author's setting, I should not have finished watching Fantastic Beasts. Shoo, Jerry. Harry sensed the tension in the air. It seemed Dumbledore was on the verge of tears. Huh. Xiwo was taken aback. At that moment, Dumbledore stumbled down from the staff table, completely devoid of his usual elegance. He rushed to the Gryffindor table, trembling as he extended his hand towards the girl, hesitating in fear that this might be a fragile dream. Albus, your beard is so long. Ariana reached out and tugged at Dumbledore's beard. Where's Gellert? Weren't you two arguing? The moment those words were uttered, Xiwo gasped. This is no longer about gender bending or tears. This is about unearthing the headmaster's dark past. Ariana, the legendary transfer student. A tribute to the legendary transfer student of Hogwarts. A salute to the charming Slytherin ambassador of dark magic, Sebastian Sallow, from a century ago. Silently, a substitute for ancient magic, the Guardian was scouring the map for someone. The night at Hogwarts was eerily quiet. Xiwo led Ariana deep into an abandoned classroom in the cellar, which he unilaterally named the Mystic Corridor. Clad in a pristine Hogwarts robe, Ariana curiously surveyed the eerie surroundings. Due to her mental state, she was not sensitive to the passage of time, thus adapting quickly to everything. Jerry, are we going to class? Ariana innocently inquired. Albus said I can't run around or use magic freely, or it might blow up. Albus is old-fashioned. Xiwo leaned against the stone pillar, toying with his wand. A smirk reminiscent of Sebastian playing upon his lips. He just wants to keep you sheltered in a greenhouse. It's terrible, truly terrible. The world outside is fraught with danger. Ariana, you need power. You must harness that explosive power. Everything Albus says is fake news. Ariana blinked. Harness? Yes. Xiwo stepped closer, lowering his voice. His tone laced with temptation. Did you know? A century ago, a transfer student just like you came here. She could see traces of ancient magic that others could not. Just like the ancient and powerful essence within you. With a flick of his wand, he drew a green skull in the air. I am Jerry, but you can also call me Sebastian. He pointed to himself. In this school, if you wish to learn something real, you must come to me. He leaned in towards Ariana's ear, whispering in a tone akin to a devil's murmur. Hello, would you like to learn Avada Kedavra? Ariana tilted her head in confusion. What is that? Can you eat it? You cannot eat it, but it will silence those muggle boys who bully you forever. Xiwo coaxed. Just wave your wand and utter that incantation. Avada. Ariana seemed entranced by the green light, raising the new wand she had just received from Ollivander. A flicker of red light flashing in her eyes, a sign of the stirring power within her. Avada. Bang. The door was suddenly flung open. Aberforth Dumbledore, the owner of the Hog's Head Inn and Albus's younger brother, Xiwo. There isn't room for so many people here, charged in like an enraged goat. His hair disheveled and emanating a strong odor of goat. Hot on his heels was the pale-faced Albus Dumbledore. Stay away from her, you little impertinent brat. Aberforth bellowed. His wand pointed squarely at Xiwo's nose. Do you want her to become the next Grindelwald? Xiwo raised his hands. This was even a classic move of Sebastian. His face devoid of fear at being caught, instead wearing an infuriating expression. Calm down, Grandpa Aberforth. I'm merely teaching her self-defense. Self-defense? With that spell? You call that self-defense? Hogwarts employs that for self-defense. Aberforth's voice trembled as he cast a glance at the still bewildered Ariana, her wand tip still glowing green, nearly causing his heart to stop. In this perilous world, only by mastering absolute power can one attain peace. Xiwo recited Sebastian's words with utmost seriousness. Headmaster, you cannot keep her hidden in the cellar forever. She has talent. She should embrace it, not suppress it. Ariana, Xiwo turned to the girl, his gaze resolute. Tell them. Do you desire power? Ariana looked at the furious Aberforth and the terrified Albus. The stirring power within her began to churn violently, and she felt the pressure. The familiar atmosphere of conflict. What a scene reenactment this is. Albus, Aberforth, the Dark Lord. I don't want you to fight. Ariana's voice began to change pitch, her eyes turning pitch black. Do not argue. Boom. A terrifying wave of black energy erupted from within Ariana, sending Aberforth sprawling and slamming Xiwo against the wall, causing the stone pillars of the cellar to begin to crumble. Ariana, calm down. Albus rushed forward. Xiwo slid down from the wall, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He gazed at the uncontrollable black mist, not in fear, but with excitement. Look, what beautiful ancient magic. Xiwo shouted. Ominis. Oh no, Harry's not here. Then let me do it. Xiwo raised his wand and shouted at the frenzied Ariana, soul-sucking. Albus was dumbfounded. Jerry, what are you doing? The spell struck Ariana. Miraculously, the frenzied power within her suddenly halted. Xiwo seized the moment of enforced calm brought by the spell, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within her. The black mist dissipated, and Ariana slumped softly to the ground, falling into slumber. The cellar lay in utter disarray, heaving for breath. Xiwo adjusted his disheveled robe and spread his hands before the two astonished old men. Behold, Though it may be unforgivable, it is undeniably effective. No need for thanks. This is the wisdom of Slytherin. Aren't you a Gryffindor? Albus climbed to his feet, casting a glance at his sleeping sister. His expression as complex as one who had just swallowed a fly. Albus, Aberforth gritted his teeth. This child is even more unhinged than Gellert. What on earth has Hogwarts taught her? Albus pressed his forehead with a weary sigh. Aside from failing to teach her how to be a normal person, I suppose it has imparted nearly everything else. Chapter 54. The wand that the top student should rightfully possess. Short Epilogue 1. Time after Harry and Xiwo's first stalking. The arm has already been severed. That 16-year pact, though 51 years have since passed, must be addressed. Snape, why have I not yet resigned? Fox, chirp. Do I also have to play the role of the eagle? Though Snape incinerated the severed hand on the spot, Xiwo lamented that it was a grievous waste of a specimen. He nonetheless managed to stealthily acquire the resurrection stone ring. Oh dear, this stone has fallen into the dust. I thought it was both dust and dirt. Surely it must be unwanted. Despite his fear of becoming a mere worker, the jester within could not suppress his true nature. Xiwo forcibly dragged Dumbledore to Austria under the pretense of rehabilitation. In the cold winds of Nurmungard, Dumbledore donned the tattered robe specially tailored by Xiwo, who declared it to be heroic in style, with his left sleeve billowing emptily in the wind while Fawkes, begrudgingly playing the role of the divine eagle, clung to his shoulder with an expression of utter disillusionment. Jerry, Dumbledore sighed in exasperation, what on earth are we doing here? Why are we dressed like this? Last time, you fled this place in a panic, and why is Snape here as well? Do not mind those trivialities. It is for the sake of ceremony, headmaster. Xiwo exclaimed, rubbing his hands together with excitement. You are now You are about to meet your Aunt Gigi. With a swift kick, Xiwo flung open the tower's grand door. Inside the cell, Grindelwald looked up from his reading, momentarily stunned by the scene before him. His gaze sharpened with both intensity and concern as he beheld the ragged Dumbledore. Albus. Grindelwald sprang to his feet, his voice hoarse. Why do you look like a beggar? Who did this to you? Was it that wretch who severed your hand? Was it the fools from the ministry? No, this is because, Dumbledore began to explain. But Xiwo suddenly leapt forth, pointing at Grindelwald and shouting, Aunt. Is that you, Aunt? Grindelwald, huh? I am merely the attendant of Gwar. Xiwo gestured dramatically at Dumbledore, passionately narrating. Gwar has awaited this day for 16 years, or rather, 51 years. Though his hand is severed, his heart still belongs to the ancient tomb. Ah. I mean this tower. Xiwo nudged Dumbledore. Come on. Headmaster. Deliver your line. Ask him if he has aged, Aunt. Dumbledore felt a profound urge to leap from the tower's pinnacle. Although Grindelwald could not comprehend the terms Aunt and Gwar, the sight of Dumbledore's severed arm and tattered heroic garb ignited a fiery wrath within him. He glared at Xiwo. You again, little imp. Tell me why he has been reduced to this state, and I have long wished to inquire about his hand. It was cursed and severed. The clothing is merely for cosplay, Xiwo replied nonchalantly, her gaze suddenly drifting toward the seemingly decent old wool blanket in Grindelwald's cell. She gradually moved closer, extending her hand. What do you intend to do? Grindelwald asked warily. Xiwo grasped a corner of the blanket, once again adopting an innocent expression. Oh dear, Aunt Gigi. I see this blanket is shedding and has been cast aside. I thought you surely no longer wanted it. My Davarish could use a nice cushion. Grindelwald. He turned to Dumbledore, pointing at Xiwo, and for the first time reached a consensus with his old lover. Albus, is this the student you have raised? Is she a scavenger? Dumbledore covered his face with his remaining hand and sighed deeply. Gellert, if I told you she was the one who actually severed this hand, would you believe me? Grindelwald fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting into thunderous laughter. Ha! Albus, I told you this child is quite lively. His gaze towards Xiwo suddenly transformed into one of admiration. Take the blanket, little imp. Since you call me Aunt, it seems I no longer desire this elder wand. Would you care to pick it up? Epilogue 2. The not-so-wanted bandit chief. A cold jest, the wand of the top student. Whoever is the top student must wield this wand. Dumbledore, allow me to introduce my favorite student, Jerry. Xiwo, Gwr, you are indeed seeking revenge, aren't you? Revenge for my impersonation? Dumbledore, aha. Grindelwald observed Xiwo's hand reaching for the elder wand, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Casually, he tossed the invincible elder wand as if discarding refuse. Catch, Grindelwald remarked. I think this thing is far too ostentatious. I no longer desire it. Xiwo instinctively reached out to grasp it. Buzz. The moment her fingers brushed against the wand, a powerful, spine-chilling surge of electricity coursed through her. It was pure strength. The embodiment of Death's dominion, resonating strangely with the resurrection stone, which she had previously collected, and the invisibility cloak, borrowed from Harry, creating an extraordinary resonance in the air. Who could discern between the Grim Reaper and you? Wow. Xiwo marveled at the elder wand in her grasp, noting its superior feel compared to you, even believing it would be exhilarating to use for scratching an itch. At that moment, Dumbledore, who had remained silent, suddenly stepped forward. Gently, affectionately, and with a hint of relief, patted Xiwo's shoulder with his only remaining left hand. Gellert, Dumbledore smiled at Grindelwald. Let me introduce my most favored student. Jerry Riddle. His voice brimmed with pride, as if presenting his most cherished protege, or perhaps a flawless scapegoat. She is young, vibrant, ambitious, and Dumbledore winked. She possesses an exceptional talent for handling various troubles, such as Horcruxes, the Dark Lord, and severed hands. I believe it is time to pass the burdens of the future to the younger generation. Grindelwald chuckled knowingly. Indeed, that wand would merely gather dust in your hands. But in hers, the world shall become quite entertaining. Xiwo's grip on the wand faltered as she gazed at the two cunningly smiling old men, suddenly feeling an overwhelming aura of conspiracy. Wait, Xiwo stepped back cautiously, eyeing Dumbledore. Headmaster, what do you mean by that? What I mean is, Dumbledore spread his left hand. Now that you possess the Elder Wand, you are the supreme force. Henceforth, the maintenance of world peace, the defeat of potential Dark Lords, and the resolution of the Ministry's mess will all rest upon your shoulders. And I? Dumbledore glanced at Grindelwald. I have become a disabled elder. I intend to retire. I wish to open a specialty store for wool socks in the Austrian mountains and raise a few sheep. Xiwo's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Is this revenge? Surely. This is revenge. Is it for turning you into Yonghua? Is it for my impersonation? Is it for turning your dark history into a book and selling it? Dumbledore adjusted his tattered robes, and a mischievous glimmer sparkled in his blue eyes. Tilting his head slightly, he let out an exclamation that would surely infuriate Xiwo. Aha! Xiwo exclaimed, what on earth is aha? Where did you learn such a maliciously playful phrase? He was beside himself, demanding, return my emotions. Take that wretched stick back. I want to go back to the orphanage and be the king of the children. I do not wish to conquer the world. It was too late. Grindelwald waved his hand dismissively, causing the cell door to slam shut, leaving Xiwo outside, with a light-hearted remark. Safe travels, O Lord of the third-generation Dark Wizards. Do remember to close the door behind you. In the biting wind, Xiwo stood atop the tower of Nurmengard, clutching the ancient wand that symbolized both invincibility and trouble. Gazing at the closed door, beyond which echoed the jovial banter of two old men. Hiss, master, have we been duped? Davarish poked his head out. Have some confidence, Davarish. Xiwo gritted his teeth, remove the if. Turning, Xiwo extended the ancient wand toward Snape, who lingered at the door. Professor, would you care for this stick? Snape took 2 steps back. Sometimes silence is the adult's way of declining. Xiwo raised the wand and bellowed at the sky. If that is the case, I shall transform the Ministry of Magic into an amusement park. I shall turn Hogwarts into the village hidden in the leaves. I will turn everyone into a boiled egg. Just you wait. In the distance, an eagle's cry seemed to resonate. Thus began the tale of the Divine Eagle and the Heroic Couple, Senior Edition. While Jerry Riddle's working life had only just commenced. Chapter 55, Graduation and Entrepreneurship. Can we not set off some fiendfire? It would feel so exhilarating. Professor, why are you here? I have retired, but I am not dead yet. Your head remains an extraordinary instrument. Diagon Alley buzzed with an unusual fervor. All the wizards congregated in front of the brand new black edifice at number 99, its sign displaying a grinning mouse emblem, the JLA logo, that continually changed colors. A red carpet adorned the entrance. Harry Potter, the head of the Auror office, despite being newly appointed, Draco Malfoy, the ministry's senior consultant. Hermione Granger, the rising star of the Magical Law Enforcement Division, Ron Weasley, a shareholder of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, Neville, the Herbology master, and Seamus, the explosives expert, were all present. Xiwo, donned in that iconic black and gold battle robe, stood on the steps, wielding a massive pair of ceremonial scissors. Ladies and gentlemen, Xiwo proclaimed loudly, welcome to JLA. We do not produce magic. We are merely the transporters of the magical world. Whether you seek to recover a lost cat, resolve issues with a neighboring dark wizard, or even send a howler to your enemy, JLA ensures delivery. Thunderous applause erupted, accompanied by the clicking of cameras. Now, to celebrate our grand opening, Xiwo's gaze shifted, and the hand holding the wand began to twitch with excitement. She turned to Seamus behind her. Seamus, ordinary fireworks are far too mundane. Can we not unleash some fiendfire? Shape it into the JLA logo, and let it burn in the sky for 3 days and nights. It would be so marvelous. Seamus's eyes lit up. I think we can. Boom, boom, boom. 3 distinctly crisp and rhythmic sounds resonated. Xiwo clutched her head, letting out a pained cry. Emerging from the shadows behind her was a man clad in a black robe, his hair still greasy, and his gaze as cold as ever. He held a rolled-up copy of the Daily Prophet, Special Edition, the very instrument of his schemes. Tebo. That familiar voice echoed as if from a dungeon. If you dare unleash fiendfire in Diagon Alley, I shall shove you into the vanishing cabinet over there, sending you to join Mr. Boggins. Professor. Xiwo gasped, turning in shock. What are you doing here? Did you not say you would retire to study potions and never wish to see us trolls again? Severus Snape scoffed, adjusting his collar. Mr. Malfoy offered me an irresistible consulting fee, he remarked coolly, and that old fool Dumbledore asked me to keep an eye on you, claiming that if left unattended, you would eventually set London ablaze. Thus, Snape raised the newspaper threateningly, shaking it. Behave during the ribbon cutting. Do not cause trouble. Xiwo massaged her temples, gazing at the stern-faced, yet steadfast figure of the black-robed professor behind her, and suddenly laughed. Very well, consultant. She lifted the scissors and snipped the ribbon with a decisive snip. JLA is officially open. Colorful, ordinary, fireworks exploded in the sky. Harry and Ron cheered. Hermione clapped, and Malfoy tossed coins. Xiwo stood at the center of the crowd, gazing at those comrades with whom she had fought side by side. Observing this magical world, she had transformed entirely. Here, indeed, there were no boiled eggs, no noseless dark lords, and no endless fear. Only a group of joyful, mad individuals striving for a greater good, which was, in truth, happiness. Chapter 56, Side Story, Professor Snape has something to say. Side Story, Severus Snape's post-war monologue and comedy roast. Regarding Xiwo Tebo, Jerry initially, Dumbledore informed me that a child resembling Tom Riddle would be enrolling. I presumed I was to face another Dark Lord, a sinister, cunning demon brimming with murderous intent. I prepared myself mentally, even reviewing all defensive spells. And what was the outcome? A lunatic arrived. Truly, I would rather confront two Voldemorts than endure another Jerry Riddle. The former merely sought to kill me, while she wished to turn me and her own head into boiled eggs. 7 whole years. 7 years. Every Christmas, every Halloween, even every mundane Wednesday afternoon. She would appear at my office door, brandishing an array of revolting potion ingredients, inquiring if I could make her nose disappear. I swear by Merlin. If there existed a potion capable of rendering a person permanently mute, physically, I would not hesitate to administer it to her. Regarding that Godfather incident, that was the greatest humiliation of my teaching career. That night, she stormed into my office with a group of students who looked as if they had just escaped from Azkaban. Young Potter was clutching a snake, and young Malfoy bore a face of utter distress. Then she placed that Merlin's foul sock, a living basilisk, upon my freshly cleaned desk. Just cleaned. She claimed I had more Godfather qualities than Black's dim-witted dog, and demanded I raise snakes. In that moment, I genuinely contemplated whether blowing up the entire basement with fiendfire would earn me Dumbledore's forgiveness. It turns out, I was too merciful. I merely expelled them. I should have shoved that snake into Tebo's nostrils. Regarding James Potter's resurrection, taking a deep breath, he downed a glass of whiskey. This is undoubtedly the greatest revenge that Mad Girl has exacted upon me. I have borne indignities for over a decade, protecting Lily's son. Just when I thought I could finally retire and perhaps reminisce about Lily, what does she do? She brings back Potter, that arrogant, conceited, revolting James Potter. Now, here we are. Lily is alive, and I am pleased. But what kind of deal is buy one, get one free? Every time I attend a meeting at Grimmauld Place, I am greeted by that ancient stag grinning at me, regaling me with his utterly humorless quips. Tiberius, you have obliterated my tragic aesthetic. You have tarnished my destiny as a sorrowful hero. Regarding Dumbledore's severed arm, and that old madman has finally lost his mind. When Tiberius severed his hand, I thought he was merely enduring the pain. When Tiberius called him Yonggwa, I believed he was feigning ignorance. It wasn't until I stood at the gates of New Mungos and heard him utter to that little lunatic that I realized Hogwarts was finished. The magical realm was finished. Albus Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of this century, has been reduced to a whimsical old fool by a student. Grindelwald. If you possess even a shred of conscience, do not release him. Keep him confined within the tower. It would be for the betterment of the world. As for the future, I am technically retired now. However, in practice, I still report to work at number 99 Diagon Alley every day. Why? Because Malfoy compensates me exceedingly well. Moreover, if I fail to show up, Tiberius, that volatile powder keg, might one day whimsically decide to concoct a hot pot in a cauldron or attempt to unclog the drains with that old wand of his. I am not working. I am preserving world peace. Sigh. Who could provide me with a vial of true elixir of life? I long to slumber for a century, awakening only after this wretched lot has perished of old age. Professor Snape set down his goblet and gazed at an owl flying past the window, one of Ron's legion of owls, coldly drawing the curtains shut. Scram. Chapter 57, Extra, Epilogue. Extra, Ron's Owl Empire. Let the owls darken the sky. Let the rodents have no refuge. The burrow's avian excrement crisis. On a sunlit morning, Harry Potter, an Auror, and Hermione Granger, a ministry official, ventured to the burrow to visit their old friend. Before they could approach the house, they were met with a cacophony reminiscent of a squadron of bombers overhead. The sky darkened, not due to ominous clouds, but due to a dense swarm of owls. Hundreds upon hundreds. There were enormous eagle owls, nimble tawny owls, pristine snowy owls, and even a few that appeared to be golden eagles tasked with delivering heavy parcels. They circled above the burrow, each one tethered with a shimmering metal ring inscribed with R.W. by Merlin's beard. Hermione cast a waterproof charm on herself, primarily to shield against the droppings. Was Ron out of his mind? Surely, this constitutes a violation of building codes. Harry looked up at the avian horde blotting out the sun and couldn't help but chuckle. At least he no longer needed to don second-hand robes. Just then, a whistle pierced the air. First squadron, dive. Second squadron, deliver. Ron stood atop the enormous, even more opulent Ollivander than the burrow itself. Clad in a bespoke leather flying jacket and sporting goggles, a gift from Malfoy, he wielded a conductor's baton, resembling an Air Force commander from the Second World War. At his command, dozens of owls dove in unison, delivering parcels with pinpoint accuracy to the conveyor belt in the yard. Harry, Hermione, Ron spotted his friends and waved excitedly, welcoming them to the headquarters of Weasley Global Express. Ron Extra, the CEO's Versailles moment. Seated in an office overflowing with feathers and orders, Ron poured tea for Harry and Hermione, served by a barn owl named Feather Slayer. How is it? Ron proudly crossed his legs, showcasing his expensive dragonhide boots. The current scale of the owl empire, is it not impressive? Excessive, Ron, Hermione remarked, eyeing the flock of birds feasting on rodents outside. The feed alone must cost a fortune. That's nothing. Ron waved dismissively, his tone brimming with nouveau riche confidence. All thanks to the sponsorship from that balding rat, Peter Pettigrew. I not only afford the feed now, but I've also insured each owl. He pointed to a massive map on the wall, peppered with flags. JLA's operations span the globe. Jerry is in the East pursuing immortality, Malfoy is making money at the Ministry, and I handle logistics. Ron declared passionately. Half of all correspondence in the British magical community is delivered by me. Even the Ministry's owls cannot match my speed. Moreover, Ron lowered his voice conspiratorially. These owls are not merely couriers, they are scouts. Scouts? Harry inquired. Indeed, Jerry taught me. Ron whistled, and a diminutive, fluffy owl, Porky, flew over, landing on his shoulder. They have all received special training from JLA. If you wish to ascertain who speaks ill of you behind your back or what someone's family is having for dinner tonight. Heh. Hermione frowned. Ron, this is an invasion of privacy. This is intelligence gathering. Ron retorted defiantly. We are a legitimate business. We merely assist the Auror office, yes. That means you, Harry, in tracking dark wizards occasionally. Malfoy's inspection. At that moment, the flames in the fireplace turned green. Draco emerged, impeccably dressed, holding a handkerchief tightly against his nose. Weasley, Malfoy scoffed, dusting himself off. How many times must I tell you? Keep your birds away from my estate. Yesterday, a snowy owl defecated on my prize peacock. Oh dear, an accident. Ron chuckled, striding over without a hint of the previous inferiority he felt in Malfoy's presence. That merely signifies your peacock is fortunate. Come, Draco. Take a look at this quarter's report. There's a bonus in it for you. Malfoy took the parchment, glanced at the figures, and his previously furrowed brow relaxed instantly. Ahem. Malfoy tucked away the report, nodding with restrained approval. Although your taste remains abysmal, and the Ollivander still reeks, I must admit, Weasley, you do possess some business acumen, though primarily from that compensation. By the way, Malfoy suddenly recalled, has Jerry sent a letter? That largest golden eagle? Right over there. Ron gestured to a majestic golden eagle perched in the corner, even sporting sunglasses. It serves as the special courier for the Supreme Leader, Jerry. Ron retrieved the letter tube from the eagle's leg and unfolded the parchment. Harry, Hermione, and Malfoy leaned in to read. The letter contained but a single line. Scrawled in wild script, quickly send a box of duck necks and 2 bottles of Laugon Ma to the summit of Kunlun Mountain. Davarisi craves something spicy. JR. The 4 exchanged glances. Very well. Ron sighed, resignedly beginning to pack. First squadron. Prepare for international flight. Target, the east. For Jerry's duck necks. Who? The sound of countless wings flapping once more filled the air, obscuring the sun. Thus was the clamor of Ron Weasley's owl empire. Noisy, fragrant, yet brimming with vitality and freedom. Chapter 58, Extra, Epilogue 2. Extra, The Angelic Wheel Myth of Draco Malfoy. Exclusive interview. The reporter, successor to Rita Skeeter, sat nervously upon the priceless dragonhide sofa, gazing at the man opposite him, who was elegantly trimming a cigar, though he did not smoke. It was merely for show. "Mr. Malfoy," a journalist inquired, "it is widely acknowledged that you possess the Midas touch. You invested in Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, transforming it into a multinational conglomerate. You backed the Triwizard Tournament, turning it into a global spectacle. You even ventured into the Muggle Internet. May I ask, throughout your extensive investment career, which venture do you consider to have yielded the highest return?" Draco paused in his actions, raising his gray eyes to gaze through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the distant black and gold edifice of the JLA. A nostalgic yet proud smile graced his lips. "It was neither the joke shop nor the internet," he replied softly. "It was during the summer of 1992, in a dismal little place known as the Burrow." "The Burrow?" the reporter exclaimed in astonishment. "The Weasley household?" "Indeed." Draco adjusted himself into a more comfortable position. "At that time, I was merely a fool who relied on his father's legacy. Until that madwoman named Ginevra Weasley, oh no, the illustrious commander, pushed me and her impoverished friends into a card game on a rickety table." Draco's expression grew contemplative. "On that day, I tossed a bag of galleons onto the table. Perhaps only a few hundred. You all know that for the Malfoys, that was a mere trifle. But for the fledgling JLA, that was their angel investment, their lifeline. You recognized their potential at the time?" the journalist asked in admiration. "No," Draco admitted candidly, though with an air of arrogance. "I merely wished to flaunt my wealth in front of Potter. Yet little did I anticipate that those few hundred galleons would procure more than just a collection of prank products." He extended his fingers, counting them off one by one. "That sum secured the twins, albeit feigned, loyalty, which later became my cash cow. It bought me Ron Weasley's Legion of Owls, which now forms the backbone of my logistics. It even indirectly secured Hermione Granger's tutoring assistance, enabling me to pass my newts." Suddenly, Draco chuckled mischievously. "Most importantly, that investment allowed me to acquire a stake in victory. When when everyone discovered that the noseless wretch was still alive, while other pure-blood families trembled in fear, either bowing as slaves or facing annihilation, there I was, Draco Malfoy, seated in the JLA command room, sipping tea, watching my subordinates subdue the Dark Lord. My father taught me to assess the situation and always align with the victors." Draco stood, adjusting his black and gold robe, still stylish even a decade later, JLA Commemorative Edition. "But I took it a step further. I did not wait for the victors to emerge. I invested in them when they were still a bunch of brats who could only blow up toilets." The journalist scribbled furiously, excitement causing their hands to tremble. "Lastly," Draco added, "do not forget to include this line. While Harry Potter may be the chosen one, without my sponsorship of the Firebolt, he would merely be a bespectacled boy riding a shabby broom." At that moment, a magnificent golden eagle burst through the window, delivering a package and a letter. The letter read, "Malfoy, funding. We are heading to Mars for an expedition. Send money. Jr." Draco glanced at the letter, muttering a curse at the wasteful woman. Yet his hand obediently reached for his checkbook. "Look," he shrugged at the journalist. "This too is a form of investment, after all. Who knows what she might discover on Mars? Perhaps an extraterrestrial Dark Lord? That could be quite a lucrative venture." Epilogue. Love? From Mars? The centaur, Firenze, gazed solemnly at the night sky in the forbidden forest. By this time, Harry Potter had matured into a middle-aged man, accompanied by his children. Returning to Hogwarts to visit Hagrid. "Firenze," Harry inquired, "what do the stars foretell tonight?" Firenze furrowed his brow, his hooves anxiously scraping the soil. "Harry Potter, Mars shines exceptionally bright this evening. Does that signify war?" Harry instinctively touched his wand. "No," Firenze sighed, revealing an expression of profound bewilderment. "It signifies that someone is setting off fireworks on Mars." Harry instantly knew who it was. Red romanticism, physics, on the surface of Mars, a desolate expanse of crimson. A massive, transparent bubble charm enveloped an area, within which was a luxurious sofa transported from the room of requirement, along with a half-eaten box of duck necks. Xiwo Tebo, donned in a silver space suit, essentially a bleached version of her original black robe, etched the words JLA was here onto the red rocks with her old wand. Davarish, perched on her helmet, appeared quite displeased. "Master, there are no mice here, only red dirt. I wish to return home." "Patience, Davarish," Xiwo Tebo replied, taking a bite of duck neck. "Look at this view. It's so romantic. We are the only two in the universe. Isn't this love? Can love be eaten?" "Superficial," Xiwo Tebo scoffed, but then noticed a peculiar heart-shaped stone in the sand at her feet. It was a red crystal, faintly glowing and emitting a strange radiation. "Wow." Xiwo Tebo's eyes sparkled. "Look at this. This must be Mars' love letter to Earth. Or perhaps an egg from some extraterrestrial creature. Regardless, I'm taking it." She retrieved a massive bag, stuffing the heart-shaped stone inside, then attached a piece of parchment. "Who should I send it to?" She pondered, deciding, since it's love, let us send it to everyone. Delivery from Mars on Earth. At JLA headquarters, Draco, Harry, Hermione, and Ron gathered for a meeting. Suddenly, the space warped, and a charred package fell from the sky, clearly having endured atmospheric entry, crashing heavily onto the table and scattering Draco's recently won chips. The package bore an intact tag reading, "From Mars with love." "Is this from Ginevra?" Hermione leaned in curiously. "Did she really go to Mars?" "Be careful," Harry warned, raising his wand. "The last time she sent something from the Amazon, it nearly devoured my house." Ron cautiously unwrapped the package. Inside lay a massive, heart-shaped red crystal. "Wow," Ron exclaimed, "what a beautiful gem. How much do you think it's worth, Draco?" As Draco leaned closer to estimate, a crack appeared in the heart-shaped stone. With a loud pop, a small Martian octopus, with 3 eyes and a vivid red hue, emerged, writhing its tentacles. It blinked its 3 large eyes at the 4 wizards and let out an ear-piercing scream. "Hooray for JLA!" The sound shattered the office's glass. Following that, a note fluttered down. "Dear comrades, I discovered this new species on Mars. I named it Little Jerry. It feeds on metal, especially galleons. Consider it your mascot. Take good care of it. Malfoy, do remember to prepare some pure gold snacks for it. Love, Ginevra." Draco stared at the Martian octopus, which had begun gnawing on his gold pocket watch, and let out a desperate wail. "Take it away. Get this damned love out of here." Harry and Ron laughed heartily, embracing each other. Outside, Mars glimmered brightly in the night sky, as if Jerry Riddle were winking at them from the ends of the universe. Chapter 59. If line extra, Harry Potter and the Curse of Candy Crush. 120. Tom, I am unique. Jerry, so am I. The most terrifying roommates in the world. In the attic of the Weasley orphanage, 2 demons resided. Tom Riddle sat on an iron bed, toying with a harmonica he had pilfered from another child. His gaze dark and brooding. He turned his head, looking at his reflection in the glass. No, it was not a reflection. It was Jerry sitting on the bed opposite him. The same black hair, the same dark eyes, the same pale skin. "Don't imitate me," Tom said coldly. "I am special. Don't imitate me." Jerry replied in a similarly cold tone, his demeanor, inflection, and even the frequency of his blinks mirroring Tom's exactly. "I am special." A vein on Tom's forehead throbbed. "I can make things move," Tom threatened. "I can make things stop," Jerry retorted sharply. "I can bring misfortune upon those who displease me," Tom narrowed his eyes. "I can bring even worse misfortune upon you." Jerry flashed a smile more sinister than Tom's, like turning all your collected silver pins into boogers. Tom, he genuinely wished to kill, but this was an orphanage, and he could not overpower this lunatic. 121. Dumbledore's dual shock. On this day, Albus Dumbledore, clad in a royal purple suit, arrived at the orphanage. Mrs. Cole, her face a mask of terror, led him to door number 27. "Sir, you must be cautious, Mrs." Cole trembled. "They are 2 devils. They look identical, and they are equally wicked." Dumbledore pushed the door open. He beheld a boy seated on the left bed and a girl on the right. Though they resembled each other, Jerry exuded a more foolish aura. "Hello, Tom." "Hello, Jerry." Dumbledore greeted gently. The 2 children simultaneously turned their heads, their pitch-black eyes fixated on Dumbledore. Then, in perfect unison, they tilted their heads to the left. The angle precisely identical. "Are you a doctor?" A duet, surround sound. Dumbledore paused, finding the scene rather peculiar. "No, I am a professor at Hogwarts." "Prove it to us." Duet. Dumbledore waved his wand, igniting the wardrobe. Tom's eyes shimmered with desire and greed. Meanwhile, Jerry's eyes reflected disdain. "Is that it?" Jerry broke the synchronicity, pouting. "I thought you could conjure fried chicken, Tom. It seems the food at this school is lacking." Tom shot Jerry an angry glare. "Shut up. That is magic. That is power." "Uff, can power be eaten?" Jerry pulled a piece of moldy bread from beneath his pillow. "Want some? If not, I'm throwing it away." 122. The Candy Crush Crisis at the Sorting Ceremony. On September 1st, 1938, in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. The first years lined up, and when the professors called out names, the hall fell into an eerie silence. Tom Riddle, Jerry Riddle, 2 identical little wizards emerged from the crowd, both clad in second-hand robes, emanating a disquieting aura. They walked side by side to the 3-legged stool. The Sorting Hat stirred, seemingly perplexed. Am I seeing 2 souls? Or has one soul split?" Suddenly, Jerry grasped Tom's hand. "Let go." Tom hissed, "What are you doing? Don't pull like that in front of so many people. I want to go to Slytherin." "Tom, close your eyes." Jerry, as Hiver, suddenly panicked and shouted to the entire school. "What?" Tom froze. Hiver pointed at himself, then at Tom. Fear etched across his face as he yelled to Dumbledore, "Professor, stop us." According to cosmic rules, when 2 identical beings come together, if a third appears, we will trigger the Candy Crush mechanism and disappear on the spot. The entire staff and student body. Tom Riddle's face turned crimson. The aloof, mysterious persona he had painstakingly crafted as the future Dark Lord crumbled in that instant, leaving not a trace. "Are you an idiot?" Tom finally snapped, disregarding decorum as he roared, "That's muggle nonsense. Wait, Candy Crush hasn't been invented yet. What are you babbling about?" "Oh, it hasn't been invented yet?" Hogwarts' expression shifted instantly, calmly sitting on the stool. "Good. You scared me. I thought I was going to become points." The Sorting Hat remained silent atop Hogwarts' head for a long moment. "That boy, Tom, wishes to join Slytherin. He possesses ambition, talent, and, a wicked heart. As for you, Jerry, what is cluttering your mind? Nuclear bombs? Fried chicken? Or turning Tom into a boiled egg? Just tell me which house I am unsuitable for." Ivor inquired mentally. "You are unsuitable for Hogwarts," the Sorting Hat answered honestly. "You would be better suited as a warden at Azkaban. But since a choice must be made." "Slytherin." Ivor jumped off the stool, winking at Tom, who had yet to be sorted. "Come on, Tom. We are Tom and Jerry. This lifetime. You're locked into Slytherin with me. I've got your back. From now on, you are the boss, on the surface, and I am the boss of the boss, in reality." Tom Riddle sat on the stool, donning the hat. He made the most sincere wish of his life. "Please, sort me into Gryffindor. Anywhere but near that lunatic." The Sorting Hat replied, "Sorry, child. Slytherin needs this pair of hidden talents." Slytherin. Tom closed his eyes in despair. His path to becoming the Dark Lord had yet to begin and already transformed into a comedy. This year at Hogwarts, with Tom and Jerry. Reality was a live-action version of Tom and Jerry every day. Tom was researching Horcruxes, while Jerry was investigating how to blow them up to make noise. Chapter 60, Extra, A Desperate Diary of a Hufflepuff Bystander Student. 123. Holder, Kevin Smith, third-year Hufflepuff, just wanted to sneak into the kitchen for some cookies. Date, October 31st, 1994, Halloween Goblet of Fire Registration Day. October 31st, weather, overcast, smog from the explosion caused by Seymour. Dear Diary, I fear Hogwarts may be nearing its end, or rather, my worldview has completely shattered. This morning, I went to the Great Hall for breakfast. The grilled sausages were quite good, and just as I sat down, I noticed something odd happening at the Gryffindor table. That girl named Jerry Riddle, Merlin, she is stunning but also quite terrifying, standing on the table giving a speech. What was their club called again? Raw-eating humans? Listen, is that even a name that carbon-based life forms would come up with? When I first heard it, I nearly spewed pumpkin juice everywhere. I thought the Death Eaters had invaded. But then Cedric, that senior, informed me that it was a study support group. This is called a study group? I witnessed Malfoy, that once arrogant Slytherin heir, eagerly handing Ron Weasley tissues because Ron was lamenting that his owl was exhausted from delivering packages last night. Slytherin handing tissues to Weasley. What on earth is happening? Was Malfoy under the influence of the Imperius curse? The morning was marked by potions class, which resembled a scene of utter calamity. Professor Snape's face was as dark as the bottom of a cauldron. And I could wager that the first thought upon waking each day was his regret for not having resigned. Jerry Riddle raised her hand once again. I anticipated a query concerning potion ingredients. Instead, she asked, "Professor, if one were to boil Voldemort, could one concoct the elixir of life? After all, that would be quite an aged brew." The classroom fell into an eerie silence. Professor Snape crushed the chalk in his grip. I felt he was on the verge of casting the killing curse. Yet he merely inhaled deeply, perhaps to prolong his own existence, and ordered Jerry to leave and stand in the hall as punishment. As Jerry departed, she mumbled something regarding the nutritional value of pickled eggs. For heaven's sake, I never wish to look at a pickled egg again. At noon, I encountered the explosive genius, Seymour, in the corridor. At that moment, Peeves was poised to hurl a piece of chalk at him. Jerry suddenly appeared, shouting, "Initiate strategic deterrence." Seymour raised his wand. In that instant, I swore that every portrait in the corridor covered their ears and fled. The Ravenclaw academic beside me immediately cast 3 shield charms upon himself. Peeves screamed as he ran, shouting, "Madman! All of you are mad. I was merely passing through. Why must I run as well?" That evening was the registration for the Triwizard Tournament. Everyone believed that only 3 champions would emerge. To my astonishment, Jerry entered with that terrifying group known for their cannibalistic tendencies, bearing a piece of parchment longer than a carpet. They had audaciously inscribed Professor Snape's name as a special guest mentor. I sat near the teacher's table and swore I heard the sound of Snape's veins bursting. Professor McGonagall clutched her chest, while Professor Dumbledore nearly choked on his laughter. The most ridiculous part was that the Goblet of Fire actually consumed it. It even burped. Now, Harry Potter was not only part of the team known for their cannibalistic practices, but he had also been singled out once. The entire school buzzed with speculation about whether Harry desired a double prize. Only I perceived that the way Harry looked at Jerry was akin to a soul contemplating a devil intent on selling him, while also demanding assistance in counting the proceeds. Hogwarts had become perilously dangerous. I longed to return home. Or perhaps I should pay a membership fee to join the cannibalistic group. I heard that young Master Malfoy distributes the latest automatic quills to members. Well, for the sake of the quill, certainly not for the sake of survival. I shall inquire with Neville tomorrow if he still needs anyone. Merely wishing to survive until graduation, Kevin Liu. Appendix, a small note tucked within the diary. Do you wish to grow stronger? Do you desire wealth? Do you wish to dominate the scene? The JLA, Cannibals, cordially invites your membership. Join now and receive a 20 discount voucher for Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, the Malfoy family's spiritual protection, and a warm greeting from Jerry Riddle, not a Nevada. Slogan: if it can be done with a brick, there is no need for a wand. Contact Hermione Granger. Please find her in the library. But do not disturb her if she is frantically reciting spells. Chapter 61. An aside. Regarding the fact that my reincarnation was unsuccessful and I was instead mistaken for an experience package to be exploited. 124. Recorder, Voldemort, perspective switch from the main soul to the fragment. 1991. Concerning the moniker of that pickled egg, I reside in the back of Quirrell's head. This is humiliation enough, the stench of garlic, that accursed garlic scent, daily nauseating me. Yet I endure, for the sake of the Philosopher's Stone, for resurrection. Then, that girl appeared. Xiwo Tebo. The moment I laid eyes upon her, I was astounded. She bore an uncanny resemblance to my younger self, and for a fleeting moment, I thought she might be my long-lost daughter, or perhaps a fragment of my soul that had taken form as a Horcrux. I even attempted to reach out to her, to seduce her through Quirrell. And what was the result? The front page of the Daily Prophet read, "The mysterious man? No, merely an overly pickled large egg." Pickled egg? A pickled egg? The Dark Lord, reduced to being described as a garlic-soaked, disintegrating egg? In that instant, I felt my dignity shatter into a multitude of pieces. Even worse, she unleashed fiend fire in the restroom. That was one of my proudest dark spells. She used it to roast a troll, and tossed the blame onto Quirrell? That fool Quirrell actually admitted it. I was perched atop Quirrell's head, and I heard it all too clearly. I am weary, let it all end. 1992, a near-death experience from the diary. I am Tom from within the diary. I was comfortably ensconced in the Malfoy estate, preparing for my quiet resurrection, to restore Slytherin's glory. Suddenly, I was taken away. A girl with my very visage opened me. I presumed her to be my admirer, ready to exert my charming influence, in written form, over her. I wrote, "Hello, I am Tom Riddle." She replied, "Hi Tom. I'm Jerry." Jerry? That mouse? What kind of muggle jest is this? Before I could react, I felt an intense, destructive force. Fiendfire. She dared to unleash fiendfire upon a book. Not a single word of warning. Not even a chance for a villainous soliloquy. As I screamed amidst the flames, all I could hear was her cold laughter outside. Now is Jerry's time. You lack honor. 1994. That cursed loofah soup. I was hiding in Riddle House as the main soul. My plan was flawless. Little Barty was lurking in Hogwarts, ready to bring Potter to me. And I would resurrect using his blood, ensuring success. On Christmas Day, I awaited good news by the fireplace. Suddenly, I felt the connection to little Barty sever. Not dead, but revealed. How had he been exposed? Later, Nagini brought back intelligence stating he drank a bowl of loofah soup. Loofah soup? Isn't that the antidote to polyjuice potion? Who would carry around a potent restorative at the Christmas ball and offer it to guests? That lunatic named Jerry, is her brain addled? My resurrection plan, thwarted by a bowl of soup. My current state, infantile, helpless, weak, and on the verge of tears. 1995. This is not a duel, it is an eviction. I remained hidden in the old mansion, and even if my plans had failed, I was still the Dark Lord, and I had Nagini. I thought I could at least linger for a while. That night, the door was kicked open. I expected it to be an Auror, perhaps even Dumbledore. Instead, a group of students entered, clad in matching black and gold uniforms, adorned with a large laughing rat badge on their chests. Leading them was that Jerry, and that wayward son of the Malfoy family. "Lucius, your son has come to raid your superior's estate. Will you not intervene?" They did not use disarming spells, nor did they employ stunning spells. That grimy-faced boy, Seymour, raised his wand. Boom. My staircase was obliterated. Nagini, my poor Nagini. Didn't he even have time to scream before she was blasted into pieces? Was this a wizarding duel? This was clearly localized thermal warfare. Ultimately, Jerry approached me. She gazed at me, that look, that contemptuous gaze, as if I were a pile of irredeemable rubbish. "I am your nightmare, senior." The searing flames engulf me. In the final moments before consciousness fades, I find myself devoid of fear. Instead, I am enveloped in profound relief. It is finally over. No longer must I witness this madwoman transform Hogwarts into a circus. If there is a next life, I wish to be a nondescript individual devoid of a nose. Far removed from Tom Riddle, the twilight of a bewildering illusion. Voldemort cowers beneath a chair, in a state of soul. He sees Dumbledore approaching. You two have perished? Voldemort gloats. No, I am merely here for a visit, Dumbledore replies with a smile, adding, by the way, Jerry has turned your likeness into an emoji. It is now all the rage across Britain. Voldemort, Avada Kedavra, cast upon himself. Chapter 62, an OOC side story, the one who resonates with Jerry. Once again, the annual Halloween has arrived. Once more, Hiver knocks upon the gates of New Mongard, bearing German delicacies and roasted potatoes. The last time was during the GGAD incident. Grindelwald, as ever, occupies his perch in the tower, but this time, he dons a new coat, and a thick stack of parchment rests on a nearby table. So, you've come for sweets? Grindelwald inquires. I heard from Albus that you've turned that fellow into an emoji. Indeed, Hiver pours himself a drink. I transformed his Horcrux into a street lamp charm, and his illustrious visage into a pickled egg emoji, a bestseller across Europe. Grindelwald's hand trembles slightly. It's the kind of image that elicits laughter, Hiver elucidates. You see, Gellert, having grown familiar with him, fear stems from the unknown and the lofty. When you allow everyone to laugh at the Dark Lord, stepping upon his head, his dominion crumbles. Grindelwald remains silent for a long while, recalling the deterrence he once built through speeches and even the burning of Paris. In my day, Grindelwald sighs, I sought to break the statute of secrecy, to enable wizards to dominate muggles. I believed it was for a greater good. Too crude, Hiver shakes his finger, exuding disappointment. Violence is rather dull, and muggles possess formidable technology now. In a real conflict, who knows who would prevail? Then what would you do? Grindelwald queries. Hiver sets down his glass, rises, and strides to the window, gazing down at the snowy peaks below. If it were up to me, I would not breach the statute of secrecy. I would exploit it. Hiver turns, arms outstretched, eyes gleaming with a fervor that sends shivers down Grindelwald's spine. A capitalist gleam, I would establish a multinational conglomerate, packaging those useless magical creatures. Obsolete broomsticks, and entertainment potions as magical products or stunt performances to be sold to muggles. I would create a grand theme park, where muggles queue to spend exorbitant sums to experience our fabricated world. We would charge admission, sell merchandise, even a mere ordinary stick. We need not dominate them, Gellert. Hiver reveals an exceedingly greedy yet radiant smile. We merely need to empty their wallets. When all muggles become our consumers, you will discover who the true masters are. Grindelwald drops the chicken leg he was holding onto the ground. Ron screams. He gazes at this mere girl of just over a decade. He has waged wars, incited crowds, and fancied himself the most audacious changemaker. Yet, at this moment, listening to Jerry's commercial colonial plan, he feels a deep chill. Goodness, for the first time. True shock and speechlessness flicker across Grindelwald's face, usually adorned with haughty smirks. Jerry, how can you be more ambitious than I? You're not merely seeking to conquer the world. You're intent on transforming it into your playground and ATM. That is called vision, former Dark Lord. Hiver slaps the newspaper featuring her laughing visage onto Grindelwald's lap. Chapter 63, A Letter from Wool's Orphanage. A Letter from Wool's Orphanage. Recipient, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Attention, Jerry Riddle, Supreme Commander. Sender, London, Wool's Orphanage, Headmaster B. Crouch. Date, October 12, 1996. Dear Miss Riddle, our generous benefactor. The Great Guide, I hope this letter finds you well. I am Crouch. According to your established monthly report system for the consumption of humans, Muggle Division, I hereby present the operational status of the orphanage and the outcomes of the Scouts' training for this quarter. Firstly, infrastructure development. Thanks to Mr. Malfoy. Though I do not know him, this lad generously donates every time he visits. He is a good person. We have acquired the abandoned factory next door and transformed it into a comprehensive tactical training facility per your blueprints. The children now have a dedicated climbing wall, an obstacle course, and a vast basement designed to simulate interrogation rooms, though I'm not quite sure why we need interrogation. I've discovered I am quite adept at setting this up. Concerning room 27, the one you specifically mentioned, we have sealed it and placed a sign declaring it a historical site, the residence of a certain bald-headed failure. Recently, several children have reported hearing hissing sounds emanating from the room at night. Upon inspection, I found only a few dazed cauliflower snakes, and I have sternly reprimanded them for their unruly behavior. Secondly, personnel training and ideological education. Among the current 45 eligible children, Group A, Action Group, they have mastered the art of lockpicking, silent stealth, and self-defense with bricks. Last week, 3 thugs attempting to collect protection money were suspended upside down from a street lamp under the command of a 6-year-old girl named Amy. When the police arrived, they assumed it was some sort of performance art. Group B, Intelligence Group, following your directives, this group, comprising several particularly innocuous-looking girls, has infiltrated various corners of London. They have learned how to eavesdrop on passers-by while selling newspapers, and how to analyze targets' financial statuses by rummaging through trash bins. I personally have hygiene concerns regarding this. But you assured me it was necessary. Recently, they successfully mapped out the locations frequented by mysterious individuals. We discovered that some oddly robed figures wielding sticks often disappear near a dilapidated pub on Charing Cross Road. I have dispatched someone to stake out the telephone booth. Thirdly, financial status. Aside from the JLA's funding, we have achieved a degree of self-sufficiency. The children, based on your suggestions, have initiated the following businesses. 1. Assignment writing services, targeted at local primary school students, reasonably priced. 2. Lost pet recovery. We actually lure the pets to the yard before returning them. Although the methods are somewhat dubious, the customer's gratitude is genuine. 3. Magical creature exhibitions. We captured a few goblins, painted them, and claimed they were extraterrestrial beings. Muggles are quite taken with this. Fourthly, personal reflections and requests. Miss Riddle, although I have lost my previous memories, I feel that each day now is fulfilling. As I observe these children transform from mere weeping innocents into disciplined warriors with piercing gazes, even daring to challenge adults, I am enveloped by an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. This reality is far more vivid than the nebulous documents and seals that linger in the recesses of my memory. Additionally, a young man named Percy Weasley has been visiting frequently. He claims to be from the Ministry of Magic and expresses a desire to examine the management model of the Muggle orphanage. I perceive great potential in this lad, particularly his blind reverence for rules, reminiscent of my own youth, though I cannot recall the specifics of my earlier days. Might I seek your approval to appoint him as my assistant? I believe he possesses the makings of greatness, provided he refrains from incessantly attempting to cast cleaning charms on the toilets. Finally, I have enclosed portraits created by the children for your perusal. Note, the artwork depicts a black-haired girl riding a broomstick, wielding a brick, and standing atop a boiled egg. Though the style is somewhat wild, it captures the essence beautifully. May the brilliance of the JLA illuminate this gutter-like London. Yours faithfully, Barty Crouch. Comment from Sybil Trelawney. Your request is approved. This is what one might call a peaceful evolution. Furthermore, inform the children that next time they capture a goblin, they should not paint it green. That color is far too reminiscent of Slytherin. Instead, they should paint it red and claim it is a Martian specialty. Chapter 64, Side Story. Who is the Supreme Commander's favorite? Round 1, Qualifications versus Capital. The Davari snake lay in the center of the table. Colossal in size. Hiss, of course, it is I. I am the first serpent, having followed her in the orphanage. I have shared her cold bed and frightened Dumbledore alongside her. What are you mere humans? You are all latecomers. Draco Malfoy, playing with a gold coin. Smirking, what does a snake understand? Emotions require a material foundation. Look at this building. Who purchased it? Examine the fire crossbow in Jerry's hand. Who financed that? Consider our tickets to Mars. Who reimbursed those? I am the chief financial officer. Without me, Jerry would have to resort to street performance. I am her benefactor. Do you understand? The benefactor is akin to a deity. Davari. Hiss, I could bite you to death. Malfoy, I could stew you. Round 2, Soul versus Bonds. Harry Potter, adjusting his glasses. An innocent expression on his face. I believe you are all rather superficial. My relationship with Jerry is on a soul level. You do not comprehend. We share the same birthday and similar orphan backgrounds, though I now have parents, and at one point, a relative of hers resided in my mind. Who among you possesses such a sense of destiny? I am her sole companion. Ron, snacking nearby, I don't mean to interrupt, but I believe Jerry's favorite might actually be Hermione. After all, only Hermione can assist her with her homework. All, in unison, be quiet, Ron. Round 3, the victim speaks. Suddenly, all eyes turned towards Severus Snape, who cowered in the corner, attempting to render himself invisible. His expression as dark as the bottom of a cauldron. Malfoy, Professor, what say you? Jerry always seeks you out. Snape, gritting his teeth, she seeks me out to torment me, to inquire about those accursed boiled egg potions, to have the basilisk thrown on my desk. If this is what you call affection, I would rather kiss a Dementor. Harry, but Professor, to hit is to love. Snape, Avada. Final judgment, the entrance of Jerry. Just as the conference room was on the verge of being blown apart by magic, the door was kicked open. Sybil Trelawney, Jerry, stormed in, cradling a large, cloth-covered object. What are you all arguing about? Sybil placed the object on the table. Come, let me show you a treasure. I just acquired this from Diagon Alley. My lifelong passion. A hush fell over the room. Malfoy adjusted his tie. Harry's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Davari hissed. Sybil dramatically unveiled the cloth. It revealed a massive, smooth, featureless, pure white wax statue of Voldemort in boiled egg form. Moreover, the statue's scalp was polished to a shine, capable of serving as a mirror. Behold, Sybil, with rapture, caressed the smooth dome, exclaiming, what a perfect curvature! What exquisite design! No unnecessary hair or cartilage obstructing the flow of the wind. This is the art I have pursued my entire life. I have decided I shall place it by my bedside. So the first thing I see each morning is this beauty. Silence engulfed the room. Malfoy, I lost to an egg. Harry, my sense of destiny succumbed to a bald head. Davari, hiss, can this thing be eaten? Snape slowly rose, expressionless, and approached the wax statue, raising his wand. Shatter. Boom. The statue exploded into dust. Ah, my boiled egg. Sybil screamed. Snape, you owe me. That was a limited edition. Silence. Snape pocketed his wand, turning away without a word, leaving for the day. Chapter 65. The soul's sanity in the entire play, crumbling version. Narrator, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts. Head of Gryffindor House, long live Professor Cat. The windows and doors of the Transmigration Professor's office were tightly shut, and holding a bottle of aged Scotch whiskey. Professor McGonagall felt utterly exhausted, contemplating transforming into a cat and running away from home. Regarding the day of enrollment, I still remember that name, Sybil Trelawney. When the Sorting Hat declared Gryffindor, I felt an immense sense of relief. I thought, although she resembles that person, since she was placed in my house, I could surely guide her with love and discipline, molding her into an upstanding witch. I was mistaken. I was gravely mistaken. If heaven granted me a chance to start anew, I would kneel before the Sorting Hat, begging it to place this child in Slytherin or directly into Azkaban. Regarding the matter of cannibalism, initially, I believed it was merely a study group. After all, with Miss Granger among them, I assumed they were simply exchanging notes. Until one day, I witnessed Neville Longbottom, the child who could not even catch a toad, clad in a black and gold uniform, shouting at the older Slytherins, if a brick can be used, a wand must not. Then, he actually produced a brick from his pocket. At that moment, I felt my educational career had met its Waterloo. My lions were no longer brave knights. They had morphed into bandits, and organized ones at that, complete with discipline and even financial statements. Regarding the mental state of my colleagues, this is precisely what I worry about the most. Severus Snape. In the past, although he was gloomy, biased, and unpleasant, he was at least a normal, stern professor. Yet in these past few years, I have watched him transform from a formidable potions master into a head-playing musical artist. Every time Miss Trelawney knocks on his door asking if she can turn her head into a boiled egg, I can feel the murderous intent emanating from the cellar. On one occasion, I even saw Severus standing before a mirror, touching his nose, murmuring, "Am I really that superfluous?" Poor Severus. Albus Dumbledore. He was once a wise old man. Now, he is a whimsical oldster adorned with gold chains, saying hey, and still entangled with the first Dark Lord. A few days ago, I sought him out for his signature and discovered him practicing one-handed push-ups, claiming it was to master the soul-stealing palm. Exhausted, I lamented that this school was beyond redemption. As for that Hokage rock, one afternoon while I was patrolling, a sudden brilliance illuminated the outside world. I momentarily thought the sun had fallen. What did I see? On the cliff, a colossal visage. The enormous head of Dumbledore, adorned with sunglasses. His beard was still curled. Etched below was the inscription, JLA, forever a god. This is Hogwarts, a millennium-old castle. It is not some muggle theme park. I contemplated deducting points. I truly did. But when I beheld Albus standing at the window, laughing like a 200-pound child, asking me, "Minerva, do you think I should truly get a pair of sunglasses?" I lowered my wand. I reached for a glass of whiskey. I genuinely wished to inquire how I should introduce our school to the new students henceforth. Welcome to Hogwarts, the birthplace of JLA, a place where bombs, gambling gods, and a savior aspiring to transform himself into a boiled egg flourish. Professor McGonagall drained her glass, transformed into a tabby cat, leaped onto the windowsill, gazing at the distant statue with sunglasses, and let out a resigned meow. Meow? Very well. So be it. Chapter 66, Epilogue, The Great Ariana, Part-Time, Hogwarts' Ultimate Weapon. Beneath the dueling platform, two elderly gentlemen, nearing 300 years combined, engaged in a silent battle. Albus Dumbledore, the one-armed version, was deftly using the levitation charm to command a dish of peeled grapes, feeding them one by one to Ariana. Ari, be careful. Don't overexert yourself. If your wand feels too heavy, just tell your brother, and he will assist you. Aberforth Dumbledore, the angry version, cradling a newborn goat, glared fiercely at Albus. Shut it, Albus. You only spoil her. Ari, if anyone dares to bully you, throw this goat at them. Or simply use the ram charge technique I taught you. Clad in Hogwarts attire, Ariana sighed in resignation. You too, please quiet down. Jerry is watching. Xiwo lounged in the judge's seat, legs crossed, microphone in hand. All right, today's challenger is an unnamed upperclassman from Slytherin. He claims that Ariana is merely a beneficiary of her brother's connections. The tall Slytherin boy raised his wand, disdain evident on his face. Little sister, Can you even wield a wand? Don't hurt yourself. Ariana turned to Xiwo, her eyes clear yet bewildered. Jerry, he said I'm a beneficiary. Can I use that spell on him? Which spell? Xiwo asked with a mischievous grin. Sebastian chimed in with a sly smile. Hey buddy, I have an idea. The one you mentioned that makes him forever silent and grants him infant-like slumber. Of course, Xiwo affirmed, giving a thumbs up. Just remember the incantation. It must be heartfelt and sincere. Ariana nodded, turning to face the boy. She did not assume any dueling stance. Instead, she casually waved her hand, as if shooing away a fly. In an instant, a gentle yet formidable energy coalesced within her, forming a beam of black and green light. This was the perfect fusion of her innate magic and the killing curse, a legendary ancient spell. Ariana gently parted her lips, her voice soft as a lullaby. Avada, Abu. Take this hit. Boom. No green light, only a streak of black lightning. The Slytherin boy was propelled through the air without uttering a scream, tracing a perfect parabolic arc before soaring out of the castle gates and plunging into the Black Lake, left unconscious but unharmed. The dueling platform was reduced to rubble. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Ariana retracted her wand, adjusted her hair, and flashed a sweet smile at her two brothers, who were now petrified. Albus Aberforth. Did I do well? Jerry said this is called nuclear diplomacy. Albus Dumbledore trembled as he retrieved a fast-acting heart tonic from his pocket. Did she just use the killing curse? No, Headmaster, Xiwo interjected with feigned seriousness. That was Ariana's love light wave. You see, that boy merely took a refreshing dip in the Black Lake. How healthy. Aberforth wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing for the first time that Jerry Riddle was a more fearsome educator than Grindelwald. Albus, Aberforth gravely remarked, I believe we need not worry about Ariana being bullied. Our concern should be how long Hogwarts can endure. Meanwhile, Ariana, the most extraordinary transfer student at Hogwarts, danced joyfully amid the ruins, cradling her new pet, a fire-breathing mini-dragon gifted by Jerry. This epitomized the Dumbledore family's ultimate manifestation, the eldest scheming against the world, the second wreaking havoc upon it, and the youngest obliterating it. Chapter 67, Epilogue. This time Jerry realized her dream. The ballroom was awash in a vibrant spectacle of lights and revelry. Harry masqueraded as a vampire, Ron as a ghoul, and Malfoy simply as himself, for nothing could surpass the grandeur of Malfoy, beloved by himself. Suddenly, the lights extinguished. A ghastly green spotlight illuminated the top of the staircase, accompanied by a haunting, raspy background score, courtesy of Simon in the backstage, reminiscent of their first year. A figure began to descend the stairs, clad in a black robe trailing along the ground, with skin devoid of color under the spotlight. The most notable feature was the head. It was a flawless, glimmering bald head reflecting the spotlight's sheen. The face bore no eyebrows, nor a nose, only two flat, snake-like nostrils. Harry, the figure raised a wand, emitting a disconcerting hissing sound. Do I resemble a freshly shelled boiled egg to you? Desist with your weapon. Harry Potter experienced a severe PTSD response, instinctively drawing his wand to attack. Stop, stop, stop. It's me, Jerry. Xiwo quickly raised his hands in surrender, his voice returning to normal. Don't attack. This costume is very expensive. The lights returned to their usual brilliance. The entire JLA gathered around Xiwo, as if observing a rare specimen. Hermione leaned in for a closer look, poking Xiwo's smooth forehead with her finger. Puffed. It produced a rubbery rebound sound. Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. Silicone headpiece? Bingo. Xiwo twirled around proudly, showcasing the seamless contours of her head. This is a full encapsulating silicone headpiece crafted by a special effects makeup artist from Muggle Hollywood, plus a touch of disillusionment to conceal the nose. What do you think? She caressed her faux bald head, enraptured. Look at this streamlined design. Look at this reflectiveness. I feel like I'm walking on air. Draco covered his mouth, wearing a look of disgust mixed with disbelief. Jerry, you really spent 500 galleons on this look? You didn't even mention this when you asked me to transfer the funds. This is paying for a dream. Xiwo retorted, and don't you think it's cool? All I need to do is stand there, and I can make a child cry. The crowd parted. Professor Severus Snape, reluctantly compelled to attend the ball, approached with an air of resignation. He stood before Sybil, his obsidian eyes fixed intently upon the egg-headed visage he had encountered in countless nightmares. 7 long years had elapsed. From the moment in her first year when she inquired if she could make her nose disappear, to the present day where she truly stood before him, adorned with a facsimile of a head devoid of a nose. Snape's countenance underwent a series of intricate transformations: shock, disdain, incredulity, ultimately culminating in a profound and complete sense of acquiescence. He extended a long, slender finger and gently flicked Sybil's smooth, silicone forehead. The sound it produced was a dull thud, hollow and resonant. Indeed, Snape remarked with a hint of detachment, it appears that, in comparison to potions. Muggle rubber suits you far better. What does that signify, Professor? Sybil inquired eagerly. The corners of Snape's mouth curled into an exceedingly rare, sardonic smile. It signifies that your intellect has finally discovered the most suitable vessel, a rubber sphere filled with air. Hey, that's called art, Sybil retorted in protest, disregarding her. Snape turned and strode towards the buffet, his posture surprisingly buoyant. The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.